Good morning, everybody. Wow, it's as if COVID never happened. Great to see you all. Are we ready to start? Conla, do I get a nod? Possibly. I can't see anybody now with the lights. Okay, everybody, good morning. My name is Tom Gray, and as well as being Director of Innovation at Kainos and Board Member at Northern Ireland Screen and part of Matrix, all of which will be relevant today at some stage, I'm also founder of AICon alongside Austin Tanney and Conla McCann. It's my pleasure to set the scene today. And I've just realized I've got 5 pages of notes, which is far too much for an intro. This is the 5th AICon hosted by Kainos, and whether you're a regular attendee or if this is your first time, and based on numbers, I suspect there's quite a few first timers, you're very welcome here today. And I hope you find the day informative and inspirational, and that you feel it was a good use of your time. Now, it's become a ritual for me to say that we've changed a few things this year, and we have. This year we have 2 parallel tracks, technical and societal. There's no restriction on you, of course. You can mix and match as you wish to get just the right agenda for yourself. We also opened up the sessions to the community to pitch panels or talks, and I was delighted with the response. The content this year is even better than it was in previous years, and that is thanks to the community. Now, both of these changes were in response to feedback from last year. So we do listen, and I hope you'll give us honest feedback again this year. Now, at this stage, AICon is firmly established in the Northern Ireland calendar, and I'm extraordinarily grateful for the community that has developed around it. It's growing every year. We have at least 450 attendees this year, which is about 50% up in last year's 300. And I'm fortunate that we've got access to some of the finest experts and the finest people from across the UK, Ireland, Europe, and further afield. I'm extremely grateful for their knowledge and their experience and time. And I really enjoyed speaking with them as we planned the event, and I'm confident that you will enjoy hearing from them. But a conference would be pretty sad without our delegates. I know your time is precious, and we really value you choosing to be here this morning. I'm particularly delighted to see some of the next generation of business and technology leaders here. We've got students from Ulster University in Queen's, and also groups from ATU in Letterkenny and Dundalk. So please make those feel very welcome indeed. This page is the bollocking page, but I'll probably not do it. So at this point, I'd normally give our colleagues in government, usually education or economy, a bollocking about something. And it's usually around taking a very long time to do very little. Often with a side order of not actually listening to industry about things that affect them. But I'm in a good mood. And I've heard that there is some progress on the diffusion of AI. So how about I don't do it, and we say I did. Now, I can't formally kick the conference off without thanking sponsors and our curators. Really couldn't do it without them. I'd like to thank our host, Kainos. Kainos has generously sponsored every AICon since the beginning, and we're genuinely grateful for their constant support. Then, in no particular order, grateful for the sponsorship of Matrix, Digital Catapult Northern Ireland, InvestNI, Options IT, Ulster Bank and Belfast City Council. Thank you all very much indeed. As I said, it was a delight to work with the curators on this year's programme. They've assembled a fabulous set of talks and panels, which we hope will inform and inspire you. So thanks in particular to Ashlyn McBride, Tom Fowler, Michaela Black, and Nell Watson. Also, we're in the fabulous setting of Titanic Belfast, so thank you to the staff as well. And finally, thankfully you say, finally, I couldn't imagine doing an event like this without the team at Ashling Events, led by Conla and Marcin. They are endlessly patient, creative, and helpful, and I couldn't imagine working with me, so they're the genuine heroes in this story. So we can now start properly. So firstly, to open this 5th AICon, I'd like to welcome Councillor Ryan Murphy, Lord Mayor of Belfast, to the stage. Councillor.
Thank you, Tom and Mazzy Mai. Karja, good morning. Actually delighted to be back in here. I was just saying that the first event that I'd done as Mayor of Belfast was in this room. Thankfully, it was Tom who was up speaking before me this time and not Neil Delamere, because as I made my way back to mature, Neil gets stuck into me for anyone that knows him. But look, as the Mayor of Belfast, it gives me great pleasure to be able to welcome you all to AICon 2023. And the Council is very much proud to be able to support today's event, and we trust that it will give all of you inspiration and provide a platform for the tech sector to continue to lead the city's economy into that continued economic growth. The tech sector plays such a major role within Belfast's economy, and we have made a commitment to grow that economy by creating those new and better jobs, as well as attracting investment into the city. And the tech industry features very heavily in achieving those ambitions that we've all set out. We know that by nurturing and supporting Belfast's tech sector through supporting events just like this, that we have the ability to make Belfast a truly competitive place on the global stage. But we also want to work closely with the sector on skills, on innovation and infrastructure initiatives, and provide opportunities for collaboration and co-creation so that we can help our local businesses grow, so that we can continue to export, that businesses can become more profitable and provide more opportunities for our young people as well as those who are unemployed. And the recent investment from Kainos of over £10 million into this area is testament to that. In terms of AI, this is still an emerging field in Belfast with very few well-established players, and therefore it's clear that there is potential for the sector to develop in Belfast, specifically pointing to the Belfast City Region deal as something that can make that happen. However, there's still many challenges to be overcome if we are to realise the full social and economic benefits that AI technology can bring. And the use of it isn't consistent across different sectors due to the availability of digital skills and infrastructure, as well as the public and private sector commitments that they adopt. We know that in Britain, AI sector deals constitute a commitment of up to £960 million from the British government to realise the potential of AI and big data. There's also opportunities around collaborating across this island with emerging shared research opportunities and the strong basis of global tech within the Irish economy. And so in that context, there is an opportunity to strengthen collaboration to make the most of those synergies within AI. The Belfast City Region deal will most certainly help us explore and identify all of those new opportunities. That region deal, totaling almost £1 billion, unlocking £350 million of investment from the British government, which is matched by a further £350 million from our own executive, as well as investments of £150 million, both from private sector partners as well as councils and universities. And there's 4 strands of it, one of which focuses specifically on innovation and digital. Artificial intelligence and machine learning is specifically identified within the City deal. It further identifies 5 sectors as areas that have the potential to be transformed by innovation and data analytics, from life and health sciences, agri-food and advanced manufacturing, materials and engineering, to digital and creative industries, as well as financial, business and professional services. I want to assure all of you that within the Council that we are committed to helping to grow and support our local tech sector to look at those new technologies and how they can benefit the city, both in terms of our business space as well as innovations in place within the wider global economy. Innovation City Belfast, which brings together 6 of the city's key institutions, from the Council to the Harbour, Catalyst, as well as Queen's and Ulster University, will be key in helping us realise all of those ambitions that we have set out. And so, in closing, in Belfast, we want to lead our city towards a future where AI is harnessed to build a better life for all of the people who call this place home. Inclusivity has to be at the core of the approach that we have, the AI implementation. I'm very much looking forward to being able to learn from your discussions today and hope that this can be used as an opportunity to network, but also to take inspiration from both local and international experts to create those new opportunities for collaboration and innovation. So thank you very much for the invitation to be here to open up today's conference, and I hope everyone takes something away from it, enjoys it very much. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Councillor. Belfast City Council have been a long-time supporter of both AICon and Beltec, and we remain, I guess, exceedingly grateful for that. Now, to deliver our opening keynote, I'm delighted to welcome Alison Darcy. Alison is founder and president of Wobot Health, and she'll be joining us virtually. Fingers crossed. Alison's career has been focused on using digital treatments to help solve human problems. She is working at the intersection of AI and healthcare, and she led the Health Innovation Lab at Stanford and was recently named to the Time 100 AI list of the most influential individuals in AI today. So, over to Alison.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for that introduction. I am thrilled to join you today. Let me just make sure you can see my screen. Yeah, I'm thrilled to be able to join you. So thank you so much for the invitation. And I'm sad to not be able to be there in person. But just a little bit about us. You heard there, we're a digital therapeutics company. We've built therapeutic programs based on cognitive behavioral therapy for people with anxiety, depression, postpartum depression, and substance use disorder. And all of it is delivered by a sort of a quirky yellow fictional cartoon robot called Wobot. Who I think, given is probably the most highly trained CBT coach at this point. We've conducted 12 randomized control trials at this point, and our proprietary technology has about 15 patents, another about the same in provisional status. But what I want to talk to you about today is not the technology, but how we ground what we do in the human experience. We believe in sort of human needs and human skill sets, and in augmentation and not replacement. And so that's what I'd like to share with you today, because I think it's fair to say we are in sort of the peak hype cycle at the moment, meaning, AI has never had so much media attention, and also the expectations for this technology have never been as high. And that, of course, gives rise to lots of misperception. So the question I want to answer today, or explore with you today, is really about what role this tech will ultimately play in our lives. I know a lot of my esteemed speakers will be sharing their experience with building AI systems for other medical applications. But again, I'm going to focus on the interface today. And the reason for that is because certainly in our field, when we're building for psychological mechanism and whole brain engagement, the actual interface is where a lot of potential actually lies. So in 2018, Clive Thompson wrote this article in the New York Times Magazine called "May AI Help You?" And at that time, most sort of conversational agents or AI chatbots were coming from Facebook Messenger. But he spoke about chatbots as being another great shift in computer interfaces. In fact, he referred to them as an interface metaphor, much in the same way that when the Apple Macintosh came out, it borrowed the metaphor of, you know, the office, right, to enable people to move to point and click computing. And before the Apple Mac, the people using computers had to use kind of, you know, familiarize themselves with very obtruse text commands, and the advent of a visual interface opened up computing to the masses, producing a generation of fluent in word processing, email, and eventually web surfing. And he says, you know, the next great shift obviously was the mobile phone, and that put computing and nonstop internet access literally into our pockets, unleashing a tsunami of social media. Similarly, talking software, he says, gives us computers that not only ride along with us, but also socialize with us. Being human-like, saying hi, telling self-deprecating jokes is their interface metaphor, much as the first point and click computers use the trappings of office life to help orient us to the screen. Importantly, he says, and we've seen this too in the context of history, that these kinds of shifts come around seldomly, but when they do, they bring about a huge difference in the ways in which we interface with technology itself, opening up sort of new and unexpected behaviors. And it is those sort of new and unexpected behaviors that we're interested in and that we have observed. A case of point, in 2021, we published this study where we gave 36,000 of our users a measure called the Working Alliance Inventory. And the Working Alliance Inventory is a validated instrument that's used to measure things like therapeutic bond in traditional treatment outcomes research. And we plotted the scores from our 36,000 users that you see there denoted by the yellow dots, against scores that have been derived from comparison studies using internet interventions, denoted by the navy dots there, and also against interventions that have human involvement, the traditional sort of treatments for anxiety and depression, all based in CBT. And as you can see there from the graph, Woebot is clearly scoring in the sort of human range for therapeutic bond, something that people I think would have thought sort of not possible. But the new and unexpected thing here is how quickly that bond was created. So Woebot, we took this measure between 3 and 5 days after an initial encounter, whereas all of the comparison studies, as you can see there, start at 2 weeks. The reason being, for human therapeutic relationships, we don't expect there to be able to have established a bond that early. But as dystopian as this might sound, actually, when you get into the details, it's really pragmatic and it makes a lot of sense. So if you look at the items that comprise the bond subscale, you're looking at things like mutual respect, the person's confidence in Woebot's ability to help, the Woebot appreciates me as a person and sees me, even if I do something that Woebot wouldn't agree with. So that notion of unconditional positive regard, and also of course mutual trust. And so the question becomes not how could we build a software or a technology that has these attributes, but I think it's more about how could we not. So digging in here a little bit, we actually know a lot about, you know, what denotes a solid human relationship in a therapeutic context that influences outcomes. So things like empathy, trust, humor, good manners, right? So we all have had this experience that we have a sort of a visceral reaction if somebody doesn't sort of go along with the expectations of social discourse. And also it turns out that in the field of relational agents, that is fairly mature now, mostly coming from Tim Bickmore's lab in Northeastern University, who came from Rosalind Picard's in MIT. They have explored empirically, but what I mean by that is they have measured chatbots that have these attributes against chatbots that do not, and have consistently found that chatbots that also demonstrate empathy, trust, humor, and good manners, or what they call continuity behaviors, lead to a better bond than those that do not. Things like relational conversation is this idea that the chatbot itself is talking about and inviting the user to consider and reflect upon the relationship. I think that's very interesting, because to me, that's also a bit about transparency. Again, this is not the imitation game. This is about showing up, and especially when you are trying to establish trust, showing up as you are, as software, being very clear, I'm not a real person. Tim Bickmore's lab has also found that personal disclosure also leads to greater therapeutic bond. What that means is, and the interesting thing here is that when the chatbot discloses something about them personally, even when people know that that is a fiction, of course, this is just software, right? It has no experiences. It nonetheless leads to a greater bond. Why is that? I actually think it speaks to something that we have observed consistently since we launched this technology in 2017. And it's that people like to lean into a fiction. And this is not something that we necessarily built for or designed for, but something that naturally happened. People naturally lean into Woebot, ask Woebot questions about themselves, about their back history, their backstory, their friends, and so on. And this it can sound sort of odd, but if you consider actually that all sort of higher order mammals there's a playful element when, especially with younger folks, as a play is a mechanism for social and emotional teaching. We have heard this from pediatricians as well, that they feel like Woebot is able to sort of construct a learning framework for younger patients, enabling them to sort of disclose in a healthy way and have that disclosure met with appropriate empathy and signposting for more help. More recent sort of neuroscience work has shown that play may actually be a sort of final common pathway for neuroplasticity. And so play being defined very broadly as a sort of an environment in which we can try things out and experiment, but there's very few negative consequences, enables the brain to really engage and sets a condition necessary for change, just like therapeutic bond. There's much that we don't understand about human relationships as well in a therapeutic context. And it's things like the right sort of attributes for the therapist and the patient, and how those two things come together. Probably because there's as much chemistry that goes into a therapeutic human relationship as in romantic ones. And obviously there's a lot to learn for AI agents as well, in particular the relationship between working alliance and outcomes. We know it's there, but it's probably indirect rather than direct, and probably working through engagement. We're not sure how that shifts when we're talking about passive versus active data collection. So in our case, we've always been very clear. Woebot is transparent about how we're not gathering information about you in the background. Even if I could, and this was a value that we launched with, even if I could judge what your emotion is, I'd rather just ask you, because the point is it's about facilitating somebody else's moment of self-reflection, not just, coming up with sort of insights that the person wasn't driving themselves. And relational agents in an app setting. So one of the things that was interesting about launching in Facebook Messenger and the early work with relational agents that resided there was that those messages were coming up in the context of where all of their people were already sort of communicating with their friends, right? You'll see the same in WhatsApp and other tech platforms. But when it transfers into an app, it's very clearly an app. And so we're not sure about that line. But again, the most interesting thing is sort of what new and unexpected behaviors get created here. Because again, this is not about replacement of a human therapeutic relationship. And it may sound like a lot of what I'm saying is arguing for that. It's absolutely not. It's fundamentally different. However, when we built Wobot, and I think this is true for anybody in a very specific domain space, the actual problem space and the scope was reduced dramatically by the fact that how Wobot should show up is actually clearly defined already by the therapeutic approach. So the role of the therapist is different, even though we're most sort of familiar with the classic architecture invented by Freud that you see there in the picture, right? That was from the 1890s. We still have that view of therapy so deeply embedded in our minds that we think that it's all like this, but it's actually not. So more contemporary therapeutic approaches are based on gathering data, are based on what's happening in the here and now, and what are the things that you're thinking and feeling or doing that undermine a sort of healthy pattern for you, rather than sort of what happened in your early childhood, or your dreams and symbolism and so on. So to give you one sense for this, I've been trained in systemic family therapy, and there in that approach, the role of the therapist is to join with the family and then reflect on how that family system functions. But in order to do that, the therapist must join with that system. Versus a behavioral family therapy, very different. In that case, the therapist shows up as a consultant in the illness while empowering the family to understand that they are the expert in in their family dynamics. It's a very, very different role. In cognitive behavioral therapy, and the reason why you see so many tech and digitized therapeutics being based on this model, is that the role of the therapist is defined as one of collaborative empiricism. What does that mean? It's literally collaborative in the sense that, unlike what you see in the picture here, there's no sort of power dynamic. The therapist isn't the sort of sage on the stage. Instead, it should be, let's come together as partners and the empiricism is, let's gather data, and this can be facilitated by an AI, and look at that data together and explore what it means, gain insights, and use that data to map how we're going to progress and how we're going to move forward. This is the reason why an AI can actually be a really good CBT coach, right? Because instead of joining with the process or being part of the person's process, a CBT therapist should really facilitate somebody else's process, ask the right questions, not impart any wisdom. It's actually important to show the person, the client, that you don't have any wisdom. They have it all, and to kind of talk them through what that looks like in a step-by-step way in a moment of need. So an AI can actually be there at 2 a.m., right, when somebody's having sort of a panic attack, or in the morning when they're really struggling to get out of bed, in a way that a traditional therapist, really can't. So I apologize to anybody who did Leaving Cert Honours Irish in the crowd. This picture of Peg Sayers is enough to strike fear into folks, but just a word on sort of the role that the technologies may play from a broader anthropology perspective. There was a great anthropologist in Oxford University, Bram Bartley, who wrote a piece in the New York Times about his experience with Wobot. And it was his view that, in our contemporary culture, there are no roles anymore that used to be there to enable somebody to sort of sit down with a trusted, wise confidant and share what was going on with them. And that's outside of the relationship, and that was okay. They're outside of the context of their intimate relationships, rather. So people like a priest, right, a shaman, mandala, these roles are sort of rapidly disappearing from contemporary society. And, as BT would say, it is good to talk, actually. It is very good to get things off your mind. Why? Because that externalization of what's happening, or your negative thoughts or emotions, facilitates change process. Once you externalize it, it can shift. So it is very good to get things off one's mind. And so when we have these sort of technological tools that fill this vacuum, it is allowing this first step of disclosure. And something that we see all the time in our data is the fact that when people disclose to Wobot, they're more likely to disclose to other humans. The reason why Peg Sayers is on this slide is because it struck me that another role that has disappeared from contemporary society is the role of the Shanachie, or the storyteller. So for a long time, right, for generations, in many cultures, especially those for which the oral tradition is dominant, we shared knowledge and learning through stories and handed down through the generations. This is also something that has sort of disappeared, but it's interesting from the very beginning when Wobot is teaching something as from part of the core curriculum of psychological concepts, he uses story as the medium. Again, this is about relating to ourselves as humans and being able to impart that sort of interaction and that psychological mechanism in ways that we understand as humans. So many of you might be familiar with the original chatbot. This was Eliza, that was created by Joseph Weizenbaum, and he published this book in 1976, Computer Power and Human Reason. And he had been really struck by how some of his colleagues were interfacing, were using Eliza. And Eliza was a very rudimentary rules-based chatbot that just sort of did reflective listening, would call back what the person said, and sort of, but it relies on a lot of, again, I think the wisdom that we tend to project onto certain therapeutic relationships. And this caused him a lot of distress when he saw the effect it had, and he kind of became a bit startled with the power here. And he speaks to this in the first chapter of this book. He speaks about the controversy that Eliza caused. And on the first page, there's this really interesting quote from Carl Sagan. He says, "No such computer program is adequate for psychiatric use today, but the same can be remarked about some human psychotherapists. In a period when more and more people in our society seem to be in need of psychiatric counseling, and when time sharing of computers is widespread, I can imagine the development of a network of computer psychotherapeutic terminals, something like arrays of large telephone booths, in which for a few dollars a session, we'd be able to talk with an attentive, tested, and largely non-directive psychotherapist." Now, he wrote that in 1975. And while he didn't envisage the technology that we would literally have it walking around in our pockets, I think he did envisage a shift in what we consider to be standard therapy. Very many people like Tom Insole, who was the director of the National Institutes of Mental Health, have proposed that, and we've seen this already in the UK, that tech-enabled mental health care delivery absolutely will be the standard and is already in many jurisdictions. But I think when we have this narrative of a replacement, it's really interfering with the conversations that we need to be having, which is what is the role that these technologies can take, and where are the limitations as well. So I think conferences like this are such a valuable contribution to that conversation. So we believe that lots of this technology is going to be the future and will have a role in a comprehensive ecosystem of different services in healthcare. Purely because to have bonded, trusted medical conversations is the foundation of a lot of healthcare, and AIs facilitate that to a certain extent, and then enable humans to take over and do all the wonderful work that humans do, and is absolutely irreplaceable. But we have to map that future. And so we believe in what we call sort of science in the loop. And we've just launched, as an example, a registered clinical trial where we're comparing a large language model infused version of Wobot with the Wobot as he is today, rules-based with some key classifiers running in certain places. And the primary outcome, and you can read all about this on clinicaltrials.gov, but the primary outcome here is the patient experience. Because we believe that's, of course, where things start and finish. So I'll leave you with that, folks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alison. There's a lot to unpack there. I suspect we could spend the rest of the day just discussing what Alison raised in that session. I guess I'm particularly interested in the observation about the chatbot as being an evolution of the interface metaphor. That we in the tech industry can be a little bit dismissive of chatbots as being simplistic, possibly because we know what's going on in the background. But it is, I think, a more intuitive way for individuals to interact with technology where you basically state your intent as opposed to having to know how to achieve that intent. Anyway, I ramble. I guess the other thing I would say is I really wish Alison hadn't mentioned Peg Sayers. If you've never done Irish at Leaving Cert level, you do not know the true meaning of boredom and depression. And I suspect folks who've read the autobiography of Peg Sayers, Ask Gaeilge, probably need counselling after it. So, anywho, Alison, thank you very much. Next, we have a panel that's sponsored by Invest Northern Ireland, looking at the future of AI in Northern Ireland. The panel is going to be chaired by Ruth McGuinness from Kainos, and I guess if the panelists could all come to the stage while I give very brief introductions. So the panel consists of Chris Nugent, who's head of the School of Computing at Ulster University, Adrian Moore, Chief Technology Officer at Camlin, Simon Reeve, Director of Innovation at the Alan Turing Institute, and Conor Gervin, Lead Architect at KX. So over to you, Ruth and panel.
Thank you, Tom. I've just turned up, so if you see a news report about a road-raged pregnant woman, that was me. But I got here in the nick of time. So thank you to Invest Northern Ireland for inviting me to chair this session and for inviting our panellists along as well. If you watch the coverage of the Northern Ireland Investment Summit, you'll have seen that Northern Ireland was really strongly positioned as kind of a future hub for artificial intelligence. If you're not working, in the sector, you might wonder why that is. So we wanted to use this panel to kind of explore that. And I have some esteemed colleagues alongside me representing academia and industry. And we're going to delve into kind of different subject areas that I hope you're going to find useful. And I want you to walk away from the session and think, the future for Northern Ireland actually is really bright in artificial intelligence, which might not surprise you given how many people that are actually in the room today. It's jam-packed. So I'm just going to kind of turn to my colleagues and allow them to introduce themselves, starting with yourself, Simon.
Good morning. Thanks, Ruth. I'm Simon Reeve, Director of Innovation at the Alan Turing Institute. The Alan Turing Institute was set up in 2015 as the UK's Institute for Data Science and AI. And the main aim was to grow research and skills across the network of universities. And we're now pivoting into the innovation and application side of that research and skill community that's been built up over recent years. Thank you.
Good morning, Belfast. My name is Conor Gervin. I lead up the partner engineering team here at KX, and we're a division of First Derivatives, one of NI's largest employers. I've been in the company a little over 10 years, and we primarily serve capital markets customers globally with a time series and vector database technology. And I'm going to talk a little bit today about how we're helping industry use generative AI and kind of put guardrails around some of the generative AI applications and larger language models.
Adrian Moore, I'm Chief Technology Officer at Camlin, a local technology company in Lisburn. We focus on optimizing critical infrastructure, in particular focusing on the energy sector and the electricity networks. We have significant research and development teams, mostly across Europe, right from natural sciences through to computer and data sciences. And we have a proud record of introducing disruptive technologies into numerous sectors.
Hey, good morning, everyone. My name is Chris Nugent. I'm head of School of Computing at Ulster University. I've been at Ulster University for over 30 years now. I studied electronics and a PhD in biomedical engineering, which really looked at the use of optimizing machine learning to work with medical data. In the School of Computing, we have an AI research centre that operates in partnership with Kainos. And we have a number of themed areas considering knowledge engineering, decision making, learning, modeling and optimization, and applications of AI. And hopefully I'll have a chance to talk about some of those this morning. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I love that Connor opened with Hello Belfast, like this was like a gig. Thanks for the energy, Connor. You know, what's unique about Northern Ireland in terms of artificial intelligence? I think most people would start with our academic research, the investment that we've put into academic research in Northern Ireland into artificial intelligence. But it's not just that, I think it's the crossover into kind of how we bring that into industry. And I wanted to kind of maybe turn to Chris and then Simon to give a perspective on kind of collaboration between academic research institutes and industry and how you've seen that work successfully in Northern Ireland and elsewhere. Simon, when I turn to you. Chris, you first.
Okay, thanks, Ruth. Yeah, I mean, I think we have a number of examples that we can talk through and point to. And just looking around the room, I'm only going to touch on a couple today, but I know there's a huge amount of collaboration between companies and the two universities here in Northern Ireland. And I think that the success has really come from the non-competitiveness of the partnership. I think it works really, really well where we have a university which is very interested and experienced in undertaking theoretical and academic research in AI and taking that knowledge and partnering with industry to move the ideas into products and into real usage outside of a university forum. And we've seen a number of examples that I can talk to on behalf of Ulster University across three sectors, maybe spanning over 10 years now. So at Ulster University, we've been supported by Invest in I and 3 innovation centres, one in connected health, one in the telco sector, and one in business transformation. And I think all of these have a similar model or a similar pipeline where we have undertaken our theoretical research and the co-creation of the idea with our industrial partner. And at a certain point in time, we've moved our idea from, I would say, the lab or from a conceptual or an MVP into the hands of our collaborators who have then taken that and integrated it into existing platforms and run the AI solutions at scale. And that's something that we wouldn't do in an academic setting, but I think the partnership has allowed us to take our ideas and our research and how we sort of progress beyond the state of the art into real solutions.
Great. That's obviously a Northern Ireland lens, Simon. I'd love to hear your broader take on the topic.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks. And I fully agree with Chris. I mean, the examples he's given there are exactly, in my experience, what works best on a national scale. And we heard the Mayor earlier talking about the importance of things like the City Deal to sort of help fund these local initiatives, bringing people together. I mentioned that Turing has a network of researchers across the university landscape that includes both Queen's and Ulster. We have sort of research fellows and we have lots of other sort of project grants. And the sort of added advantage that we bring is that ability to join up different disciplines of research to a much greater extent than perhaps an individual university department can do. And also connect with the local ecosystem, whether it's SME businesses or large corporates. And I think we see that time and again, and the government at the moment are really promoting this model through other city and regional deals, creating innovation clusters that replicate things like the Catalyst you've got here, the work the Digital Catapult we've been doing here for the last 5 years, connecting all the skills that you need to address a specific problem. Just to give one specific example, a few years ago we worked with the Ordnance Survey of Northern Ireland, helping them with LiDAR tech and algorithm development that came from the university research community to sort of move their capability from what was predominantly 2D mapping to more sort of 3D mapping, which is something we're increasingly getting used to. So, it's about what's the opportunity, what's the need, where have we got the skills, how do we join them up from research, business, etc., to make something new happen.
Perfect. And maybe if we kind of focus a bit on industry now, I think adopting artificial intelligence, I think a year ago, was a much more simplistic conversation for organizations. It was investing in data science skills and starting to innovate and experiment with the technologies. In the last year, it'll come as no surprise that the topic has become much more complex. The landscape has become regulated, the technology has become more accessible than ever before. It's in the hands of more people who maybe don't have the expertise. So how do we safeguard that? I think it becomes a really challenging situation for organizations and industry, but also a big opportunity. So I'd love to maybe turn to Adrian, yourself first, and get a perspective from Camlin in terms of how you're adopting AI within your organization and how you're navigating that landscape.
Yeah, there's only a few minutes here, so it's going to be a whirlwind answer. I think there's really three areas that I think we need to focus on. The first one is actually culture. We need to be very intentional about the culture and the values that we're actually proposing to our development teams, to our business in general. Innovation and taking responsibility are not opposite to each other, but we need to be intentional about it. Compliance, those operating principles are hugely important. I mean, a lot of even on the Turing Institute, a lot of I guess the buzzwords being used are very, very useful. That thing around fairness, transparency, accountability, sustainability, all of those kind of things are not something to be taken for granted. But also adopting best practices is hugely important in the culture of the business, as how we actually go about using strong data governance, for example, adopting best tools and systems to allow us to do that. But also making sure that we are actively trying to assure about the quality of the data. The second thing I would say is competency and capacity. In Camlin, we've been doing active AI research and development for 10 years or more, actually. And it probably took us about 4 years to recognize that really AI is at the end of the value chain. Okay, it's the tip of the iceberg. There is so much more involved in developing AI solutions, data engineering, right from the quality of the data sets, how are we actually ingesting those, how are we actually making use of them, how are we processing them, cleansing, before we can even look at generating AI insights and weaponizing those data sets. But also when you're talking about subject matter experts, causation, correlation, commercialization, all three have to work together in order to produce any meaningful AI solution. Subject matter experts, I don't care if it's in biotechnology or in the energy sector, do they understand how to get involved in AI solutions? We need to educate them and engage them. But also commercialization, sales and marketing, legal, everything. Do they understand how to actually take this stuff to market? Now, I'm going to quickly move on here, but collaboration. I come across, I guess, a term probably about 4 or 5 years ago, found it hugely useful. It's called the value constellation. There's very little that you can do on your own. You need to formulate close partnerships with other companies and organizations that can bring something unique to the party with regards to their data sets and also their expertise. And when you're looking about that, finding those unique data sets is important, but also collaborating with other institutions, particularly government. How do we incentivize local industry and local business to invest in AI? It's the reward risk approach. AI itself is hugely interesting technically, but lots of people find it difficult to monetize it. How do we go about that?
Thank you. That was a great answer. I feel like we should have given you a keynote, maybe. It was great. Conor, does that ring true from your perspective for KX? Slightly different industry focus, but I'm sure a lot of the same challenges.
I genuinely couldn't agree more. And we've had about 150 customer conversations in the space of generative AI, specifically in the last 6 months. So that all rings very true. to talk a little bit about our history, I think in this country we've had an incredible hiring process, and we've basically taken technology, talent, and training to market, right? And we've had success in financial services, but we're really key on putting innovative technology in the hands of young and malleable graduates as early as possible. So I think for us, we've absolutely had 30 years now of industry focus, and we've basically had 3,000 people deployed in the field. If we hadn't have got the technology into those people's hands early, we wouldn't be here today. I think in terms of applying this and what has worked for our customers, especially, knowing where to start is massive. And I think for us, everyone is working to a budget. The cost of using AI is not exactly as transparent as it can be today. I think starting small, innovating, failing fast are very key principles. I think there's an amazing technology network here between the professional services partners in NI and even the cloud presence here that we have. So lean on them for extending your teams and actually getting to market quicker with some of these use cases. One of the key things that we're seeing, and as a vendor in this space, responsible AI is a huge initiative. We work in obviously some of the biggest and most complex and most heavily regulated environments in the world, Wall Street. I think for us, there's a completely unique technology that is coming to the fore around the application of vector databases and semantic search. We're obviously a vendor in this space, so I'm a little bit biased. But I think that there's a cost of using large language models, especially in the AI space, and I think training a model is not always required to personalize that for your use case. So one of the ways that we can do that is actually to supplement our operational data sets, our internal IP to the model, which actually makes it a lot more accurate, a lot more cheaper and cost effective to use, reduces hallucinations, increases the guardrails for the application. And yeah, I think that's a massive area for businesses here who maybe think there's a cost of adoption that is out of their reach, and maybe only for some of the bigger enterprises that have maybe invested here in Northern Ireland. So yeah, definitely agree with all of that.
Perfect, thank you. So if you watched the news last week, you would have seen the UK's AI Safety Summit was dominating the headlines. The reason for that is that global governments are moving quickly to try and regulate AI, to clamp down on some of the use case applications, to put stricter guardrails in place. Different jurisdictions are moving faster than others. The EU has been progressing this probably much quicker than the UK has over the last year. And it wouldn't be a Northern Ireland conference if I didn't talk about our dual access to markets. So we're operating in a unique position where we're trying to interface against different regulatory landscapes for AI in the EU and the UK, and obviously the US and China, depending on where you operate your business. But it creates a unique challenge, a unique opportunity for Northern Ireland. And I wanted to kind of just not touch too much on regulation, because I think it'll be a theme throughout the day, but I'd love to just maybe turn to yourself first, Simon, and just get a perspective on, what does regulation look like in the UK? What does it look like for Northern Ireland? And what opportunities and challenges does that present?
Yeah, absolutely. So yes, things are changing so fast, aren't they? The speed at which AI tech is being adopted, although we heard in Tracy's talk earlier that the first chatbot came out in 1976, and we think that's more recent. So quite often this stuff has been moving in the background for some time. And traditionally there's always been a lag from, say, aerospace defense sectors to energy sectors to other transport sectors and in the adoption. And so the regulators have a chance to sort of catch up and regulate accordingly. That lag is reducing. Everything is speeding up. So, governments are trying to decide how best to approach this, and regulators are having to speed up their thinking. We saw great examples of that in COVID during the health issues of producing drugs quickly. The medical regulators had to speed up their process. So the UK government issued its white paper earlier this year, which the Turing has a strong policy team that works very closely with the government departments, helping to ensure that white papers and policy documents they put out, including the papers that came out last week, are appropriate, reasonably balanced, and represent the views of the sector, not just big tech or not just another area. So, and the UK has always been a fairly strong lead in sort of risk-based regulation, and therefore I think it is appropriate that we start off with a sort of a vertical sector-by-sector approach, that each sector knows, the current regulatory landscape, which may be very different in the energy sector, to the transport sector, to the health sector. And so how does the risk of AI in, for example, the nuclear sector, which is very used to dealing with high risks and ethical issues, how does that look? And perhaps that's slightly different to the way the airline sector might look at it, or the maritime sector. However, with all technologies, you get to a point where you also need that horizontal piece. You need something that works across everything. The challenge is if you do that too early, you risk stifling innovation, and you risk trying to sort of control something before you've really established what's the good, the bad, and indifferent. So I think you need both. And coming back to Northern Ireland's position, as we've already demonstrated today, we've got the ecosystem. You're very used to dealing with both the EU angle and the UK angle, and therefore you're well placed to understand the different perspectives and help find the right solutions in regulation that support what we're trying to do with technology.
Perfect, thank you. And I'd love to hear maybe from Adrian, is there a perspective from Camlin in terms of what that looks like for you and how you navigate it?
Yeah, we develop products and services into global markets, and so regulation is not a new thing. How to navigate regulation really comes down to how do you interpret that into a clear business strategy. And the EU AI Act and the UK White Paper are just another example of regulations that we're going to have to figure out how to interpret and what does that mean for us as a business. They're all very similar in terminology. Okay, safety, security, robustness, transparency, accountability, governance, contestability, all of these words are in all of the papers, but actually when you read through them, they diverge quite a bit in their objectives. The UK is very much pro-innovation, whereas the EU Act takes much more of a societal risk approach. UK is trying to be much more business friendly, whereas the EU is much more around individual rights and group rights. They diverge in practice to some extent, principle-driven versus legislative approach, very much compliance in the EU. You're talking about vertical regulation, as Simon mentioned, versus this more horizontal, one-size-fits-all approach. There's no penalties at this moment in time in the UK, whereas there are clear liabilities and penalties within the EU Act. There's a wait-and-see approach kind of thing in the UK. Let's see how it plays out and then regulate further, whereas the EU is trying to be very much proactive in the approach that it's taking and making sure that those accountabilities are clear up front. The UK is much more aligned to, I would say, the US approach, more of a lightweight touch. Growth strategy is clearly what's coming through, whereas the EU is taking much more of a risk-based stroke safety strategy around society. And I think Northern Ireland, ultimately, access to both markets, the Brussels effect will largely play in here, as it's commonly known, where I think many more of the companies will end up having to comply because they're into services and products into the EU market, where we will have to comply a lot more to EU regulation, but interpret what that means as to how we can play into the UK market while we do that.
Okay, perfect. And maybe just to bring it back to the title of the talk, which is the future of AI in Northern Ireland. I'd just love to ask each of our panelists to give a very, very quick, what does the next 5 years look like in the artificial intelligence space for Northern Ireland? And are there any particular kind of themes that you'll expect to emerge? Maybe, Chris, start with you at the end.
Okay, thanks, Ruth. Yeah, I think from a university perspective, AI has had a huge impact on how we view the need to keep our curriculum up to date and how we need to be flexible in the delivery of our education. And if I look back 5 years, in our school we had one module which touched on AI, and now we hear in the last 12 months a shortage of skills, a shortage of the opportunity of graduates to fill AI roles in industry. So I think we've reacted over the last 6 or 7 months to change all of our curriculum and change that situation where we only had one module in AI to now having AI throughout all of our courses, throughout all of our years. We've changed from maybe more of you on full-time learning to part-time and flexible learning to support the likes of higher level apprenticeships. And just recently we've introduced advanced master's courses in AI and also postgraduate certificates in AI both in full-time and part-time mode. And I think that's just a reflection of our understanding or our appreciation of the change in the landscape and the need to provide the support for people to upskill, whether that's in full-time or part-time mode. And I think that's going to happen and continue to happen over the next 5 years.
That's fantastic to hear, actually. Thanks, Chris. Adrian, quick comment from you.
Yeah, the AI landscape obviously continues to evolve. What has happened over the past 10 years particularly is spectacular. Huge investments in many areas are being made, AI being one of them, but large language models, biotechnology, robotics, synthetic life forms, even into quantum computing, which is making significant grounds. But ultimately, there are huge investments being made globally into all of these areas by corporations, institutions, governments, right throughout the developed world. So it's difficult to say that Northern Ireland has a particular advantage, technically, monetarily, and so on and so forth. Even ChatGPT, OpenAI, they're spending tens of billions per year just training and running that model, and actually they haven't really figured out how to monetize it yet. So when you're talking about what is unique to Northern Ireland, actually it's much more of our unfettered access to the EU and to the UK markets. Obviously, the Exchequer wants us to maximise trade with the EU and keep those revenues within the UK, and yet to get access to that, it's almost a counter-ideology in terms of the approach to regulation. And I think Northern Ireland is actually uniquely placed to take advantage of that. If you think about the way the EU actually tries to regulate and classify AI activities, the stuff that's unacceptable risk and then high risk, there's a real opportunity, intermediate and low risk. There's a real opportunity, in my opinion, in Northern Ireland for those things that are considered high risk, like critical infrastructure that Camlin is involved in, to provide real value and high value added jobs in a regulated environment without stifling a lot of the companies in the UK or other parts of the world where they need a more lighter touch to regulation. And I think that's one of the areas that we should be considering as a province here, where we can take advantage of access into both of those markets.
Thank you. We almost got through an AI panel without saying ChatGPT, but you did it, Adrian. Connor and then Simon really quickly, because someone's aggressively waving at me that we have timed out.
Yeah, I definitely think we are uniquely positioned in terms of how we can leverage AI. I think we're like coming from some of these big global firms, seeing how they apply technology. I think we are probably a little bit behind, and I think AI can really help us make strides towards advancing some of the legacy systems that we're inundated with here, especially in the public sector. So yeah, I think there's obviously going to be a huge opportunity and a unique position for NI to receive a lot of investment around infrastructure, whether that's in fintech, within advanced manufacturing. I think absolutely we're doubling down on how we can make the technology easier for small and medium business. And yeah, I think we definitely see the talent pool here as from the STEM degrees that we're bringing our people up to speed with. There's just such a unique opportunity here for us to grow and for us to actually scale our business in NI.
Final word, Simon?
So very, very briefly, it was touched on earlier, culture and community. And I think uniquely, Northern Ireland and Belfast area especially, has this agility. You already as represented in the room today, are very well connected. You don't get that to the same extent elsewhere. And you understand each other, so that a lot of the research community understands the business need understands the research community. If you're in either of those camps and you feel you don't quite understand them, talk to them today and find out a little bit, ask the awkward questions, say you're interested and whatever, make that connection, because in my experience, that's what really makes the difference. And then finally, it's about what is the need. There are many tools in the AI toolbox. AI might not be the solution. There might be something else that needs to fulfill the need first, and then you find there's an AI solution later. So focus on what's the need, the value add, keep talking, and the future's very positive.
Perfect. And that's us, so thank you very much. Thank you to my panelists. So hopefully you enjoyed that.
Thank you, Ruth and panel. Again, a lot to unpack there. Again, I think we could probably spend the entire day talking about those issues. I guess a couple of points from myself. Ruth, I have taken a note. Adrian for keynote next year. Absolutely. I've also been trying to find my bollocking page. So I was interviewed by the BBC last night. No idea whether it's going to be used or how it'll be cut up. But one of the questions that they asked was, in Northern Ireland's a bit behind the curve in AI, isn't it? And my answer was, well, actually, probably not as much as you're implying. There's absolutely, excellence in organizations and individuals, as we say here. But equally, there are a lot of companies that are probably not even on the start of their AI journey. They're probably not even on the start of their digital transformation journey. And that is a challenge. And that is a challenge that I guess cannot be addressed by public sector doing very little in a very long time. But I guess the flip side here is we can't have a mismatch between the pace of development and application of AI and its diffusion into Northern Ireland ecosystem. And it's I'm going to rant here for a second. There is a key difference between AI and all the previous general technologies that had a sort of shifting power on the economy, and that is that for AI, most of the infrastructure you need to use it, if not all the infrastructure, is already in place. To use the web, broadband really had to be rolled out, and that could take years. But for AI, all the infrastructure is there, doesn't need to be built, and that's why OpenAI's ChatGPT got to 100 million users in 2 months. So that being the case, the only thing that we need to do as NI is to get the knowledge, to get the awareness, and to get the skills out to allow our companies to take advantage of it. And the flip side is, because we are a very small region, and then that in theory should be a relatively quick thing to do, and because we are so connected, it should be a collaborative thing to do. So, one for government to think about. Okay, so next up, we have a panel discussion that has been curated by Matrix. Matrix is the Science Advisory Panel for Northern Ireland, and I'm honoured to be a member of it. Matrix has led a number of studies into AI capability in Northern Ireland, often in partnership with the Alan Turing Institute, and I'm delighted we've got a number of representatives here today. So today, the Matrix Chair, Rob Grundy, will moderate a discussion on the opportunities Northern Ireland has to take a leading role in AI ethics and safety. So if everybody could come up to the stage, I'll give a very quick intro. So on our panel, we've got Rob, as I said. We've got Nell Watson, who's president of the European AI Office. Ken Guy, who's from, he's an associate of Alan Turing, as is Rob Proctor. And we've got Dr. Sandra Scott Hayward, Director of QUB's Academic Centre of Excellence in Cybersecurity. And I will try and get off stage without bowling down Rob. Over to you, Rob.
Thanks a lot, Tom. Hi, everybody. It's great to be here. I'm, as Tom said, Rob Grundy. I'm CEO of an AI-driven drug discovery company called Intelligent Omics, and I'm also chair of Matrix. So there's an increasing awareness of the broad challenges to the adoption of AI, and there is a need to address the particular challenges around ethics and safety. We do this to ensure that the sector can continue to thrive. These challenges are global. They're obviously not unique to Northern Ireland. Safety and ethics in AI also mean different things to different audiences. There are many and varied considerations, all of which have an impact on future growth of the sector. For example, in industry, uncertainty around implications for business and the responsibilities in compliance and governance are a concern. And in society, there's a need to build trust. This is built on transparency and accountability. Public reaction really does matter. There exists an opportunity around the responsible application of AI, better solutions for public services, applications to increased industry competitiveness. As has already been mentioned, AI safety has been the subject of numerous announcements and initiatives within the UK, not least the recent summit on AI safety at Bletchley Park. Here in Northern Ireland, the Matrix panel convened an expert group and project team tasked to explore the opportunity and to develop a potential solution to some of these challenges. We're fortunate to have members of our group on the panel today and to discuss these challenges and explore potential solutions. We'll outline what we have found in terms of gaps in the global AI and ethics and safety ecosystem, and discuss what might represent an opportunity for Northern Ireland to add value to this particular landscape. Okay, with that, we'll launch into discussion. So, introductions have been made, so I'll just launch into the questions. I'll start with Rob Proctor. What do we mean, Rob, by AI ethics and safety?
Well, that's a very good question, Rob. And I'll try to provide some ideas about how we understand these concepts. But before talking about AI ethics and safety, I'd like to actually go back just briefly to think about what we mean by AI. What are commonly understood definitions of that? And it's interesting that back in 2017, which seems a long, long time ago, and in fact is so long ago, it's before the first AI Con meeting, I've learnt today, there was a report by Wendy Hall and Jerome Pesenti for the government on AI and the economy. And they defined AI then in terms of really a series of techniques. Talked about machine learning, deep learning, neural networks, and so on and so forth. More recently, in fact 2021, as AI has become the term that's increasingly talked about in the public domain, the definition has moved to talk about what roles AI might play in work and life generally. And so definitions are, for example, that AI are systems that have intelligent behavior, that interact with their environments, and can make decisions or take actions with some degree of autonomy. And it's autonomy, I think, or the degree of autonomy, which is where we then begin to think about what is ethical in the terms of the use of AI. And so AI ethics, according to the Turing Institute, draws upon a set of values and principles and tries to translate those into a set of values that reflect generally accepted standards of behavior. Now, of course, that's where the problems begin because generally accepted standards are not necessarily, by definition, universal standards. And so, obviously, a lot of discussion then ensues about what is ethical, what are the appropriate standards to employ in deciding whether to use AI or not. If we then move on to the idea of AI safety, once we've decided that it's ethical to use AI, we have to be cognizant of the risks that might attend the use of AI if we don't build those systems correctly. And so AI safety is about putting in place methodologies, procedures to guarantee things like robustness, as we've heard about today, fairness, transparency, and to do all we can to mitigate harms that might otherwise ensue from the use of AI.
Thanks, Rob. Sandra, do you want to expand on that a little bit?
Thanks, Rob. Yes, so I guess one of the things to pick up on from what Rob has said is related to how we actually apply those principles, and it was drawn on the previous panel as well. So I'm a member of a working group in the IEEE, which is an engineering professional association, looking at the governance of AI and guidelines developed around that. So apart from the point that Rob already made around what is the definition of any of these principles, what is ethics, what is safety, and what does that mean to individuals coming from different backgrounds, different cultures, etc. So once you get over the arguments around all of that piece, then it's a case of what does it mean in the context of actually developing a system, deploying a system, governing a system within your organization. So what we've tried to do to address that, and we're a little bit behind the curve on this, I think in the previous panel they talked about regulation coming down the line very fast. I'm not sure that it's as fast as all that. But what we've added to this document is case studies. So we pick out a series of particular implementations. So for example, the use of AI and ML in machine learning in the personal medical health records, for example, or in the use of autonomous vehicles, automated debt recovery, and walk through what are the tensions between any of those principles. Because people might not necessarily understand the difference between the safety implications and then the transparency. How do they hang together? So what are the tensions and what are the complementarities? And asking questions, not necessarily posing all of the solutions, but from existing examples that we have or existing products or implementations that have been encountered, what arose in those cases, and therefore maybe how you might apply those within your particular organization. So I think that's something that's quite important to bring.
No, indeed. And Nell, can we for a minute just kind of pick apart safety and ethics and talk about the difference, please?
Yes, it's an important distinction to make, and safety is generally slightly well less known than ethics. I think because AI ethics is quite intuitive. Most people have had an experience where a social media algorithm has, told them off for something that was benign, possibly not even explained why they were told off, etc. And so we can understand how systems can be prejudiced, how they can lock us out of opportunities, and the lack of transparency and accountability in such systems, which is, of course, a major issue, especially when these systems have impact on our professional lives as well, and potentially who gets fired and hired. And we'll discuss a little bit of that later today. Safety is more about how we tell machines what to do and to trust that they're able to interpret that in a reasonable manner and not to do things that we didn't want them to, right? To know when to stop. Like, when is a sensible time to stop if you're given an instruction to clean an office, right? Do you like take the varnish off the desk, right? That would be a sort of a safety-related problem. Another major issue we're starting to see is specification gaming or reward hacking, where models, instead of doing their task, they end up doing a subtask that generates lots of points or reward for them. Quite famously, an OpenAI model, which was supposed to play a game where you race a speedboat around, it instead started picking up little tokens instead and going around in a circle over and over instead of actually playing the game. Another issue is the development of instrumental goals in AI systems. So if you give a very complex instruction to a system, as many of these agentized models like AutoGPT, etc., are now able to do, there's a chance that it might decide to seek money or seek power or seek influence as a way of actually achieving its ultimate goal, even though you didn't tell it to do that. And so as these systems get more complicated, there's likely to be more of these kinds of friendly fire incidents where systems do things, as part of their mission that ultimately are quite catastrophic. So AI safety is far less intuitive than AI ethics, but it's emerging as a serious domain that we need to look at. We need to have good rules and good technical protection for, especially as models move out of simply generating content and actually taking action in the real world.
Okay, that's brilliant. Let's expand on that then. So Ken, can we talk about and perhaps exemplify some of the current challenges that we face in this area?
Yes, in general challenges, not just in Northern Ireland, but everywhere. When we look at the diffusion of AI generally, I've been looking at AI before it was called AI, evaluating government programs on IKBS systems and the like in the 80s and on. And I've seen how AI has grown, is diffusing, and you now have a tsunami of AI applications and use, unprecedented. And everyone wants to play with the new things you can do with AI. Everyone's fascinated by it. But at the same time, like a child is fascinated by the flame, the hand goes out over the flame and there's a burning sensation. And there's a risk involved. With AI, one of the barriers to the diffusion of AI is this uncertainty about what are the risks. And this is manifested in terms of there will be, as we heard, new regulations in different parts of the world about AI. They will be based on different ideological stances. The UK traditionally, not just in terms of AI or anything else, has a very laissez-faire attitude to regulation. EU has very much tick-a-box conformity way, and that covers all auditing practices, accounting practices, development of all laws, etc. Now, people are uncertain about how you go about that. They don't know if a firm in particular wants to develop an AI tool or a firm wants to use one. In their mind now is this question about, wait a minute, what are the drawbacks? There's legislation coming, I don't know what it is. I want to sell this into India. What are the rules governing ethics and safety in India, in China, the US? It varies everywhere, and it's constantly changing. So there is this uncertainty about what to do and what's acceptable in different environments. And this is a barrier to the diffusion of AI. And at the moment, everyone's playing with it, but people will start retracting it. And one of the reasons that it's a barrier is because, quite frankly, there is not enough knowledge about its use and potential use. It is not just that there is a fear and uncertainty about what the use is, it's actually difficult to access information about what are the potential drawbacks. It's difficult to access information about what the new regulatory structures call for. There are not enough in firms, people skilled enough in AI ethics and safety issues to be able to help them. So in essence, you have this general situation whereby there's a huge gap in terms of our knowledge about what different regulatory structures are, what are the rules governing use. There's a lack of information about how you can access it. There's a lack of trained people able to act on it. And these are big gaps not only in this area. And you have, if I might give an example of why these things are difficult. Now, this is a very odd example, but I want to use it to say that ethics is a very difficult thing to get to grips with about what is ethical and what is not. My daughter works in the digital media world. And when she found out I was coming here, she said, oh, I've got lots of examples of you of this in practice. So she sent me a number of different examples of where she's come across ethical questions. One of them was puzzled me because it was about AI and pornography. And I thought, this is odd for my daughter to be sending me something about AI and pornography. But it was quite fascinating. It was about the development of sex bots and what is allowable and is not. Now, some platforms, but I don't know, how many people have you explored sex bots? No hands, I see. Yeah, didn't expect any. But if some platforms will not allow this, you cannot use those platforms to develop sex bots. But as soon as some platforms have taken this ethical decision not to do that, other platforms jump in straight away and allow it. And the article that my daughter sent me was about a sex worker who discovered that videos of her were being used and manipulated, and a chatbot had been developed with her voice to be used. And she discovered this was happening again and again with different people. And instead of being offended and outraged and deciding, I'm feeling helpless, she set up her own company to develop these, worked with AI people to develop, what are they called, virtual friends, which actually reflected, were trained on her. She took over the training of them so that these chatbots didn't just use her voice and her pictures, but actually were much of a greater representation of what she was. And so she formed this company. Other sex workers joined her. They now find they earn more money by this route than they did as actual sex workers themselves. So what's ethical here? What's ethical? Is it ethical? One company bans the use, others perhaps unethically start changing it, another person takes the sees it as an opportunity to develop a system, etc. So ethics is very different to different people.
Okay, thanks, Ken. There's a little bit more colour in that exemplification than I was expecting, but fascinating nonetheless. Given that we're starting to understand some of the challenges, Sandra, can you talk about some of the solutions, perhaps, that especially locally, we might be able to provide?
Sure. Not quite sure how to follow that. But yeah, so I mean, I guess coming from academia, I'm going to say education. And one of the things that we're doing at Queen's is, apart from, I think Chris also mentioned, introducing new masters in AI. We also have machine learning modules. We've had this for many years now through our computer science courses. But one of the things that we've been doing for the last about 10 years is interdisciplinary work. So, for example, we have a Leverhulme funded interdisciplinary network on algorithmic solutions. So that's a doctoral training program. And the key here is to address one of the challenges that Ken mentioned, that issue that we don't all speak the same language. We're not coming necessarily with that information about the law and the social science and the psychological aspects if you're building something from a software perspective or from a hardware perspective. So what we do at the program is to co-supervise, and we have academics in the social sciences, law school, geography, arts and languages, etc., working alongside us in computer science and maths and physics to co-supervise students looking at these issues at the intersection. And the idea is that the social science students will gain an understanding of the actual technology. So when you go into an organization to either design the regulation or to produce some governance or policy information, you actually know a little bit more about what is inside it, what are the actual technical issues that might be come up, how it works, for example. And on the flip side, we have then the technologists who are trying to get in a bit more of appreciation of the ethical considerations, even looking at a problem at the beginning saying, okay, we might have an algorithmic solution, is that the right solution? You know, is that the thing that we actually want to apply to this particular problem that we're trying to address? So I think that's one of the key things, is bringing that engagement together. And the second thing just is related to sort of the AI and so the research and industry perspective. So we recently started a large program at Queen's, the Cyber AI Hub, and in that space we're looking at addressing with industry some of the problems from a security and of AI perspective. So using machine learning techniques for security solutions, and also then looking at the security of those machine learning solutions. So I think in order to sort of serve those organizations, there's a skills development piece, and that's what we're trying to do within the company itself.
Very good. Thanks, Sandra. Conscious we've just got a couple of minutes left. In those minutes, I just want to cover two things, really. I'm going to ask Nell, first of all, what credentials does Northern Ireland have to provide solutions and an intervention in this space?
Well, we have several wonderful things that we can bring to this mix. First is, of course, our unique jurisdictions at the sort of intersection of the UK, EU, and also strong transatlantic links as well. I think that gives us a unique ability to potentially understand how these different things fit together, the intersection of these different elements. I think culturally we have a history of trying to depolarize people and trying to create good rules that can help to do that, which is something I think that we can lead in this world of increasing algorithmically driven polarization. And also, of course, we have some tremendous tech talent here, much of it in this room, some excellent universities and fantastic companies and government initiatives as well. So I think we have a unique position in the whole globe for leading this work.
That's really exciting. And just finally, Rob, perhaps you could talk about the output of the current study and what the vision might be for Northern Ireland in this area.
Sure. So Ken and I have been doing a study for the Department of the Economy here in Northern Ireland to examine where there's a gap that could be filled in order to take our understanding of AI ethics and safety forward. And it's plain that there's a lot of organizations that are looking at the kind of policy and regulation sphere of AI. And therefore, there's not a lot of benefit from trying to join in that conversation. It's a very crowded space at the moment. What is not crowded, though, and where there are gaps, as Ken, I think, mentioned, is in practical understanding of how to interpret policy and regulation, how firms go about decoding what regulation means for their particular sector that they're working in or part of the world that they're trying to develop products and services for. There's a lack of practical understanding. There's a lot of lack of understanding of what is best practice and sharing that best practice amongst firms. And so we feel that there is a real opportunity here for Northern Ireland to create a centre that can drive forward best practice, that can work with firms to raise their skill levels and understanding and share that understanding within the sector, provide training and so on and so forth, so that the sector becomes better able to meet the practical challenges of delivering ethical and safe AI products and services. And we hope that this will enable the Department for the Economy and others to think about how the sector in Northern Ireland can move forward in a way that will, I think, benefit the sector and the UK and further afield.
Brilliant. Well, I think that's a very optimistic note to end the discussion on a very important and challenging area. So I'd just like to thank the panelists very much for an interesting discussion. Thank you very much.
So thanks again to Rob, Matrix, and our panel. I will sort that out, don't worry. Now, as that session was going on, I thought of something. It was the sex worker story that kind of it triggered this. And it is an area that concerns me. Not the sex worker bit, but it's a good illustration. There is a bit of a narrative at the moment, or a bit of a concern about AI stealing people's jobs. I don't think that's necessarily the big concern, certainly not for Northern Ireland, certainly not today. I think the bigger concern is the fact that people who use AI effectively, like that entrepreneurial sex worker, is likely to steal the jobs of people who do not use AI effectively. Therefore, the dissemination of AI awareness and knowledge, I think, is critical for any region, particularly here. But that's an aside. So at this point, we're going to do a little bit of coordination. We're going to split up into 2 separate tracks. I'm sure it's going to go smoothly, but if not, Conla and team are in hand to sort us out. So if you're interested in the broader societal track, please stay where you're seated here in Titanic. Okay? If you wish to join the technology track, can you please make your way to the Olympic suite, where the Ashland events team will steer you in the right direction. So again, if you're interested in the societal track, stay here, do not move. If you want to at least see the first of the technology sessions, please move to Olympic. Okay, everybody, if you're still here, I assume that you're here for the societal track. And if that is the case, could you just move forward as best you can, maybe occupy some of the empty seats? It's easier to see and hear if you're old and feeling like myself. Okay, almost steady state. Maybe a few stragglers. Brilliant. Okay, so as I say, if you're still here, you're obviously interested in the societal track. If you're not, you know where to go. Well, Olympic. So to kick off this track, I'd like to hand over to Nell Watson, who has been instrumental in pulling this track together with me. So can I hand over to Nell Watson?
Thank you so much, folks, and thank you for being here. Often, AI is the easy part. It seems tricky, but really, in some ways, it's simply following Moore's law, where we have more computing power, more data, and optimized algorithms. And so in some sense, AI is something that we can expect to happen and grow. But we cannot expect the same when it comes to ethics, when it comes to responsible engineering. That's something that doesn't just happen. It's something which needs to be done very carefully. And we're discovering that our advancements in AI are greatly outpacing our ability to make sense of these technologies, to create good standards and certifications for them, and to make sure that we don't undermine human autonomy, right? That we don't have these autonomous systems that end up usurping the autonomy of human beings. That's why this societal track is so important. And today, of course, we're going to look at some of these emerging issues which are of concern, and to hopefully help to create those rules and to steer those conversations to ensure that we can use these technologies better and more effectively. Our first session, if we can get Christina in the room, and we're still hunting for her, still trying to find and make sure that she's ready to take over. Do we have Christina? Not just yet. Okay, that's all right. So I will give a bit of an overview then to begin with in terms of algorithmic management. Algorithmic management is this emerging domain whereby instead of having machines just monitoring or controlling business processes or technical processes, that we now have machines that are actually governing the workplace, that we are governing how people do their jobs in their daily lives, every task that they are assigned to, the hours that they are given to work within. And indeed, some of those decisions, in fact, include the hiring and firing of personnel as well. What's more is that we're discovering that all kinds of things about us are hidden in plain sight. It is possible for a simple selfie that you take, many of us take many times a week even. We can reconstruct the entire environment in which that selfie was taken simply by analyzing the eyeball of that person and doing some machine learning magic with things like neural radiance fields. Moreover, algorithms such as Eulerian movement magnification mean that we can amplify tiny, tiny little movements in somebody's face, for example, acting like a microscope for time. And we can pick up the heart rate and breathing and blood pressure and every single heartbeat that comes from that. And it's great fun to do that on footage from, Newsnight or some other show like that, where some politician gets asked a difficult question and you see the heart rate go way up. But we can also do this with human beings. We can use these technologies to monitor people's mood. We can monitor whether or not they went out for a drink the previous evening. And potentially, we can even start to monitor things like hormonal profiles to understand whether or not somebody might be pregnant, for example. And that, of course, can have very major implications. And so, without further ado, I would like to invite on stage Dr. Christina Hiesel, Professor of Law and Criminology at KU Leuven, to tell us more about algorithmic management today. Thank you very much.
Yes, thanks a lot for the kind introduction. Yes, as Nell has told you, I'm a lawyer. I'm a labor law researcher, and as such, let me show you that slide. As such, I'm perhaps a little bit less concerned with the question that everybody always seems to come up with when something is about work, so AI at work, which is something that has also been mentioned, I think, in the session before, which is like, what if all of those super smart algorithms are one day taking up our jobs? The feeling that I have is that this question is kind of coming up all the time whenever there is some kind of major technical development, and that has been the same thing, I guess, for a century or so. And I guess many of you might be more well-placed to answer that question. What we are mainly talking about as legal researchers is more the question, what happens if algorithms are taking our bosses' jobs? And that is something that is already happening today in many workplaces, that algorithms are basically hiring and firing, or at least supporting hiring and firing decisions. Yes, they are instructing workers, they are also controlling workers to a large degree. And that is, of course, the question, to what degree do we want that, and if we want that? And that also speaks to the ethical questions that were already raised this morning. If we want that, how can we design it in a safe way, in a healthy way, in a way that brings us further as a society? And yes, so as labor lawyers, the main questions that we have been asking ourselves very much are concerned with privacy, of course, because as you might know, algorithms, basically, they work on data. They need to be fed with enormous amounts of data. And that, of course, means that in many workplaces where algorithms are used, also lots of data is collected about workers. Algorithms might really measure workers' every moves, might measure every work step in order to then analyze whether or not those workers are fit to do their job, whether or not they are performing well, whether or not they might be in need of retraining, whether or not they might need to be dismissed. So in the end, this is already happening, so there are privacy concerns relating to all of that data collection, and very much related to that is certainly well-being at work. And here I really want to kind of underline that there is a certain tension, because legally speaking, on the one hand, an employer has an obligation to make sure that the company is doing everything possible, so everything that's reasonably and technically possible in order to ensure the safety of workers. And nowadays we have technologies that can make a health and safety policy much more efficient than it used to be in the past. And then the question is, do I really, as an employer, do I have to use all of that? If, on the other hand, it might be really interfering with people's privacy, like things that are wearables, like things that collect health data about employees, that might tell you a lot about which risks they can be exposed to, whether or not they might be tired, whether or not they might have been drinking the day before and therefore not fit to do certain types of work. So here it gets really into the question how to also find a good balance between privacy on the one hand and safety on the other. And we don't really have that yet in our law, that we really know where that balance needs to be struck. And basically, employers have both obligations, and violating one of them may lead to punishment. Another issue is, of course, the information asymmetry that we always have in employment relationships, where we always have this idea that, well, if there's an employment contract that is, like formally speaking, it's a contract, two people have agreed on it. In reality, we know, of course, that it's employers that formulate those employment contracts. Very often employees might not even really read the contract they are signing. They might not even understand very well what they're signing up to. So basically there is this potential of abuse always in the informational asymmetry that we are seeing in work. And this is, of course, hugely exacerbated when employers use algorithms and their knowledge is, of course, expanding, whereas employees might not even know what the employer knows about them. So that is also an issue that we're dealing with. Discrimination is a huge issue. So we all know that people, human beings, can be biased, but algorithms tend to perfect the bias, we could say. So if there is bias in the material on which an algorithm is trained, then this bias tends to be applied much more structurally, much more systematically, in a way that the bias is actually not reduced, as we might hope for, but might actually be increased, and that is also a problem that we are facing. And here a great problem is also that employers might not even be aware of all the bias that is in the data that this supposedly objective algorithm is using. Lastly, and that is specifically a problem for labor law, if you're using algorithms to steer people's work and to make people work, then there is a potential to use gamification, to use incentives, instead of what we have had traditionally, like obligations, instructions that have been traditionally the ingredients of a labor law contract. And the question here is, of course, that is a problem for us, because that is also the ingredients based on which we have identified employment contracts traditionally. So you might know in the UK, for example, there is this idea of the mutuality of obligations. If a court is asked whether or not somebody is an employee or a self-employed, then basically what they're looking at is this mutuality of obligations. And if you have an algorithm steering people, you might not actually need those, because you can make people work by having a pool of employees that you don't see as employees, you see them as self-employed. You use mechanisms of gamification, you use mechanisms of incentives and also of competition between the employees in order to make people work exactly at the times you want them to and exactly the types of work that you want them to. And then if a judge looks at the contract, the question is it still a labor contract actually? And then that is really what courts in many countries have been really struggling with. And you might have seen it on the first slide. So that was the funding disclaimer. I'm working with the European Commission, and I got this task of looking into case law across the European countries on how judges have identified platform workers, because platform workers are basically the group of people that is most subject to this kind of algorithmic management, where many contracts are really not having anything to do with human decision-making any longer, where people are basically steered by an app that they have on their phone. And yes, as you can see here, this is actually an issue that has been occupying the courts in many, many countries. Yes, I found 17 countries actually in Europe where courts or administrative institutions have already been asked to classify platform workers, and we can really see that they're struggling with this question, because we see people that do traditionally low-skilled jobs very often. They do jobs that are supervised and micromanaged by apps. And nonetheless, in principle, those people don't have an obligation to work. So they don't have an obligation to work certain hours. They choose completely how much they work and when they do it. And that's a problem for our traditional definition of what a worker is. Yes, so what you can see here in the bold, you can actually see the last instance decisions. So we have had last instance decisions about platform workers in 7 countries already, and with the exception of France, usually they have actually identified those people as workers. In the end, also developing very much our understanding of what is a worker and how those definitions might need to evolve in order to really give them the protection that they need, because materially speaking, they are not entrepreneurs that are deciding on how to set up their business. And secondly, another case law overview that the European Commission asked me to do was about, in the more narrow sense, algorithmic management, and specifically the question of its lawfulness and also the information requirements that you have in that case, so the transparency requirements in that case. And as you can see there, here the case law is almost absent at present. So although we have rules around that, we have the GDPR, as we will see, we have also lots of rules about discrimination, for example. This seems to be something where claimants are not very much aware of their rights at the moment. Also, like individuals and also employers, obviously, are not very much aware of the question. So there's very, very little case law as of today on this issue. And let me nonetheless give you a little overview of what we've seen so far in order to illustrate also what kind of problems we're dealing with from a legal perspective. And I'll start with the Dutch cases that are actually driven by an international union, workers' interest representatives cooperation that is based in the UK. And the claimants in those cases are also Uber drivers and Ola drivers from the UK and from Lisbon, basically. So they've been driving in those countries. Nonetheless, the cases have been brought in the Netherlands, where Uber is based, which you can do under European procedural laws on this, and which is perhaps also a very smart decision. If you compare the UK's case law to the Dutch case law, they had a much better chance of succeeding in the Netherlands. And what they basically said, so most of the cases were about robo-firing. So if you're an Uber driver and Uber dismisses you, it's not like you get a letter that tells you you are dismissed because of this and that. You usually get an SMS that tells you, well, as of today, you've been deregistered from our platform because we have realized that you might be engaging in fraudulent behavior. We can't tell you anything more about that, but here is a list of examples of what you might be accused of. And then it might tell you, okay, perhaps you have been sharing your account, or perhaps you have been using some software on your phone that is interfering with the algorithm. It's just a list of examples, and you don't even get a reason why you've been deregistered. And so the first case, that's what I call the scholar's mate, because Uber was obviously not prepared at all. They did not appear at the hearing. It might have been also difficult to find a lawyer who was really an expert in these subjects, because it was the first case of this kind. And so they were basically sentenced in absence, where the court just said, well, it looks kind of reasonable that those employees, or drivers, they were not yet recognized as employees, were fired by what we call a solely automated decision. And solely automated decisions, according to the GDPR, are basically prohibited in terms of everything that concerns significant interests of the data subject, with some exceptions where I'm not going into details, but that's basically it. And we then had 3 follow-up cases that were also about robo-firing and also about information, so about getting information from Uber and Ola about the algorithms they are using and how they are working actually, because as you know, the GDPR has this transparency requirement, and basically, employers and also other data controllers are obliged to inform their data subjects about what they are doing and how their algorithms are working. And they have been decided in a second instance relatively reasonably, with the claimants largely winning the cases. That's abbreviated like this. In parallel, what I also wanted to point out, cases have been launched by the same Union Corporation in London. And the first is an interesting case. It's about transport for London. Because if you're an Uber driver and you're deregistered by Uber because of allegedly fraudulent behavior, then the thing is that you do not only lose access to the Uber app, you basically might also automatically lose your license to be active as a driver in London. And then even if you try to work for some competitor, you might not be able to do that because the authority is basing its judgment on the judgment that Uber made, and that judgment, again, has been made by an algorithm. And then the idea here is that under the GDPR, this solely automated decision-making is, of course, prohibited, and according to the case law that we have in the few cases that have been launched up until now, the idea is really that if you have a human that is making a decision and it's basically just rubber stamping what an algorithm had said before, then that should also be seen as prohibited. So that is one of the cases. And what we also have pending now in the UK is a first instance, so it's been admitted in first instance, a case about facial recognition. Because many of these platform workers, before they start working, they basically need to prove that they are themselves. And this is very often done by an app scanning their faces and telling them whether or not they are themselves. And we know that these applications very often malfunction if it is about minority groups. So they are not, so among drivers, of course, they are very much overrepresented. Immigrants are very much overrepresented. And yes, the technology is very often malfunctioning, and that means that these people can't log into their account. And in the worst case, they're even accused of fraudulent behavior because they are allegedly tried to have somebody else access their data. So they are like, there's a double punishment for that. So that is a pending case. And then finally, what I wanted to mention is the Italian cases. And here it's mostly about those delivery riders. So with food delivery apps, these are also like more or less 100% steered by algorithms. And these are actually the only discrimination cases we've had up until now, where the judge really said, well, what we can see about the app is that it is rewarding performance, which as such is not prohibited, of course, so an employer can reward performance, but it is not taken into account at all the reasons that you might have for not performing the way that the employer wants to. So if it's really just controlling whether or not you're working on the weekends, on the specific, at the specific times that the app wants you to work, because then it has the most orders, and it's not taking into account that you might have been sick, that you might have had family obligations, that you might have been on strike, as it was in that case, then it might have serious discriminatory elements for certain groups of workers, and that's the idea. That's also why they have been condemned in that case. Italy is also the only case where we have had a data protection authority. So that's what we have in all the member states, a data protection authority that's basically looking into whether the GDPR is actually applied. And where we've had that data protection authority really examining two platforms in detail, so it was about Glovo and Deliveroo, and where they basically concluded that they were not aware at all of their obligations under the GDPR, so they were collecting data more or less without any borders, so they were really collecting all this, geolocation data and storing it forever, more or less, and yeah, so there was no borders to the amount of data they were collecting, and there was also no information. So the information documents that were received by the riders were very often contradictory and sometimes even just claiming, well, we're not using any algorithms, which was just like, ridiculous, basically. So that also happened only in Italy, and that gives us a little bit of an insight into the enormous amount of data that is really collected by those platforms. And Italy is also the only country where there's been a dedicated initiative at national level to really oblige at least platforms that are systematically using algorithms and also other employers if they have a certain size, to really systematically inform workers with a specific list of things that have to be in that information, going from cybersecurity to potential discrimination and so on, so that really clarifies what are the obligations of the employer, because that is unfortunately not too clear in the GDPR. And also on this, we've had 2 rulings already where, yeah, again, platform companies were at issue. I'll conclude with the rulings on Amazon. And Amazon, as you might know, has very different types of workers, so it also has these deliverers, and it's not about them here. It's firstly about warehouse workers. So you might have heard also about working conditions in those warehouses being kind of very difficult. This was about a German warehouse where the idea was really, should the algorithm be allowed to make those workers really document each and every step of their work? Because Amazon also explained that was really necessary in order to coordinate the work in a huge warehouse with thousands of employees that all had to somehow work together in order to keep the business going and to really guarantee that all those packages were were posted in time. If this is really putting a lot of stress on those workers, so that was really the question. It was not so much about the algorithmic decision making as such, it was more about the question, does the fact that Amazon is relying on these algorithmic decisions really justify the fact that those workers are working under a lot of pressure? And this is basically the only decision where in the end the court said, well, yes, the company is right, so the company is entitled to use the algorithm the way it wants to. And that was to a large degree also based on interviewing workers' representatives, that when they were asked if they would prefer Amazon to have a kind of traditional way of supervising them, to have real human beings supervising them, they said, well, basically we prefer the algorithm because we have the feeling the algorithm is less judgmental than those racist Germans. And that was also something, so this case is also showing to a certain degree that the ethical questions are sometimes really difficult, because there are people, of course, that say it puts a lot of pressure on people, that they know that every step they take is really supervised. On the other hand, some people might actually prefer having an algorithm supervising them than people where they have the feeling, well, maybe they are not completely objective. So that is one of those examples. And finally, let me just briefly talk about cases outside the platform economy. I tried to find cases outside the platform economy, but there were really not many that I could find. I basically found 2 examples. One is about an airline in Portugal, and one is about a cosmetics company in the UK, and both are about dismissals. And let me point out, in the second case, that is really the one case that shows that if we're not talking about platform companies that, of course, create their own algorithms that are really developed by the company itself and it knows exactly what they are doing. If normal employers are using software, very often they don't understand what the software is actually doing. And here they were using a software that was programmed in the US for hiring purposes, which said, well, I'll assess videotaped interviews and tell you which candidates are most suited for the job. And what the employer then did was to use it for firing people instead of hiring people, because it said, I need to dismiss 3 employees and I want to know which I should pick. So let's have them all do a videotaped interview and let the software tell me which 3 employees show the lowest scores. And then when the 3 dismissed people asked what is the reason why we're dismissed, they actually got this kind of data sheet where they had 5,000 data points analyzed, and they said, well, this is the reason why you've been dismissed. And neither the employer nor the employee nor any judge, of course, could understand what the software had actually been doing and what was the reason why these 3 were chosen in order to be dismissed. And that case was settled, so we did not have any outcome here, and I think the employer was very smart to settle it, because in the end, especially in discrimination cases, we have this rule that the burden of proof is reversed. So if, as an employee, I have the feeling I've been discriminated against and there are some factual elements that point in that direction, then basically it's for the employer to prove that there has not been any discrimination involved. And that is, of course, very difficult if you don't understand what the algorithm has actually been doing. I don't really have the time here. Do I have any time left? Or okay, I'll not, 3 minutes, okay, that's perfect. I'll not go into the legal details. I'll answer any questions on that if there are any. Let me just very briefly go into what the EU is doing in that regard at the moment. So at the moment, we already have very important rules from the EU. Most of the cases I just told you about were really decided based on those EU-level rules. So we have, on the one hand, those discrimination directives, which are at a relatively high level, I would say, internationally speaking. We have the GDPR, of course, which is very much about, well, whether or not it's lawful to use algorithms in the first place and what kind of transparency obligations there are. There's also the P2B regulation, platform to business regulation, which seems to be very little known, and I really couldn't find a single case where this was actually applied in practice, although this would actually contain quite a number of rules that would also be applicable to non-workers, so if people are then classified as self-employed. What the EU is now trying to do in order to fill all the gaps and to deal with the uncertainties that the GDPR is very much leaving here, I've tried to very briefly summarize on the right side. So we've already mentioned the AI Act today, and here when we talk about employment, it is categorized under the AI Act, so under the proposed AI Act, it's not yet there, as a high-risk application, meaning that there will need to be in advance some form of control, and it's still very much disputed how this control should look like, because as of now the text does not say, for example, that workers' representatives should be involved, which is making the unions pretty angry. So this is not yet quite clear how it will look like, but it's certain that there will be some kind of advanced control, which would certainly be preferable to the situation that we have right now, that lots of employers are using some form of algorithmic application and very often not really knowing what they are doing. And then the question is the producer then in some way responsible for that, and how do liabilities actually look like? So here the AI Act could certainly help to a certain degree. There's also a platform workers directive. So I already mentioned most of the cases are really about those platform workers. Yes, what the EU is now proposing is really to introduce, a presumption of an employment relationship for those people, and also specific duties regarding algorithmic management. And I won't go into details on that, but the question is, of course, why would we introduce that only for the platform workers? Because we know that AI is concerning so many more people, although it's most evident for the platform workers. So the Commission has already kind of promised that it will also think about a more general directive on algorithmic management, about like really fixing what kind of obligations do the employers have, and what kind of, in terms of informing their workers and informing also workers' representatives that are in the end much more likely than individual workers to then do something about, about algorithms that may violate laws. Yes, and with that, I'm finished. Sorry for taking too much time. And yes, I'm looking forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christina, for that very insightful and detailed description, which was fantastic. We're going to have a bit of a break, folks. We're going to take about 10 minutes, just quickly grab a drink, visit the restroom, and then we'll kick off again at 11:40, where we will continue the conversation on algorithmic management and responsible AI. Thank you very much. See you soon. All right, folks, welcome back. I hope you had a nice little break. I'm really looking forward to our next section. We're going to continue the conversation about algorithmic management and different ways in which people can become disenfranchised by algorithmic processes, and some of the things that we can do about that. And we'll also have a look at some of the more beneficial or potentially positive aspects of these technologies as well, because it's important to realize it's not all doom and gloom. Rather, responsible AI is about finding our way towards that better future where we can actually enjoy these things and not just be freaked out about them. So joining us again, of course, is Professor Christina Hiesel, who is Professor of Labor Law at KU Leuven. We have Luc Tisi, a Senior Manager of AI and Data over at Deloitte on the far end. And we have David Lorimer, who's Legal Director of Lewis Silkin LLP, who've been one of the thought leaders in this space on algorithmic management and its respect to the law. So welcome all of you very much indeed. And thank you very much indeed to Christina for that primer. That was a fantastic talk and gave us a wonderful overview, I thought. I'd just like to start off by bringing up one of the things you mentioned about the blacklisting of people, whereby people can end up on a list and it's completely non-transparent, but recruitment agencies or recruiters, etc., are able to share these lists. And sometimes there have been incidences where trade union members in, for example, the construction sector have ended up on these lists and become basically unemployable as a result. And in an algorithmic age, there's a potential of these kinds of issues to crop up, even without necessarily specifically naming anyone or specifically saying exactly what they've done, but it might be buried in some model that they have been considered problematic, etc. So what are the ways in which these kinds of blacklisting issues can begin to be addressed, do you think?
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. So you're speaking, of course, about something that we've been dealing with for a long time before there was even AI, the problem of discrimination. As I already mentioned, like the law is trying to do a lot of things in order to help victims of discrimination, because like very often, in most cases really, the problem is that you don't even know why you're being discriminated against. You have no way of proving it. So there is, of course, this reverse burden of proof, but that only works once you're going to court. And that is the thing that most people will never, ever go to court. So there is initiatives, of course, that are trying to provide more transparency, and especially providing not transparency to the workers, because in the end, individual workers, they also must know, but that's not going to change much in the end, because an individual worker, especially if they're still in an ongoing employment relationship, is never going to court. And even after that, it might be very difficult with all the uncertainties, the costs, and so on involved. So here there's really a lot of thinking about how can we solve this via involving specifically workers' representatives, also NGOs perhaps that are dealing with discrimination, that they are really better informed about what kind of criteria the algorithms are using, and that they are also bringing the cases, because the burden of proof really works when the cases are being brought. And if employers and other institutions that are using those algorithms need to be kind of afraid in advance that they need to explain what the algorithm is doing, then they might also shy away from using algorithms that are either self-learning, so nobody can actually explain what they are doing, because this is just, it's basically impossible under the GDPR to use that, because if they're self-learning, then nobody can explain what is going on. And also shy away from things that they don't understand, because they have been produced, the algorithms have been produced by companies that specialize in thousands of different aspects that they might not necessarily have studied themselves. So that is really something, in order to really bring the cases, that is, I think, the most significant challenge, that you really have functioning systems which then work as a deterrent, because you can't bring every case to court. The thing is really, it needs to be deterrent for employers and other institutions to use algorithms that they either don't understand or do very well understand, but really want to work that way, that they are discriminating.
Absolutely. Yeah. So transparency is really the cornerstone of contestability, right? The ability to actually say, excuse me, the predicate upon which this is based is either untrue or is very unfair as well. Super. I noticed also, I think, David, you mentioned one time to me that there's a TUC private members bill, is that correct? And some other initiatives from Tech UK trying to bring new legislation out?
Yeah, that's right. So I think, particularly in the UK, the union movement's been fairly or unfairly criticised for keeping up to speed with developments in the workplace, particularly responses to gig economy, perhaps not being at the forefront of pay transparency initiatives. So in fact, I think the opposite, I'm sensing the opposite is true when it comes to the deployment of AI in the workplace, and in particular when it comes to hire, fire, promotion type decisions. And so the TUC, the Trade Union Congress, have got together with a group of kind of fairly influential voices on this, Tech UK, some really leading kind of barristers in the discrimination world, and they're coming up with a bill, an AI and employment bill that they want to put forward as private members' bill. I think it's really a conversation starter, but it's also a kind of signal to the market that in terms of the kind of contestability that we've talked about, the kind of the unions will be there, the unions will be holding people to account. And that is quite a big, I'm a bit of an optimist on this, that's quite a big kind of driver. It helps employers to understand that there are legal risks and there are legal minefields that they need to navigate in deployment, but there's also the reputational risk. And if you've got people who are willing to speak up and talk about these things, then they're even more likely to do the right thing at the outset, to be doing things like algorithmic impact assessments to assess bias, to be doing things like data protection impact assessments to make sure that they're processing the personal data that underlies it lawfully. And so I think there are practical and legal levers here.
Brilliant. Luke, in your practice, have you come across increasing awareness by companies about their data-driven processes with relation to employment and other kinds of business processes like scheduling of people, etc.? Are people in that sector more aware or more concerned, or has there not yet been a breach through public ignorance yet in these areas?
I think in my line of work, so I'm working with a lot of the sort of big organizations across the UK, whether that's in public sector or private sector. It varies, right? But I think the larger organizations tend to be more aware of their responsibilities under that, but that's something that we obviously help and advise on. But yeah, I mean, going on all the other things we're saying, I think it is really important to be aware of those, your obligations under the law, not treating people as machines and just a data point, that's very important. And having those good compliance and governance procedures in place, because, there's a lot of opportunity with these things, right? And, we do want to encourage and foster innovation, but responsible innovation is very important, both to society, but also to these organizations in terms of, your reputational risk and the way you move forward.
Thank you. We did see quite an interesting and well-covered case, which to some degree is still ongoing. That's, of course, the Horizon Post Office scandal, which affected many, many different people who were sort of quasi-employees in a sense. They had a certain amount of autonomy. And these people, in case some of you might not have heard of this case, but there were hundreds of unsafe convictions for fraud, and dozens of people were in fact sent to jail for years, had to sell their houses in order to pay off a debt that wasn't theirs, marriages broke up, and some of them even ended up taking their own lives as a result of this rather simple system by today's standards, but it wrongfully implicated people. And if something so relatively simple that's algorithmic in a sort of basic level, do you think, it's an open question to each of you, do you think that the advent of generative technologies, of kind of black box models that are far less explicable, does that increase the risks, would you say, of these kinds of situations cropping up again?
So I would say yes, if these technologies are used in an appropriate way, right? So I think particularly in the sorts of examples that we're talking about here, having an auditable, explainable system is really important to not get yourself into hot water over these things. That said, I mean, Gen AI
all of these things bring about an awful lot of great opportunities in different places. But again, I come back to that. It's putting the governance and the procedures in place to make sure that you're using these things appropriately and you're evaluating the risks and mitigating those risks around it. Because when you put an AI system out there, it's not just as somebody said earlier in the previous talk. The AI is the tip of the iceberg. It's the system that you put around that, and the business process and the people and how they're involved in that. And you have to think about that whole process and making sure that you're mitigating the risks around it.
I think that's a fantastic point. It's the human in the chain, and it's so not only is that a sort of quasi requirement if you look at the automatic decision making type rules already existing in the UK GDPR and GDPR across Europe, but it's an informed human in the chain, and a human in the chain who's able to make a genuine choice, but who also understands the basis for the data points that they're faced with, and that's kind of one of the ways to kind of prove a bulwark against this, making sure that those people are making responsible decisions, making sure, frankly, they're understanding the what and the why of the data that they're being presented with, and not just blindly applying it, as seems quite likely to have happened in the Postmaster's case.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just stressing it again under the current legal system, and I think the GDPR, it has many, many flaws, but the decision that was perhaps very wise to make is that in this Article 22, which is about solely automated decision making, the idea is that if something significantly affects the interests of the data subject, so for like everyday tasks, it's perfectly safe to use generative AI, and it can actually be also very positive for workers, can have many beneficial effects. But if it's about a decision that significantly affects the interests, and that's then for the courts to interpret what that means, then there is basically a right to human oversight. And that is what I imagine is very difficult if it is any system that is teaching itself and where a human does not really necessarily know what kind of criteria are used, because human oversight cannot function if I don't understand the system in the first place. So my idea is also that legal use of generative AI must always stop at the point where we're making decisions that significantly affect the interests, like in that case it was obviously the case. Yeah. It must just stop, and we cannot use these kind of technologies because, like here, the interests of the data subject are just, coming first. So that will be, as of today, the legal, background of these kind of questions, I guess. Yeah.
Well said. What are some of the other potential risks that stop short of prosecution or of somebody being fired or blacklisted, but could such systems harm well-being in different ways? For example, by causing people to adopt unsafe kind of time and motion practices, or giving them practically impossible tasks to solve in a specific period of time. What kinds of effects might that have on people's morale and their long-term health, etc.?
Yeah, I think there is something to be said on that. I mean, I think probably the truth is what we all hear about are the Amazon recruitment tool use cases where biased outcomes happened. The Estee Lauder case was a really interesting one, where it was kind of misdeployed, if you like. That's not a word, is it? It was deployed in the wrong way. And I think there's a problem in that, because we automatically assume that has to be the way it is. And I don't think that's right. But in terms of the other issues, I think the lack of human insight, I mean, you can envisage a job, for example, warehouse fulfillment, where there isn't any human interaction across a day for two reasons. One, because there's kind of micro incentives to do stuff as quickly as possible. And two, because you're being told not just what and where to pick and pack, but how to do it through wearable tech, and how to make sure it's done ergonomically, safely, etc. There are really good reasons to deploy that, but there are potential evils or downside risks in it as well. And so there's the human interaction piece, there's the kind of trust piece. I think that's really important as well. How much trust do people automatically have in an application versus a human? And it was interesting what you talked about earlier, Christina, on that, where a lot of people surveyed had said, well, actually, I would quite like an algorithm that I perceive as slightly more objective to set my to set my objectives effectively than a human manager. So there are all sorts of questions, but I think what we often go to, as I said, is the downside, is the headline grabber on this kind of thing.
Yeah, so I think in my experience as well, where you've seen, particularly in high-profile cases where AI has been, criticized or it's used wrongly, is a common theme among all of this is lack of human agency. It's where you take away people's control over their own destiny, if you like, or the job that they do and all the rest of it. But I think as well, it's an important point when you're thinking about applying these technologies as an organization. If you treat your human workers as a machine, you're missing a trick because, if we look at, I suppose, public opinion around AI, you tend to think about it as, oh, well, it's just something that's going to keep growing in terms of capability, and eventually it's just going to replace everyone, and we don't need people anymore. What's the impact on that? But what we find when we're looking to automate different tasks generally is that the things that humans find easy are the hardest things to automate, and vice versa, right? And if you're thinking about organizations and you're thinking about trying to improve performance of an organization as a whole, what you find is these things are actually more complementary, right? So when you look at tasks that are solved by a combination of humans and machines working together with appropriate process around that, the outcomes that you tend to get are better than if you just have a machine or a human working in isolation. So I think, again, coming to that point earlier, if you treat your human workers as a data point, you're missing the trick as an organization because you're not making the best use of your employees.
That's a very good point. And increasingly we are seeing these sorts of hybrid workplaces of humans and machines working together, handing off tasks between each other. Even just last week, Amazon announced a sort of humanoid robot that's able to work side by side with human workers in the warehouse, for example. And then also, of course, there's the intersection between people working in the office versus those working at home, people working together, but in different jurisdictions, right? A sort of, distributed teams and things like that. And I would imagine that would add a tremendous amount of complication then when you've got multiple different potential jurisdictions as well involved, including that, of course, of the provider of certain technologies. Like, for example, I think you mentioned, was it the Estee Lauder case where it was a US-based system that was deployed in Europe? And
Higher View, it's called, yeah.
So are we starting to see complications as a result of these hybridizations?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's been the story of my career because organizations are inherently global, teams are therefore global, and they leverage different strengths, and there's always complications that come with that. Again, being an optimist on AI, I think that's something where these kind of platforms can help, can leverage the strengths that come from having a dispersed team and can help to mitigate some of the weaknesses. I think there are complications that come with that, but I think there are myriad tools that will help managers that are responsible for dispersed teams to leverage the best strengths from them. So, for example, Publicis Group have used a platform over and over again, which analyzes invitations to tender, so the kind of ads vendor, and that draws from their global workforce who might be the best placed people to respond to the tender with a kind of mix of skills, and brings them together and gives the head all of those data points about what the particular people's strengths are, and that's used properly. No bad thing. That will help them to manage those people more effectively. That will help, in turn, everyone to have a better day at the office.
Yeah, and I think picking up on that positive note, right? I mean, obviously there are challenges here, and one of the biggest challenges is the pace of change. But where I see the most potential in terms of a lot of these techniques is really about changing how people coordinate. So it's about connecting people to people and connecting people to data, right? And I know within our own organization, our people, like most organizations, are our biggest asset, right? And we have that challenge as well. We're a global firm. We have employees spread out throughout the UK. And a lot of the challenge sometimes is just trying to put the right people in the, connect the right people to the right people and understand, where that experience, where that knowledge sits within our organization. So, technology is definitely a tool that can be used to try and join the dots there, and it's something that, has potential there.
Yeah, I would say, legally speaking, it's very often a challenge, because we've talked about that a lot today, that we have very different approaches to data protection and use of algorithmic tools in Europe versus the US mainly. And you might also know there have been these cases about the GDPR, mainly Schrems versus Facebook. You might have known about them. So we had those safe harbor principles under which employers that had employees here and there and were based in the US could transfer data. And it was basically considered invalid by the court, and there was a replacement for that. That was also, again, considered invalid by the Court of Justice of the European Union. So for employers, it's of course very difficult to navigate a landscape where in the US, for example, consent is viewed very different from as it is viewed in Europe, where the idea is really that, well, an employee in an employment relationship cannot give consent freely to being supervised, to having decisions about his or her interests taken by an algorithm, because you're never really free if you're in an employment relationship. You're dependent on that employer in order to earn a living of yourself, and that is viewed very differently in the US in the end. And then the question is, of course, how are employers then dealing with that if they need to navigate both of those systems? So it makes it very difficult that we have different philosophies, I would say, perhaps, when it comes to the regulation. And we've mentioned that before, so definitely.
Yes, and I gather that sometimes employers think that if they say, you might be monitored at some point in some manner, a very sort of nebulous description, that that's good enough. And my understanding is that in many jurisdictions today, that is not good enough.
Yes, definitely, and that's what also those cases were about very much. So, for example, I mean, the GDPR is allowing basically employers to withhold, so data controls to withhold certain information if there is a good justification for it. And we had, for example, the justification on the one hand, of course, the business secrets surrounding how the algorithm is constructed in the first place, because of course if the employees want to have information about that, the idea is of course that competitors might also get to know it, but also fraud protection, for example. So Uber's system is of course trying to identify fraud, and we know that fraud is happening, that people are working without a work permit or without a driver's license, that the accounts are being shared with people that are basically not allowed to work as drivers in the country at issue. And Uber is trying to construct some algorithm in order to find out who is doing that and to then dismiss those employees. So that's basically a justified idea behind keeping them secret. But on the other hand, you have, of course, then the situation of people who have no idea why they have been accused of fraudulent behavior. And then the code basically also says, well, you have to find a way of telling people what were the criteria without necessarily giving technical details of how your algorithm is functioning. You just have to figure that out as a company, and that might be a challenge, maybe a little bit less for platforms that are experts in this subject, but certainly for, normal employers that are just using some kind of technology.
And I think transparency is a challenge, and organizations take a different approach to that. And your example of the AUP or the monitoring policy is a good one. We might keep an eye on you. Does that mean you're keystroke logging and taking screenshots of my screen every 3 seconds, or does that mean you're just kind of monitoring productivity in a different way? So I think there is a balance to be found there. But I mean, everything that's kind of baked into the GDPR is around proportionality. And so a really sensible starting point on any of this is always going to be, ask yourself the question, just because we can do this, does that mean we should? And if your answer isn't an unequivocal yes, then you're back to the drawing board and you start to get into the kind of considerations that Luke's been outlining as well.
Absolutely. And I would say, just to conclude, really, that if we can strike that balance, if we can find those proportional and fair and reasonable uses of these technologies, we do have incredible things we can do with them. We can help to coach people. We can help people to sort of manage by objectives better. And indeed, we can, for example, make sure that people are working in a safe manner, that they've got the appropriate PPE, and they're not overstressed or likely to develop, repetitive strain injuries and things like that. So there are wonderful things we can do with this technology, and I'm so glad we had this conversation about the best way to do that right. Thank you so much, Christina, David, and Luke.
Thank you, Nell and panel. So while we do a little bit of stage reorganizing, the next session is a conversation between Brendan Mooney and Serena Cesaro. Now, to give you a little bit of background, Tortoise has been a regular contributor to AICon for basically its existence, and this year is no different. Now, if you don't know Tortoise, they are a digital news organization which focuses on what they call slow news. And by focusing on in-depth analysis and thoughtful storytelling, I certainly find them a refreshing alternative to the constant breaking news cycle. So I and Kainos contributed with Tortoise on an analysis of the impact of trust or the lack of trust on AI adoption, and there was a session on that last year. We're currently collaborating on the Tortoise Responsibility Index for FTSE 100 companies. The index is a huge data journalism effort analyzing the environmental and social impact of FTSE 100 companies. Basically, what do the companies say they do, and does the evidence show that they're actually doing it? The R100 index hasn't included AI in their methodology to date, and Kainos is working on a 3-year project with them to identify effective ways to measure responsible use of AI in corporates and to ultimately incorporate this into the R100 index. So the initial research findings will be presented to a FTSE 100 audience at the end of November, but I'm delighted to bring you a preview of the findings from Serena Cesaro, who's lead researcher at Tortoise, and she'll be in discussion with Brendan Mooney, who is currently Kainos Director of Investor Relations and previously was CEO of Kainos for 20-odd years and is very well experienced in the FTSE environment. So I'd like to welcome Brendan and Serena to the stage.
Hello, hello everyone. Hello Brendan. I'm very, very excited for this conversation, and thank you, Tom, for this introduction. So, just to briefly introduce this project, I mean, Tom did a brilliant job, but in terms of the process of how we're trying to include AI in this Responsibility 100 index, we started by asking the question of what responsible AI means for businesses, to then try and think of how to measure responsible AI in the FTSE 100 context. And to do this, we've had a lot of conversations with various FTSE 100 representatives and chiefs of AI and technical advisors. And in terms of the pillars that we have managed to narrow this down to, it seems that businesses understand responsible AI by looking at transparency, fairness, and safety. And I wonder, obviously, these are big words that we've heard a lot today as well, and transparency includes things like accountability and explainability and other principles that are very well known. But I wonder, drawing from your experience working with a wide range of businesses and delivering digital solutions, what has been your understanding of how businesses interpret responsible AI, even considering the change that has been going on recently and how that has changed as well from your experience?
Serena, good afternoon, and good afternoon to everyone in the audience. I mean, I probably have to declare my bias at the very start. So when it comes to thinking about business, I think business can be a huge power for good. So I come with that kind of mindset. And being 35 years in technology, I come with a similar kind of bias when it comes to technology. I think it can be deployed and make such a huge positive difference to people's lives. At the same time, I'm not completely naive. There are instances where businesses perform poorly and where technology is used in a negative way. But I come with that kind of mindset as to how do we use this technology advancement for the betterment of everyone. I think when it comes to thinking about, AI, and I guess my background is a software engineer, but I'm a consumer of AI services as opposed to an engineer around AI. I just find it kind of hugely exciting. You know, there's such kind of power in AI. I mean, it's almost like as a consumer, it's magic. It's unknown. You know, how did it know to recommend that thing I just wanted right now? So that's definitely there as how I think about consuming it. But if you think of something as being magical or how it works as being unknown, I think you have to think about that with real care. You know, how do you make sure that, to your points about transparency, about fairness, about safety, how do you know that what is being offered to you as a consumer of a service adheres to all of those? So I think, you know, when it comes to organizations being responsible, and I love the Tortoise Media Responsibility 100 Index. I think it's just a clever way to take 200 different data points and say, this is our objective assessment of this organization and the responsibility. So I think it's a great concept. I think then that organizations kind of struggle with AI and responsible AI. If I think about our customers, and you know, so we've got, as a business, about 850 customers, about 150 of those are talking to us about AI. There's just a huge amount of confusion about AI. So what can it do for them? How does it work? How is it going to help them be better as organizations, as a manufacturer or a service provider? And if I think about how they're spending their time, they're talking about that disruption element 99% of the time, and maybe for 1% of the time, they're thinking, well, how can we do this in a responsible fashion? So I think that balance is out of kilter, but right now people are just trying to work out what AI means to them and their business.
Yeah, this is interesting, and I guess, I mean, earlier we've heard about how hard it is to think about ethics in general, and I was just thinking of how much harder it is when we think about AI ethics and trying to pinpoint what's right and wrong in this space. I mean, in terms of a very preliminary preview of the indicators that we've been selecting when looking at transparency, fairness, and safety, we've been looking, for example, at things like, to what extent does the business disclose the use of AI? Does the business have an AI strategy or an AI ethics committee? And does the business offer training and training programs on AI ethics, and to what extent as well? So on a regular basis, are they comprehensive across AI principles, and so on? And I guess a question that has come up quite often, which I haven't heard much about today or even in general, is the interaction between AI and environmental sustainability. And this is something that businesses are starting to understand as part of AI responsibility. And I guess there's two different ways in which that happens. And some companies that I spoke to understand AI and environmental sustainability as AI being functional to mitigate environmental harm. And at the same time, they think about how they can make sure that AI systems are designed in a way that is not harmful to the environment. And I wonder if you have ever heard anything in relation to this from the businesses that you've worked with, if you see any interactions between AI responsibility and the environment from your experience.
Yeah. So I'm probably going to be slightly gloomy on this topic, so apologies in advance. So the Responsibility 100 focuses on the FTSE 100 companies, so the biggest listed companies in the UK. So Kainos is in the group below that, the FTSE 250, so the next 250. And for us, when we think about sustainability and the climate impact of technology and of how we occupy the world. So in Kainos, we've got a net zero 2025 target. We're online to achieve that. And I think we're very proud of that internally because it's important to all of our colleagues that we are responsible around our climate impact and how we can help other organisations embrace a much more low carbon future. As a public company, every 6 months we go out and we talk to investors about what we're doing as a business and how that's kind of advancing and any headwinds we're seeing. And part of that update will be about our view about being responsible. So sustainability is part of that. So as a public company for 8 years, I've probably given 1,600 investor presentations to pension funds. So every one of us in the room will have heard of Aberdeen Standard or Bank of Montreal or these people who manage our pension funds. And out of 1,600 meetings, I've been asked about our climate plan once, maybe twice in all that time. And sometimes I bring it up as a topic of conversation, and there's a polite nod around the table, and then it's moving on to the things they want to talk about. So I think that when it comes to kind of larger organizations, I think have they fully embraced their responsibility around climate? My observation is no, they haven't.
Yeah, that's interesting, and I think something else that I was thinking about is how much I've heard companies telling me that the boards have started to be interested in AI safety and AI guardrails only with the boom of generative AI. And I was actually wondering, I mean, obviously, the potential of generative AI to influence a lot of core business functions from marketing to customer service and research and software engineering and so on is really high. But I wonder, how did generative AI change the understanding of responsible AI for businesses, and what did it look like before generative AI?
Yeah, I mean, I think that before the excitement around generative AI, so you kind of go back to kind of pre-Christmas of last year. I mean, there was some conversations about it. Nell, who was up speaking on the previous panel, is probably better placed to answer that question than I. But obviously, it has brought it kind of much more into conversation. But I made that comment earlier that most organizations are thinking about the disruption or the advantage of AI, not necessarily how they deploy it responsibly. And there are degrees of responsibility needed. So if I use two of our current customers, so one of our customers, we deal with a team based in Germany, so HelloFresh. They provide meal recommendations and meal kits to consumers throughout Europe. They issue about 600 million meal kits every year, so it's a big business, and our engagement with them is about helping them improve their data infrastructure, to improve their algorithms so that they can improve recommendations to their consumers. So there's a commercial benefit for them with obviously the opportunity to reduce waste as well. So that's an important important use of AI. But that's not the same criticality or the same need around responsibility than my second example. So for a UK criminal justice organisation, we work with them to identify young people who are at risk of child sexual exploitation. So in the UK, there are 500,000 adults who pose a sexual threat to children. And every month, almost 1,000 people get arrested for child sex abuse offences. And in that situation, we are looking at kind of triaging different information to making recommendations around these are the highest risk cases, and therefore a human should look at this information straight away to make an informed choice about whether or not they deal with this as an urgent case or as a less urgent case. So when you think about responsible AI, go back to those ideas of transparency, of safety, of fairness. The criticality for the one for the government agency is much more important than a meal recommendation from HelloFresh. So I think that those organisations who are dealing with the really thorny, kind of life-threatening, life-impacting events are quite good about responsible AI. I think those who are dealing with it in a kind of consumer basis are thinking about we will get to it at a point in time. And that's perhaps understandable and reasonable for them to do so.
Yeah, definitely. And in terms of what we've been doing on the Responsibility 100 Index on environmental and social governance practices, we have obviously a series of pillars and 200 plus indicators to try and measure and benchmark businesses on their performance. And what we do is we group those indicators into walk and talk. So the talk, for example, tends to be whether businesses have climate targets or whether they're signed up to initiatives like the CDP, Climate Disclosure Partnerships, and other ones. Whilst the walk is whether and how they actually implement those targets. And when I was looking at how to replicate that kind of structure in AI and responsible AI, it seems that for now, very, very preliminary finding, but it seems that companies are somewhat advanced when it comes to having an AI ethics committee, for example, or a responsible AI strategy, but are not that advanced when you start looking at the levels of implementation. And I was looking at other types of research from other companies and institutions like the IBM and their index and McKinsey and their studies, and it seems like this is a reoccurring finding, and so I wonder, what do you make of this? Do you have any thoughts on this kind of mismatch between targets and implementation?
Yeah, I guess my personal opinion is that if we're looking for kind of legislation to fast track the adoption of responsible AI, then we're kind of looking in the wrong place. I think that in general, legislation is often follows behind, so it's therefore too slow. I think it tries to be comprehensive, therefore it's too complex. And I think that is often framed as being a deterrent, and we know that even with the greatest deterrents in the world, people will still get around them if they wish to do so. So I think, to me, looking for kind of legislation to help bolster the adoption of responsible AI isn't the answer. So I guess if that's not the answer, then what is? I think that, to me, our industry has to publish quite quickly, because we are deploying these solutions today, what we think good practice looks like. And I stress the word good practice rather than best practice, because again, if you want it to be best, you have to do a lot more work. I think at this stage, just even getting good practice out there for us, for like-minded companies to adopt that's an important first step, and let's do it quickly. Let's give ourselves the opportunity to understand what the guardrails look like so we can build them in if we choose to do so. But at least we're picking that. I use the expression like-minded companies. I'm sure there's quite a few represented here today, but this is a difficult journey. If I draw the parallels with kind of climate journey that people are on, it is confusing. So you have to deal with what's carbon neutral versus carbon net zero, what's the science-based targets, near term versus long term, what about carbon offsets versus carbon removals. And we've used 3 different consultancies in the past who've given us 3 different opinions about the same thing. So if the experts can't work out how to give us good guidance, how are we as novices meant to do it? So I think like-minded companies is really important. That's about sharing experiences, sharing solutions, sharing frustrations. I think using it as an opportunity to inspire and motivate one another, because there are obstacles we have to get across as organizations. And then I think that the final thing is about keep talking about it. I mean, if I share that statistic, I felt that 99% of the conversations are about the use of AI and disruption, and 1% about responsibility. Now, I'm making those figures up, but it kind of feels, I just felt anecdote. I think that keeping talking about it just makes it part of the conversation. So it's not about job losses or disruption, or not just about those kind of headline-grabbing statements. It's much more about how can we have responsibility built into the conversation. So looking forward to the the index, incorporating that. I think that we need to keep holding ourselves and holding, I guess, bigger, more powerful organizations to account on this, because it's a huge opportunity, but it's also a huge risk as well.
Yeah, definitely. And just to build on the point you made about standards, something also that I've heard from speaking with various companies is it's hard to have a universal way of measuring FTSE 100 companies on responsible AI, because really the standards really vary depending on the sector. And that's something that I've been thinking about, because obviously when you have a big data journalism project like this one, you want to be able to standardize in some way how you measure all the companies that you're measuring. And I wonder, considering that you've worked with various different types of companies, I wonder if you notice any differences in the types of challenges that they face, depending on the sector, when it comes to adopting AI responsibly.
Difference across sectors. I think that organizations who deal with kind of large volumes of citizens, of consumers, of patients, tend to think about it in a more significant way. So it's where you're dealing with literally millions of people who use your service. They tend to be thoughtful about that. I think that it can often come down to the leadership of an organization as well, and how they think about it. And so if I pick an example close to home, so Unilever are the number one most responsible company according to your index. They've had a change of CEO in the past 8 months, and he's been quite clear that he's taking a different view about the approach to sustainability. So the previous individual was very much about kind of purpose-built culture and all the brands that are part of Unilever, so Dove soap or Wall's ice cream, or all these different so that was a big theme for him. The new person saying, well, actually, we're going to move away from this kind of obligation to have purpose at the heart of each of our brands. We're going to deselect some of our products away from that. So I think that leadership and the pressures the organization feels can also influence quite significantly how people deal with their broader responsibility actions, which is kind of why I feel we have to keep talking about it, making it a current conversation. So I think that choice that the new CEO is making is not I don't think it's a positive choice, and he's doing it because shareholders are being activist about there's too much talk about purpose and not enough about profit. And both are important, but there's a big switch for Unilever, so it'll be interesting to see how they fare in the next edition of the R100.
Yeah, definitely, and this is the aim of these types of projects that end up resulting in a ranking, is to try and spark some healthy competition that then can be kind of a race to the top with these things. So yeah, we definitely hope that happens on AI as well. I guess another question that I have is when it comes to guidance from government or the international community, obviously we've had the UK AI Safety Summit, and Biden issued an executive order recently, and there's a lot, and the EU AI Act obviously as well. I wonder, from a business point of view, do you feel like there should be more guidance from the government or the international community, or if it's not about more of it, should the types of guidance be different, and in what way, if so?
I mean, more guidance is helpful, provided it's clear and that it's, I think, concise. And obviously with AI, that can be a bit of a challenge given just the complexity and the reach of it. But I still think that the people who know most about AI are those who are in the midst of that. So government will have a view looking from the outside in. I think that we have an opportunity to set good practice for ourselves, and we should grasp that opportunity, because regulation, when it comes, and it will come, that's obviously going to happen, it's better for us to be well prepared for that, as opposed to kind of dragged kicking and screaming to that kind of legislative framework. So to me, I think we have an opportunity to show the best of ourselves by looking to self-regulate and do it in a very responsible fashion, and it's informed individuals having the debates, as opposed to perhaps those who are appointed externally and are coming with a different set of thoughts, perhaps not the same level of experience. I think we all have experienced poor legislative frameworks, so let's try and work out a good one for ourselves and have that adopted by legislators as opposed to a different one enforced upon us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's interesting to hear. And I think when it comes to trying to narrow down the principles into indicators that we can actually use to measure performance, I gave some examples earlier about things like disclosing the use of AI or offering training, or also making sure that the AI safety and AI responsibility strategy is aligned with the private protection strategy, and things like this. I wonder if you can think of 3 key things that companies should do when laying the groundwork for responsible AI adoption, or if out of the ones that I've listed, if there's any of these that you think is most important.
It's a great question, and I'm not sure I've got a great answer for you, Serena. I mean, I think that, to me, being transparent about the fact you're using AI and what you're using it for, and if you're using third parties, what they are as well. I think that being secretive, I don't think is a good look on many things. It's definitely not a good look when it comes to AI. So I think that the glare of publicity, so whether that's internal, so that your colleagues know what you're using AI for, whether it's your customers know what you're using AI for as well, or your broader stakeholders, the communities that you serve, the investors in your business. So everybody absolutely knows that you are using AI and you're doing that for certain aspects of your business, and that you feel in telling people that you're happy to have a conversation to answer questions as to how you're providing those, again, the transparency, the safety, the fairness aspects of it as well, because we're not sure about these things. So to me, talking about being public and open about what you're doing and why you're doing it is an important first step, and an easy first step. It's not hard to say, here's how we're using AI, here's why. You may not want to talk about it, but that's it's an easy thing to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I will take this opportunity to also say that this is an ongoing project, and we very, very much welcome insights and suggestions on what it means for a business to adopt AI responsibly, and also how you think we could turn those principles into indicators and actual measurable benchmarks. So please do get in touch. I know this is a room full of experts on this and much more knowledgeable than I am, so please do get in touch and let us know. And I think just as a final thought, is there anything that keeps you up at night when you think of responsible business and big, large businesses like the FTSE 100 adopting artificial intelligence?
So as my family will tell you, I'm a very sound and very loud sleeper at night. I think that, to me, so much about AI is unknown. It's unknown. In a room full of experts, there's still lots of stuff is unknown. I think big organizations have, again, some experts will have a really clear grasp about AI and the benefits and risks, but often those who are in the senior teams have no idea. And they're getting asked all the time by shareholders, by journalists, what they're doing around AI. And they may have an answer and they may understand the answer, but I think generally they don't. And that makes me nervous that people who are making fundamentally important decisions about the use of a hugely powerful technology aren't kind of on top of their brief. And as long as they've got trusted advisors who are giving them great advice, then I'll sleep even more soundly and even more loudly. But if they don't, then I think that we should be genuinely worried about those organizations.
Okay, I'm seeing signs of this session reaching an end, so I just want to thank you, Brendan. Please join me in a round of applause. And like I said, please do get in touch with me and with Tortoise. And this is an ongoing project, so we really, really welcome feedback on how we can measure responsible AI in large businesses. So please get in touch. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well, it's hard to imagine that when we were last here for the AICon, ChatGPT hadn't been released yet. And it's been an incredible year where so many people in the general public, in business, in organizational leadership have woken up to the power of AI. And of course, along with these technical developments, we've also seen a very rapid and incredibly difficult to keep up with set of regulatory developments, as well as emerging best practices. So this next session is about looking at what has happened in this last year, the learnings we've taken from that, and how we can take all of this forward. So I'd like to bring up first our panel here, including Dr. Susanna Brink, a data ethicist of Kainos, who will be chairing our session, and also Dr. Mark Boyle, Head of Tech at Catapult NI, Dr. Fiona Brown, CTO of Datactics, and Patricia Shaw, CEO of Beyond Reach Consulting. Please come up, folks. Welcome, and thank you.
Hello. Thank you for that introduction, Nell. That was a really good scene setting, actually. There are many really interesting theoretical and more philosophical debates we can have about responsible AI, and we've heard some really good questions raised today around, you know, the ethics of sex robots and the ethics of algorithmic management and what is right to do or not. Important discussions to have, but that's not what we're going to be talking about today. What we're going to talk about here, right now, is what we're actually doing so far, and recognizing it's a complicated, fast-evolving landscape. I'm really excited to be here with Mark, Fiona, and Trish. And as much as I'm tempted to read out your profiles, because they're really good profiles, I'm not going to. I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself very briefly, and in the same breath, explain what responsible AI means to you and what place it has in the work that you do. I'm just going to ask Trish to start, if that's okay.
Thanks very much. So I'm Trish Shaw. I'm CEO of Beyond Reach Consulting Limited. It's an AI and data ethics, both kind of AI ethics and governance and regulation consultancy. So I help organisations think about their AI strategy from an ethical perspective, think about some of the risks and the rewards of it, and put in place ultimately what we've just been hearing about, those AI ethics committees, those AI ethics structures within the organisation that help govern their AI systems appropriately. What does responsible AI mean to me? It means about governing AI systems well, knowing what they're doing, knowing what they're not doing, knowing what your dependencies are, knowing the risks truly, engaging with the audience that are going to be impacted and influenced by these AI systems, and really helping to improve your product, innovate better, and have appropriate responsible innovation that comes out of your companies and organisations to make society better for all, really, so with no one being left behind. So for me, responsible AI is more than just sort of AI ethics, it's more than just AI safety, it's about what has already been mentioned today, what it's doing for us, but what it's doing to us as well, and being mindful of that. And educating those all-important C-suite from the top down and the bottom up, you know, that AI literacy for workers and users of AI to ensure that we're using it appropriately and proportionally to what we should be doing with wider society for us.
Brilliant. I'm going to come back to you, Fiona. I'm going to ask Mark first to go next, if that's okay.
Yeah, so my name is Mark Boyle, and I'm head of technology here in Belfast for Digital Catapult. My focus is on digital twins. And why that is really interesting with respect to AI is the word you use, and I think the lexicon around AI is really important, complexity, right? As I've taken up this role, we've mapped out the ecosystem in terms of the the capability periodic table with respect to digital twins, and there's really 6 pillars, but it really crosses over 62 different areas of elemental technologies, and over 20, 25, or nearly a quarter of those really touch on AI, right? And what's really important is not that we get the opportunity to apply AI, but it transcends 2 important domains when we talk about digital twins, both the cyber side, which you'll be very well versed in, and you've experienced that with respect to the cyber side of the implementation of AI, but also the physical side. And that's going to be transcending those 2 domains in the coming months and years ahead as we implement digital twins. So the impacts will cross those 2 domains. It's really, really interesting what it means to our ethical approach with respect to trustworthy AI.
Brilliant. So where rubber can hit the road, right? And then Fiona, the reason I wanted to ask you to go last is just to position that you were actually part of quite a similar panel with me last year, so it's really great to have you back. And as part of the theme is to talk about what has changed, we're also going to be talking about that. But I'm going to first ask you to answer the same question, if that's all right. Also recognizing not everyone would have been there last year.
Well, thank you very much for the invite back again, Suzanne. So, hello everyone. My name is Fiona, and I'm the CTO at Detactics. We are a Belfast-based firm, and we specialise in data quality and matching. Then, to me personally, what does AI responsibility mean? So I'm going to answer this from a practitioner's point of view. For me, responsible AI is being very conscientious in the development and deployment of AI and machine learning technologies, and prioritising what we've heard here today, fairness, ethics, safety, and how that maps to our rights and our values. And then it's really important to take that guidance principles and distill that into practical, actionable operations. At Detactics, I said we specialise in data quality and matching, and we've got clients who are in highly regulated areas, so we work closely with their sensitive data. And aspects that we look into whenever we are deploying machine learning models is firstly, is there any areas that we can automate in the process? And secondly, does this model improve the accuracy of maybe existing functionalities? And there's a list that we essentially go through once we go about deploying. And that focuses on, the use case and the risk associated with the solution that we are deploying. Another important thing to ask is, do we really need an ML solution? So from a technical point of view, it does add complexity. So it's defining, is this a solution that we need to implement, or can it be resolved with something simpler? Going back to the highly regulated areas, there's a real focus then on contingency around data, around governance, around management as well. So the data that's fed into the models, trained on outputs, right through to what regulations we need to be adhering to as well. And then it filters down into the lovely area of ML ops. So practices around, versioning of models and data. Stakeholder engagement is incredibly important for us in terms of that security, authentication, privacy side of it. So often we work with stakeholders and clients, and the key questions they ask is, what's the model doing? What's it doing with my data? Is my data encrypted at rest? Is it encrypted in transit? And so on as well. So that's a bit of a practitioner's view on the responsibility side.
Brilliant, thank you for that. And that's already giving us some tools and techniques and methods that you're using, which was going to be my next question. So I'd like, Mark, if you wouldn't mind elaborating a little bit on some of the specific frameworks that you've found helpful in your space, or some of the standards and tools you've been looking at.
Yeah, like in my background with respect to practitioner, another important word that we want to use in terms of the lexicon in the community with respect to our application of ethics and what trustworthy AI looks like. With respect to the tools that I've used, so when I was working in heavily regulated industries like my time at Johnson & Johnson, I think a really good framework with respect to successful implementation of AI, both from an ethical perspective, a trustworthy perspective, but also from an executive sponsorship perspective, is CRISP MLQ. It's a really, really good paper that was published, I think, just in early 2020. And it really just goes through with respect to the kind of the end-to-end methodology from the initial understanding, from the business understanding, the data understanding, you know, through the implementation of a machine learning or AI solution through to the maintenance and the monitoring and the evaluation of that, because it gives something back that's ownable to the business, and you can assimilate that back in. And in that paper, actually, the reason why I hooked onto that is that it observed that I think it was like over 70% or like 3/4 of executive sponsors were not happy, and it didn't meet their expectations about what was actually deployed with respect to an AI initiative. You know, so we were like, well, how do we bias for success? And that's where we want to link in with the regulated communities and regulated industries, because they're really enforcing that upon themselves, and they really work in those industries. So they're really the front runners in that. Other our applications with respect to frameworks are really good, or I've used, that I've looked to, is the Trustworthy AI group that was led by Barry O'Sullivan. I think they did a really good job with respect to that white paper that's now, you know, went on to become policy, or going to become policy. And it has 3 kind of fundamental pillars around: is it lawful, first of all? Is it ethical? And is it resilient? Okay, I think those are good things, bias you for success. And then from Digital Catapult perspective, we're very much active in the community, and we've got our own AI ethics framework as well. And we work closely with the industry and the vendors in that space, but also in the regulatory space with respect to government bodies as well. So it's a really good practical application.
And that gives us some good tips, and that's exactly what we want to learn here. On that note, Trish, any others you would add?
Yeah, so I would mention it also, the Digital Catapult. So having been on the UK Digital Catapult's Ethics Committee and Advisory Board, working for the Machine Intelligence Garage arm, working with startups, you need something that's practical to help them have responsible AI, but also manageable, because they're small, right? They, 1, 2, 3 people often, minimum viable product, getting that out the door, resources limited, time is limited, money is limited. So working with the Digital Catapults framework is a really good starter for 10 on that front. So that's certainly one thing I'd recommend for startups to scale-ups, I think, not necessarily SMEs. In some of the bigger organisations, I'm also an AI ethics advisor to the IEEE, along with Nell Watson here as well. And there's a couple of things within the IEEE that we have, and obviously Sandra has mentioned them from earlier on with regard to a governance working committee. But we have a whole suite of 7,000 standards, some of which have been brought into publication, some of which haven't quite made it there yet, but are soon to go to ballot. But some of these cover things like the whole AI life cycle approach to how you're looking at your design and development of AI. So I think, very early doors, and this was very much instigated through our ethically aligned design program. And that 7,000 standard has actually been adopted by ISO, and is now all part of a working program being adopted by Vienna University, the Wirtschaftsuniversity, so the economic university, to devise a whole program of value-based engineering, not just value-based design, but actually designing it in, developing it in, and then actually looking to put some base profile in place for monitoring it. So there's some really good stuff coming out of the standards world in that. So 7,000 was one. So 7001's transparency, 7002 is to do with ethical with privacy, to do with data governance. I've been working on 7003 to do with algorithmic bias. So standards are one thing, and with it being the IEEE, it's an international body. It's not nationally set in stone and only having national representatives. So we're all independent. Many don't have a kind of an agenda behind them, so to speak. So being an international standards body means that we're actually trying to promote global standards standards for global international interoperability, which is what a lot of countries and nation states that I'm working with are actually looking for, because they want to have something that's contextually relevant locally. So I've recently been working out in Malaysia and South Korea, and they want ASEAN standards for context and culture locally, but actually they want their products and services to thrive and survive outside of the ASEAN and Oceania region. So for that, they're looking to international standards. Another framework that comes off the back of the IEEE standards is actually IEEE certified, and I myself, along with Nell and other experts, have been involved with that. And it's a framework that you look at from end to end. So it's really from that provenance. So we heard about kind of data quality, but you really have to assure yourself of the data provenance at the beginning, at the get-go, right through from data design, bringing the data design, development, deployment, ongoing monitoring, and dare I say also decommissioning. So I know we don't like to think about sunsetting of our products and services, but actually when we've got model versioning, actually we might think, well, that model's now too bit outdated. We're getting a refresh of our models every 3 months, if not faster than that now. How do we sunset that? How do we decommission that? And what does that mean for the data? What does that mean for people's ability to port the insight and the inference that's been distilled from that in the metadata? So there's quite a lot going in those frameworks. And I think last but not least, because we've mentioned sustainability, another framework that I'm also a practitioner of is corporate digital responsibility. It's a growing field. It's a tag on, I suppose, to corporate social responsibility, but it's more than that because it's looking about the digital impacts on not only your products and services and your customer and consumer groups, but also on your employees, which is what we've mentioned a lot this morning, and also what digitization does. So not just your social piece, but what digitization does. And also the main tenets of what that looks at is your societal impact, your economic impact, your environmental impact, and your technological impact. So not forgetting that all-important technical debt problem that we sometimes have that we haven't discussed a lot at the moment. So just where you're carrying on legacy baggage. But there's some of the frameworks that people are using today, but much more can be done.
Some really good examples. Thank you for that. And talking about quick developments, since we sat here last year, Fiona, AI's landscape has been evolving very, very quickly. And obviously generative AI has become a huge topic of conversation. Has it influenced anything for you in terms of the approaches you're taking? Have you found yourself having to adapt anything?
Well, what a year we've had. We're certainly moving at some clip. And I'm going to play some AI bingo here and mention OpenAI and ChatGPT, tech. So that's the velocity in which the releases in the Gen AI area are coming is just overwhelming. And like a couple of days ago, the Dev Day at OpenAI, and some interesting releases for us were things like customization of these models and local deployment of these models, and improved API connections. So I'd say what's really changed from the last time that we spoke up here has been, I would say, the conversations that we're having with our clients, our prospects, and industry analysts such as Gartner. We are being asked very frequently by the above, what are you doing with Gen AI? Where is it in your roadmap? How are you embedding this technology into your platform? Can it automate everything for us now? Do we not need to worry about data quality anymore? That's all automated for us. Interesting questions around, is this technology going to make current approaches obsolete? And we're also finding on bid applications and so on that Gen AI is now a line item as well, that you have to show that you've implemented this. So I would say just the volume of questions from our clients. In terms of how what's different this year, so we've been working with machine learning for a number of years now, and the following questions still remain true for that and for the Gen AI as well. So the first one is the business value that this technology is giving you. working closely with stakeholders. The key questions we are asked is, how are these models being deployed? Where is my data being used? Is it being used to train the model? What about leakage? Fundamental questions about that security and privacy still remain at the forefront. And still similar questions around, the ML ops and deployment and good practice around that. So we're seeing the practicalities are still remaining true, but definitely a lot more interest.
Interesting, thank you. Mark, anything that has changed in your world with?
Yeah, I like to just circle back on what I opened with respect to the advent of generative AI in the cyberspace. That really is essentially ubiquitous now. As it touches so many different domains with respect to knowledge work and even the automation, or essentially the application of Taylorism to knowledge work and the automation of that, and then the application of AI on top of that as an actor is really, really an interesting emergence. The bit that we're trying to wrestle with is how does that transcend into the physical domain, and our reality shifts with respect to the physical domain as well as the cyber domain, and those two having reciprocal connectivity, which can be quite jarring because it can be synchronous, it can be asynchronous, it can be unidirectional, it can be, as I said, reciprocal. So those are new paradigms that we're going to have to deal with. And I think looking forward then is around how do we manage that, right? And I think that to link back to the standard, to ISO 7000, fantastic standard with respect to a practitioner's perspective, but for leaders out there with respect to how do I manage that, so I can give that framework to my practitioners, but as a leader, what do I look to? I think a good framework is innovation management, the 56000 series, which essentially is the cornerstone of that is the kind of the nuance between risk and uncertainty. And the difference between the two is really you can apply a probability to a risk, because there's an outcome, what's the probability of that happening? Whereas an uncertainty, you can't apply a probability to that, right? And it's really how do you manage those two buckets with respect to the opportunity and the value that AI can bring. And that's a really good framework that kind of frames that, and it kind of interlinks and augments other technologies. So.
Another good tip, one to look up for sure. Trish, has it any changes that you would highlight in the last year in general or related to generative AI waves?
Just the plethora of people wanting to use generative AI as a use case and not necessarily think about the consequences. And the other aspect is the challenges to human oversight of them. Not to go back to what Ken said about sex workers earlier on, but to hear about the use case of what happened to a group of young girls in Spain, where generative AI was used to nakify them. And that was a publicly available, dare I say, on social media platforms, of just bog standard photos of them that were then generated in such a way to strip them of clothes, and how devastating that is and devastating the consequences of that are. So these are risks, but how corporates are thinking about them as regards their organisations and what they do. That's one element, but also we've got to recognise that there are standalone people that are also using these technologies and generative AI. So I think putting the power of AI into the hands of everybody really now, it's really causing a lot of challenges. But for me, the main challenge for now and actually going into 2024 is how do we instill good governance? How do we make governance practice more universal and understood between companies to companies? So when I'm saying I've got some really good practices for algorithmic bias, I do algorithmic bias auditing, and we've got practices that we're benchmarking for fairness, and we've got a fairness profile, and this is how our products and services are going to reach the market to guarantee that of your whole AI value constellation that was mentioned earlier on, that the ecosystem, as I would refer to as well, is super important. So those dependencies and how they cascade and change between handshakes, dare I say. So yeah, I think it's the human oversight, the governance, and making that meaningful and more than just rubber stamping. And for that, then the other thing is about AI literacy. So the increase of AI literacy for everybody, from those from the C-suite right down to those who are using it, and for wider society. So I think the conversation started. It's going to continue. We'll see it beyond 2024, I'm sure.
And on that note, I think that's a really good note to end on. But thank you all three so much for some really good. I hope you were all taking notes of all the tools to look up. Thank you, and I'll hand over to Nell to bring us to lunch, I think. Thank you very much.
Thank you all so much for that very enlightening discussion. I'm very pleased to announce that it's time for lunch. You will find a lovely cottage pie over in the Olympic suite and a few other lovely things, including a few desserts. And it would be great if you could come back in about 40 minutes. So we're going to start again at 1:40. 1:40, yes? Right here. And we're going to have a kickoff about generative AI in the creative industries. Enjoy your lunch.
Hello again, everybody. Back after what I hope was a great lunch. Now, this is where my preparation starts to fall apart. I assumed that I'd get a chance to prepare during lunch, but it was not to be. Okay, so the next session is one that I guess I'm personally very interested in. In my role on the Northern Ireland Screen Board, we find ourselves both encouraging our stakeholders to be innovative in their use of new technologies, and we see productions increasingly starting to use AI in various fashions. So the whole area of AI and creativity, what is its role in, I guess, supporting or implementing creative ventures, and then I guess what is its role in the activity of creation is of interest. So we've got a panel discussion with a number of really interesting individuals, and we're going to just do a foreword by Antonia Curl from the BBC, and she will do initial 10 minutes, then we will assemble on the panel. So could everybody join me on the panel stage, and Antonia can address us now.
Can you get mine? Oh, do you want me to sit first? Oh, I don't mind. I'll stand. Good after lunch to kind of get the blood flowing a bit. So, hi everyone. Thank you so much for having me. I'm really happy to be here in Belfast. I've been wanting to come since I booked a holiday back in March 2020 that was unfortunately scuppered by COVID. So this is a great excuse to be here. And it's also a great excuse to talk about something that is very near and dear to my heart, which is how we at the BBC, and particularly in our research and development function, are thinking about the use of AI. I actually, contrary to what my talk title says in the program, won't be speaking that much about generative AI, although I will talk about some of our principles. But I want to share some examples of how we are actually using AI in practice to support public service mission and values for the BBC. So just to start with a little bit about R&D and our AI research group there. So we had our very first blog post that we put out in 2010 about AI and recommender systems and personalized media. So at the BBC, we've been thinking about this for quite a long time, and we continue to do so now. And we have about 30 researchers within the organization, mostly sitting in our AI research group, but also in production and audiences, all of whom are thinking about how we can deploy this technology effectively at the BBC. And so from that one lowly blog post, we now have about 100 different publications and academic relationships with different universities in the UK, Europe, and the US. So as this field has been growing in the industry more broadly, so too has our work on it at the BBC. So I said I wouldn't talk that much about generative AI, but I am going to talk about a set of principles that we put out a couple of months ago around the BBC's position as it relates to generative AI. And so there are sort of three core pillars that I would say shape that position. And while they are the focus of generative AI, I actually think we can apply these more broadly to how we think about the use of AI technology in general. So the first is that we are committed to always acting in the best interest of the public when it comes to deploying this technology. So making sure, however we're using it, whether it's being more efficient and effective at our jobs internally, or even influencing government and the private sector to make sure that these technologies are deployed in such a way that minimizes harms and maximizes opportunities. You know, our audiences are really at this sort of core of everything that we do. We're also really committed to prioritizing talent and creativity. So the idea is that we want to use this technology to support our people to do the best work they possibly can and not to replace them. So that's a really key pillar as well. And finally, like a lot of people have spoken about over the course of the day, we are really focused on trust and transparency and openness. So we are the world's most trusted news media organization, and we want to sort of maintain that going forward. So that's a really sort of key component of this as well. So I'm about to share kind of 3 examples of how we are doing this in practice and some of the research that's happening in R&D, and each one kind of links back to one of the pillars I just mentioned. So the first is thinking about the BBC archive. And you know, if folks don't know about the nature of the BBC archive, it's actually just a really incredible piece of sort of living history in a way. So we have about 1.5 million videos and 7 million photographs sitting in the BBC archive. And the question is, how can we actually make that resource sort of publicly available and kind of come alive to people in general? So how can we sort of use that to act in the best interest of the public? So some of you may be familiar with the Peter Jackson's documentary that came out in 2018, They Shall Not Grow Old. And so this was sort of pulled together using archive footage of World War I soldiers. And it was a really sort of big technical and critical success because people felt like it really came alive. You know, once this had been colorized and you actually had voiceover, it felt like this history was really alive. But what's interesting about this is actually it took hundreds of people, hundreds of hours to sort of individually colorize each of the frames that was in this documentary. So it was a very time and sort of labor-intensive project. So given the size of the BBC archive and some of the new technologies that we have, we thought, how could we actually use AI to help us do something like this and bring the BBC archive alive for audiences as well? So we have a computer vision team. This is young David Attenborough, who thought about how they might actually be able to automate that restoration process. And so we used ML in order to try and take what was sort of maybe an original, fairly grainy piece of footage and sort of conduct things like light correction, enhancements, making it brighter, and ultimately to colorize that particular piece of footage in such a way, again, that could sort of bring it to life.
There's only one argument
So
for
here's a
buying
short
colour, and
video
that's
of what
good
we did.
programs, and a lot of them. We are producing 27 hours of colour over in the first week. In Christmas week, we're producing 40 hours of colour. And in the new year, we shall certainly be something like 90-95% colour on BBC Two. The price is a great stumbling block. £300 odd is an awful lot of money. On the other hand, hiring of colour is not as expensive as all that, and I think a large number of sets will be hired. Of course it costs money. It is a luxury, of course. How people determine to spend their money, I don't know.
So I think what's great about this is you can see this is an example of how we were able to save time and money, but equally to be able to think about how we can bring this resource to life for people in a way that maybe was never previously possible. So the second example I'm going to share is around the TV program Springwatch. And some folks may or may not be familiar with that show. I confess that I wasn't before I joined the BBC. But it's essentially a nature program that relies on a set of cameras that are located in different parts of the country that run 24/7 for about 3 weeks and are monitoring animal behavior in sort of various different locations. What's interesting is you see the trucks on the screen. Those camera feeds are essentially monitored by a set of animal behavioralists and zoologists who are sort of trying to find interesting pieces of footage that they can pull out and turn into the Springwatch program. So they create clips for social media and ultimately for the show as well. And as you can imagine, reviewing camera feeds that are on 24/7 for 3 weeks takes a lot of time and a lot of money. So again, we used a form of computer vision algorithm that allowed us to identify in those news feeds when there was not just movement, but actually to identify when a particular animal of some kind had appeared on the screen. So you can't really see from this example, but we got down to the level of detail of, it was a red squirrel versus a gray squirrel. And really what this allowed the Spring Watch producers to do was to essentially identify those key moments without having to spend all the time watching the footage in those vans. So this is an example of kind of what the dashboard looked like for the producers. It obviously helped them reduce the amount of time they spent monitoring, but in some ways, more importantly, helped them to use their actual skills and talents to focus on what is the behavior that they're seeing in the clips, and what does it mean if there's a red squirrel interacting with a badger in some way, rather than spending all that time watching the news feeds. So this kind of links to that second pillar again of using this technology to help our people do their jobs as well as possible. And so the final example I'm going to give is actually not about AI, but it's sort of AI adjacent. And this is a piece of work that is actually not just happening with R&D, but is in collaboration with CBC in Canada, the New York Times, and Microsoft. And so I know one of the big threats that we all hear about in the age of Gen AI is this issue around disinformation and pollution of the information ecosystem, and how can we differentiate between what is real and what is fake. And so Project Origin is really an attempt to do that. And I'll walk you through kind of a couple of examples of what that looks like. So the concept is essentially that we would have a mechanism, a technical mechanism for marking content in such a way that allows people to know, to trust essentially, that the content comes from the place that it says it does. So I think about it almost as similar to sort of a cryptographic Twitter blue tick that would sort of sit in a piece of content. And in this example, you can see who published that piece of content, as well as how it was made. So you have the date and time and the camera that it was taken on. The data that sits in here can be different, though, depending on the unique needs of a publisher. So in theory, actually, you could have all the steps that went into putting that piece of content online, including whether or not it was edited or changed in some way using AI. So we're sort of exploring two use cases. One is sitting on the bbc.co.uk website, and the main difference here is that we actually are able to show that this image was verified as true by our own internal verification processes. And then the second option is on a third-party platform. So presumably, if you got this image, you would see that it is verified, it has been published by the BBC, and then you have the example below that sort of looks like it comes from us. It has our logo, it has our colors, but because it hasn't been verified, in theory, ideally, people wouldn't send that along. So just one final thought on this. We don't make any assumptions about the trustworthiness of a news organization. So if someone trusts Russia Today and it has been verified that a piece of content comes from Russia Today, that is completely up to them. But you can know that if something says it comes from Russia Today, that is in fact where it comes from. So just want to bring us back to the three pillars around sort of generative AI, again, around acting in the best interest of the public, prioritizing talent and creativity, and trust and transparency. And as I said, these are things that not just relate to generative AI, but actually are about how we think about the use of AI more broadly at the BBC. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Antonia. That was very relevant. Now, the evidence of my disorganization is already apparent. I forgot to introduce our panelists, and I probably disrespected them, so I apologize for that. But I've had a chance to breathe, so hopefully we're back on track now. So this panel is really about a broader conversation on the role of AI in creativity. And we've got 4 people from 4 different creative sectors. Antonia, you've already met. Beside me is Chris Kelly, from Enter Yes, Films, Games, TV. Beside Chris, we've Mick Gordon, who is playwright, author, and coming in live from New York is Carson Elrond. Have we got Carson, Conla? Yep, okay. I can't see Carson, but I assume you're there. Carson, you're very welcome. Can you say hi to everybody?
Hello, I appear to be kind of a giant Max Headroom floating behind you all on the staircase here, so it's good to see you.
Okay, I see you now, Carson. Well, Carson, if you don't mind, I'm actually going to start with you. Yes, I can see you now. This is probably quite topical, because, I mean, AI has been very much in the news generally. But one of the areas that seems to have gotten a lot of headline news is relating to actors, writers in film, TV space. And I know, Carson, that you've been involved in the SAG-AFTRA strike. So I guess I'd be interested in your thoughts, as an actor who's worked on Broadway, opera, film, television. What do you see as the broader implications of AI in the acting space? I mean, are we likely to see AI actors, for example?
So there are two questions that you asked, and let me handle one at a time. So first, as it pertains to SAG-AFTRA, the strike with the AMPTP, that actually was resolved last night. So that strike, which took place all summer long, finally our negotiators and our employers came to an agreement. But I know that one of the sticking places and one of the reasons that the strike lasted as long as it did is our employers did want to have the ability to do things like full body scans so that they could take an actor's name, image, likeness, replicate it, use it to train new AI models, AI softwares, and potentially exist within the IP of a project that they were working on in perpetuity without further compensation. So obviously that was a huge issue that our negotiating team was not going to accept. And we didn't, and we held the line until late last night when we finally came to an agreement. I have not reviewed that agreement myself. It goes to the SAG-AFTRA board, and then it goes to membership. But the broader contours of that agreement were transmitted to membership last night that said, we will not allow our employers to have that kind of access to our name, image, and likeness. Now, it doesn't surprise me that our union is at a cutting edge of these kind of protections for people. But as our previous presenter just notified, the potential here for name, image, likeness issues to be part of disinformation or to take people and put them into nefarious positions all over the internet saying and doing things they would never do. This goes beyond even actors. So it really is relevant, not just for labor unions, but for the governments of the world to contemplate the implications here and to put regulations and restrictions in place to protect people's name, image, and likeness. So that's kind of the SAG-AFTRA portion of it. And the wider implications of AI on acting, I think in the arts, we always use whatever tools and technologies exist, whether that's, blood or paint on a cave wall or a paintbrush on an easel or computer generated effects within action movies. So I do think that the AI genie is emerging from the bottle, and I don't know that we're going to be able to put it back in, and I don't know that we would necessarily want to. But there are things that come to my mind where I think, okay, one of the things that could happen here is we could actually see less diversity in the acting space because we have, maybe movie stars and TV stars who we fall in love with, who do consent to sell their name and likeness to studios. And then we have a situation in which essentially Tom Hanks is a movie star in perpetuity forever. And it doesn't necessarily make room for the new Tom Hankses or Denzel Washingtons to come into the space. So there are things like that. Also, I think the implications is we can head towards a space where things are infinitely customizable. So whether it's video games or virtual reality or putting yourself, I would like to watch myself be Indiana Jones tonight, or I would like to be in a video game where I am starring next to Harrison Ford. These are all the kinds of things that could happen, but I do believe that as things become more individualized and more specific and more niche, there's actually going to be such a huge appetite for the communal cultural experience of a live event. One of the things about loving Taylor Swift is that we all love her together. And then we go to a stadium and there's 75,000 of us where our heartbeats literally sync up and we are in a biokinetic feedback loop between ourselves and the performer. So I think the future may be very, very bright for theater, dance, orchestra, art, concerts, as people want to get away from their individualized niche experiences that are infinitely customizable to come out into community with each other, to have some sort of common communal dialogue about a common cultural experience. And thank you for letting me talk ad nauseum about these issues that I clearly am very interested in.
That's great, Carson. Thank you for your insights and for the news alert on the strike being resolved. I'm sure NI Screen and all our production companies will be delighted to hear that. I guess moving on to Antonia, I think coming on Carson's point about studios at a time wanting to be able to use an actor's likeness in perpetuity. There's been a lot of talk or a lot of debate about, just theft in training AIs. Do you have a view on, trust and authenticity in the use of generative AI?
Yeah, absolutely. And just to say, Carson, Taylor Swift is also my example for why people want to actually have a communal music experience. So yeah, I completely agree with you on that one. But so the trust question is really an interesting one, and we are currently in the process of doing a piece of audience research that is trying to understand, how will audiences perceive companies or media organizations more specifically that are using generative AI, and what impact would that have on their level of trust. And it's been very interesting because the initial findings are showing that there's a lot of skepticism and a lot of fear, which may be partly driven by kind of the media conversation around this so far, and equally that means organizations that sort of do deploy these technologies will have to earn that trust. And so one of the big mechanisms around doing that is obviously, and we've talked about it a lot today, this idea of being transparent. But the challenging thing in a way about that is it has to sort of go hand in hand with a degree of media literacy or a degree of just understanding around how pieces of media content get made. So for the Origin project that I shared, we also did a bit of a user research study around, okay, how much information is too much information when it comes to telling an audience member how a piece of content was made. Do they want to know that it was cropped, that it was brightened? I mean, literally every single step that an image might go through before it gets onto your screen. And actually, we found that too much information, in fact, degrades trust, because suddenly people are thinking, oh, wait, everything I look at has been manipulated in some kind of way, and now I sort of don't trust anything really. So, so I think I think it's incredibly important that organizations are, transparent and authentic around the use of these technologies to whatever extent possible. But when we think about generative AI, that, in theory, you might be able to use it to inspire an idea for a TV show, and then everything else is done manually. Would that piece of content then require a label that it has been to a certain extent AI generated, and what might that mean for an audience member who doesn't totally understand how things are made. So I guess the question is, you know, how do we communicate and be transparent with people in a way that is actually going to engender trust and not degrade it in some way?
Thanks, Antonio. Chris, I mean, as we've been discussing, AI has the ability to generate, let's say, art, whether it's pictures, poetry, animations. How do you see this influencing the creative industries generally? You know, how does it change your understanding of creativity?
It's an interesting one for us because we've been lucky enough to work right through from local productions to Hollywood features. That's within visual effects and then animation as well. And we have used machine learning in parts, and it's a really hot topic and hard to even discuss in our studio because every artist in the studio will say this is the worst thing on the planet. Like off the bat, that's their stance on it. And to a certain extent, I would completely agree with them. If that was to negate or remove their job or their ability to do something, then or be part of something, then I would be on that side of the fence. Where it's interesting from my perspective of owning a company that, you know, has to compete on a global stage at a certain standard where the industry is sort of shaped like an hourglass. There's a lot of people that want to create content, and there's a lot of people that want to consume content. And then there's a kind of pinch in the middle where it gets curated, it gets selected, and a lot of people don't get to, you know, don't have the option or the finances to scale up or to do things on both technical or creative kind of levels, or even learning within the studio that, you know, they can't do without a certain degree of privilege. And that's where we find that with the AI as a tool, when it's not this thing that's replacing an artist, as a tool that can be this additive thing, so that, you know, Taylor Swift can get more people in the audience with her to experience that together. It's not about it replacing her art form, it's about a kind of additive kind of approach to it. That's at least the way we did it, or have looked at it. So we started a good few years ago, nearly 10 years ago with no, it wouldn't have been that long. But we were working on a documentary. We just simply didn't have the budget to do 40,000 frames of animation in the style that we wanted to do. And we started looking at image style transfer. So we were creating our own models, doing our own sketches, and then asking it to extrapolate this so that we could get something out there that we wanted to put out there in the style that we wanted, which, in my opinion, it's not a binary thing. That's a gray area between taking somebody else's stuff and replicating it. So that was how we started, and we improved with certain productions and games productions. ChatGPT helped coders, helped people learn stuff, skill up. They couldn't get a job in other studios. They found a job in our studio, weren't skilled enough, but with something like ChatGPT, they all of a sudden were able to perform at a standard that they needed to perform at to be part of the industry. So that was an additive positive thing. Our latest production for the BFI, we actually read the room and we were like, we can't use any generative AI stuff on this because we're not going to get into a festival if we do that. We're not going to be able to, you know, the point of this film is to have an audience. And we looked around and well, some of this stuff that we're doing testing on looks amazing, but nobody's going to see it if we use it. So we made a conscious decision to say, okay, well, let's take a different approach and wait it out and respect the fact that movements like the SAG and the actors things is there for a reason. It's trying to balance things out that would not be fair, like taking somebody's likeness and in perpetuity. And we understand that. Like we were on a Aquaman thing recently where we were nearly going to put a hand in a shot and people jumped in and said, oh, hold on, even though it's just a hand you're putting in to represent something, we got to get sign off because that might misrepresent their hand that they see. So like we understand that, you know, there's a fairness in this as well. But from our point of view, I think the AI stuff can be this really, really positive genie that comes out of the bottle that allows people to scale up, approach things with more diversity, include more people in the conversation and the concert. So for us, it's been kind of really cool and really interesting. But you know, we've had to read the room as well.
I mean, in that example about where you decided not to use generative AI, I mean, if we set aside theft and things like that, I mean, do you feel that using generative AI the way you wanted to, would it have given you a better result?
In some respects, yes. In other respects, it depends. It's such a subjective medium in the sense of what you think art is, even. And there was an interesting, example in our studio, anecdotal kind of silly thing, but somebody was posting online in our studio about how, this stuff just replicates other people's work, and it's just a derivation that's like lesser than what the original is, which I agree with. That's true. But in the same breath, they were trying to tackle with an image and work, and they were tracing over somebody else's work to get good perspective lines, to understand the form and the shapes and stuff, and that was using a lot of those kind of copying methods and replicating stuff in a way that they could not see this gray area between what they were doing and what the AI was doing. And I feel that it's like a lot of things when they become polarized like that, and it becomes this, if you generate something with AI, it has no worth. I wouldn't fully agree with that in that respect.
Okay. Without getting off track too much, I mean, I've seen a similar argument around, say, the use of explainable AI, or the fact that something's not explainable as a reason not to apply it in, say, a healthcare setting. But if the reality is that the AI-based approach gives the patient, a demonstrably better outcome, are you actually being ethical by denying them the opportunity to use that? Really interesting area. Thank you, Chris.
It's a kind of we would always side in the traditional kind of charcoal and paper and start there, and that's the most important thing. And from that, it's an additive thing, not if it negates any of that.
Cool. Mick, how does AI affect the writing process for you, or does it? Do you feel it actually brings any benefits?
So I'm a theatre director and sometime playwright, and when I write plays, I write them about subjects of contemporary concern. AI is such a subject, and in the guise of being a doctoral student at Queen's, I've been writing plays about 3 areas. 1, AI's capacity for social disruption. 2, ethics, which, although much discussed today, I have to draw, in my conclusions, a distinct line between hope and optimism in that field. And 3, how might humanity want to reconsider itself when and if one day we all wake up to discover that we are now only the most second intelligent species on the planet? In terms of addressing some of the ethics, I mean, I'm with Naomi Klein and Margaret Atwood on this. Behind every great success, there has been a great crime, and OpenAI's great crime is larceny. It's simply stolen, using one of the euphemisms that we like to employ in the field, scraped all of human knowledge, every single human image that has been generated and digitized, including the codes and the coding used to digitize it. So I'm delighted that she and various other much more significant writers are now in the process of suing them.
Mic drop moment. Thank you, Mick. I'm conscious that we're probably running out of time. I can't see the timer, Conley, but I assume we're not out of time yet. I guess before we close, could I just go around the panel and see if there's any reflections on anything that anybody has said? Carson, I guess hopefully you were able to get all the nuances. I don't know if you can see our faces, but do you have anything to add to anything that's been said to date?
Well, one, I just want to thank you for the invitation. It's been lovely to be here, and I have such a deep and abiding respect for everybody on the stage and everything that they've said. One of the things that does occur to me when we talk about AI in its current form as a plagiarism machine, I completely agree with that. And it is very interesting both from the ChatGPT standpoint, from DALL-E or Midjourney or any of these things, what it does and what the studios wanted to do, and this is why SAG-AFTRA had to go on strike, is they want to use our performances to go into generative models that would create new content. So on one hand, while all of that is true, there is also the gray area that our animator talked about. And I think Banksy does a really, really good job in his movie Exit Through the Gift Shop, where he kind of contemplates this artist who just copies other artists. And he's basically got this big book of the world's art collection. And he just like kind of goes through and he will, you know, take a Titian and, you know, spray paint gold over it and then charge $25,000 for it. And so the big question of that movie is, what is art and who determines what is art? And so I think as AI comes into the art space, and as I said, I think the genie's out of the bottle, so it is in the art space with us. How can we as artists have a relationship with it in which it feels like it is empowering us and working with us and not just stealing from us or replacing us?
Thank you, Carson. Antonia, again, same sort of question, but I guess I've got a particular question for you. So whenever you showed the example of colorization, it kind of created a visceral reaction in me, in that I can kind of understand the restoration bit, because in theory that's giving you a more accurate representation of what actually happened, removing all the dirt and grime of years. But the colorization, is there a case for that? It just kind of feels wrong to me, because that's not a reflection. That is, it is fake. It is just one version of what might have been.
Well, I mean, I think it's an interesting question. I guess it depends on how that particular piece of content is being used. And you're right, you know, there are certain things that are going to, sort of certain historic events that we may or may not have any understanding of what they looked like in a given moment. But I think there is, you know, I think there is an opportunity to take something like that and actually show people, and sort of use that creative input to show what might have been. So I think if it was to be used, you know, as a mechanism for, I don't know, getting people to do something differently, or even in sort of a political type scenario, you know, advertising or something like that, I think that is a very different circumstance than just sort of saying, here's a possible way in which, you know, the historical record might have looked. And I think that in a way is where this whole conversation about, you know, not necessarily around safety, but about responsible AI kind of comes to the fore, which is, you know, it is within the organization's purview to decide how to deploy these technologies. There was someone on another panel I was on that was saying, you know, AI won't take your jobs, but executives who want to use AI will take your jobs. And in a way, I kind of think about, you know, I sort of think about it in that same vein, which is, you know, to what end? And I sort of think the colorization of David Attenborough is, you know, about kind of making something come alive in a way that it hadn't been historically. But I do think there are scenarios in which certain organizations or certain individuals might deploy technologies like that for more nefarious purposes. And that isn't necessarily about the AI, it's about the people who are deploying it.
Yeah, and I think it's a good point, you know, in that things like colorization, and it's a good way of perhaps engaging with people who otherwise would not engage with a particular concept. Yeah, super. Chris, any final thoughts?
I suppose it's just such a topic where you can't, I respect and understand the perspective you have on it, and then I can see that, and when it's posed as this, used in a nefarious kind of way, then yes, it's like anything, it's a negative. But even if I remove it from our studio and the creativity, I learned another language, I needed to improve my conversation, I was going to be living in Madrid, I completely skilled up in Spanish to the point where I could understand more about the language, the subjunctive, how I wanted to communicate, and then I was able to enter a conversation with people about Lorca and the Spanish Civil War in a way that that scraping of the barrel gave me an opportunity to have a profound moment for my life. So it's like this part of it, when it's used as this tool to make money, then it's always going to be negative in that sense. But it has some positives, I think.
Thanks, Chris. Mick, is it worth reopening your box of thoughts, or do you feel you've made the point?
Well, no, I've made a couple of points. Yes, I mean, look, it is out of the bottle because of this. Has anybody ever met anyone who said, do you know what I wish? That my browser worked slower. It's out. We're just going to use it. So it's done. So now it's about the actors deploying it and the cultures from within which they are operating. So whereas I'm taking, for my field, because I'm dealing with the art form of the purely human scale and how it affects humans, I'm more concerned to look at the multi-billion-dollar arms race between, not that hidden, between the United States and China over the production of lethal autonomous weapon systems. And because technological advantage has always been sought after in terms of warfare, that's not going to stop. But I'm also looking at other cultures that are deploying it, like our version of avaricious capitalism. Palantir, for example, Peter Thiel's very secretive company. And make no mistake, there's a reason why there's so many Palantir chief executives on NHS trusts. They will collect the data. They will be able to design bespoke diagnostic and predictive packages for us all. But they're going to sell it to us.
Thank you, Mick. Okay. It probably will come as no surprise if I tell you that I didn't write any of these questions. I asked ChatGPT to write questions for a panel that consisted of an author, an actor, a TV production person, and Antonia. I couldn't quite work out a stereotype for you. But yeah, would I have created better questions myself? Possibly, but it saved me 10 minutes thinking about it. And I guess that's where the value is for me at this point. So thank you all very much. And Carson, thank you particularly for joining us from New York, and hopefully we'll see each other in person at some stage. Thank you all. I think we're on time. Okay, folks, so next, going to have a panel from, well, there's a fair amount of Kainos in here. I'm sure that's completely coincidental. Holly Toner is going to moderate a conversation about how we move from human to machines, how we craft trust and fairness. And joining her on the panel will be Professor Raymond Bond, Professor of Human Computer Systems at Ulster University, Dr. Suzanne Brink, data ethicist at Kainos, and Stephen Morrow, who is COO at Options IT. So over to you, Holly.
Thank you, Tom. Shall I invite my panelists to join me? Hi folks, thanks so much Tom for the introduction. I'm Holly Toner, I'm an AI engineer with the Technical Foresight team in Kainos. And in our team we're always trying to understand emerging technologies and how they're likely to impact our business. So it'll come as no surprise to many of you that it wasn't all that long ago when the emerging technology we were interested in finding out more about was generative AI. In fact, I think Nell shared it before lunch as well. This day last year, ChatGPT, the chat interface that we've quickly become really comfortable with and I'm very used to, hadn't quite been released yet. And in contrast to that, it now has, the same tool has over 100,000 monthly users. So with that in mind, these technologies are in the pockets of the general public, and almost everyone we speak to, the words AI are on their lips. And so trust in the models that we're interacting with has really never been more important. And so I'd like to take today's conversation as a bit of a back to basics approach, and think about what trust really means to us from a human perspective, and then how that starts to translate into AI solutions. So before I jump in with too many questions, I'd like to give each of my panelists a chance to introduce themselves and their work. So Stephen, would you like to start us off?
Good song. Hi everyone, my name's Stevie Morrow. I'm with Options Technology. We're a large technology firm, primarily based here in Belfast, but also we have a global presence. And like most technology companies in the world at the moment, we're fully embracing AI, primarily because we are at heart a data company. We generate, sit on, use, and work with vast amount of data on a day-to-day basis. So how we employ and use and develop AI tools around that is of great interest to us, and this should be a very interesting conversation today.
Hi, Suzanne. I'm a data ethicist for Kainos. I'm not going to introduce Kainos very elaborately because you've been hearing from us all day, a digital services transformation company headquartered in Belfast. And my role as a data ethicist is that I bring data ethics expertise to client projects, as well as work with our data scientists to embed data ethics in our ways of working.
My name is Raymond, or Ray, from Ulster University School of Computing. I focus in human-computer systems, people and technology within the digital health domain, either using machine learning with data to discover knowledge, or using machine learning to develop a decision support algorithm, or indeed the development of digital health interventions that can be trialed and evaluated. That's the kind of projects that we work on.
Great, thank you all. So to kick us off, I'd like to think about translating some of those human values from their simplest concepts. So we know human values like trust and fairness, they're not simple concepts, they're quite deeply nuanced. When we think about why we trust professionals like doctors, it often comes down to their reputation or their credentials, to the personal touch that comes with a name and a face, and the accountability that comes with that. So the first question I'll ask it in a bit of a three-parter, so I'll throw a lot at you at once. So if you could reflect on what does trust mean to you from a human perspective, and then how that is reflected in the technologies that you do and don't trust today. And then finally, if you can give me your thoughts on how those same components of trust map onto AI. Do you see it differently to other technologies? Maybe Suzanne, could you kick us off?
Sure. Yeah, so I think for me, we sometimes, it's actually a comparison you hear quite frequently, is to say, okay, we trust planes, for example, right? So how can we bring that same kind of trust to AI? And I think it's a useful question to think about kind of risk management and mature safety processes that we can learn from. But to me, it's a bit less helpful in terms of a plane has a level of predictability and accuracy, for lack of a better word, that I don't believe quite applies to AI. So it actually works better for me. What I find more helpful is to think about AI as more the human role of a forecaster or a diagnostician, or if you think about the assistants, chatbots that we're seeing today, more of a junior associate, where you essentially accept a degree of imperfection and inaccuracy that will come with it. And it doesn't mean that we shouldn't hold it to a certain standard, and we want to check that, the forecaster is often right, more often right than wrong, that a diagnostician knows what they're saying and genuinely is right. But we recognize that there's a degree of unpredictability there that we cannot blindly trust. It shouldn't be blindly trusting it. So actually, for me, a appropriate degree of distrust makes sense with AI. And with that, that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be able to trust the system or the service within which AI is embedded. But that often comes from the humans who are then working with the AI in that system, recognizing the strengths and limitations that AI brings, so that the end users and the people that are impacted by that whole service or system can actually learn to trust, can actually trust it, because that piece of slightly, to be criticized, useful technology, but needs to be, you need to recognize some of the limitations as well.
Yep, I think we can't treat AI like calculators, and that's an obvious thing to say. You might trust a spreadsheet with a formula, but of course, a decision support algorithm in medicine, for example, there's some uncertainties. And I think for trust for me is about, does reality meet my expectation? And when I say expectation, we need to know what the expectation of the user is. And then we need to calibrate that expectation before they use an AI technology, if that makes sense. And when I think of medicine, I think if somebody is using an AI-enabled decision support tool, let's say for diagnostics, then obviously they should know how accurate the algorithm is for that domain, and they should know how accurate the algorithm is for the different pathologies that the algorithm is classifying. But to get that calibration of expectation, I think I kind of like that idea of a lab-based expectation calibration exercise. And what I mean by that, before you actually use an algorithm with real patients, perhaps we should be using an algorithm in a lab-based approach with simulated cases, and so an end user can actually get the feel and calculate and quantify and qualify and quality assure the accuracy and performance of an algorithm, because that way they calibrate their expectation, they calibrate how much trust they should impute onto the algorithm. And I would also say generally is that when people say the term trustworthy AI, I'm also interested in distrust as well as trust, because trust is not a static thing. If I'm using an AI technology, I might trust it for certain tasks and trust it less for other tasks. And so trust is dynamic, and we need to develop AI technologies that calibrate how much trust we should have for different scenarios and different cases. Hopefully that makes sense, and I've probably answered too many questions in one answer, but yeah.
Yeah, I think that point of trust and the calibration of trust and the right levels of, I mean, even the notion that we're having this conversation around a piece of technology. When we spoke previously, we threw up a lot of different examples of tech and the planes, and we're surrounded by tech every single day. So there's always an inherent level of trust that we have in technology today. It absolutely surrounds our lives. We get in cars, we rely on MRI scans. We barely understand any of that technology, yet we implicitly trust it. But to your point, it is different in this case because we are relying on this as a piece of technology to self-learn and perhaps take that learning beyond that. So there is a sense of self-awareness or autonomy to this technology, which does mark it out and does make that very, very different. So I do think it's hugely interesting that we're even having these conversations around trust. I can't, been in technology all my life, and I don't think I've ever been asked to sit on a panel and talk about the trust of a spreadsheet or the trust of, airplane technology or MRIs. So this is, a very interesting point that we sit at, and the fact that we're actually having these conversations. So to me, it does come down to levels and the levels of willingness to be comfortable with this technology and how much trust we want to put into it. And as previous panelists have said, it does come down to who's applying the technology and how that technology is being used. It always has. a commercial jet is very different from a fighter jet. You know, there's a different level of trust applied to those things. One will kill you and one will take you nice places. So I think that's really, really key, and that's really interesting to explore how we can apply different levels of trust. And in fact, can we have a framework for doing that? Should we have a framework for doing that? And you know, it does feel like we're feeling our way through this as a new technology in a way that technology has not asked us or demanded of us to do so beforehand.
Yeah, just a thought on that. One of the areas that I'm interested in is how do we prevent users from over-trusting AI? And this concept of automation bias is something of interest, where if an AI presents a recommendation and we start to just assume that it's right all the time, even when it's completely wrong, then we're just spoon-fed by AI recommendations. And Tom mentioned something very interesting about using ChatGPT to save 10 minutes of thinking time. I thought that was really interesting. But if we do that all the time, then AI is thinking for us. And I often wonder, what's the long-term impact of that? Do we lose a sense of competency, proficiency? If AI is always thinking for us and spoon-feeding, do we ever choose a movie for ourselves, or do we just go with the recommendation? And so in medicine, I'm very interested in automation bias, where, let's say on an X-ray or an ECG, the algorithm is presenting a kind of computerized diagnosis. If it's only one computerized diagnosis, and that's the first thing you look at before you look at the actual medical data, then you're anchored to that suggestion. And we've done some studies in this, of course, and automation bias is definitely real. You can overtrust an algorithm, even when it's interpreted that medical signal completely wrong. So we do have ideas around, well, how do you mitigate that automation bias? And I think doing things like presenting a certainty index alongside an AI recommendation, but then, of course, do you need a certainty index for the certainty index? But also presenting multiple suggestions. So instead of AI presenting a single suggestion or a single diagnosis, let's say, presenting multiple competing diagnoses, for example, would encourage that differential reasoning, that differential decision making, and really, in some way, transfer the responsibility or kind of solidify that the responsibility and accountability is on the user and not the AI.
Well, one thing that struck me when I was hearing that and have been thinking about this, Ray, it'd be really interesting to get your opinions on this too, is that notion of the feedback loop. You know, one thing that you have trust when you're sitting in front of a doctor, because you can see him, you can see you're interacting with them, you're giving an opinion, he's feeding that back, he or she's feeding that back to you. So there's a feedback loop constantly in any human interaction. One thing I've found when interacting with ChatGPT is if it either gives you the right answer straight away and you're very happy and away you go, but I never tell it that it's done that and that provided that feedback, or it's taking you off down the wrong way and you get frustrated with it and I just give up and go away and look for the information elsewhere. It doesn't get that feedback either. So, you know, it doesn't know that it's done a good job or a bad job. It's got no feedback. You know, I think that feedback loop is going to be a really important part, and that means interaction, and that means building trust and communicating back and forth, and that's something that's very natural for humans, very difficult for AI.
Yeah, so it's something that is a good point, and I mean, I do think there's functionality, and whether you use it or not is the second thing, right? Sometimes you regenerate an answer, that's kind of the feedback right there. It's something that I find we end up talking about quite a bit when we look at specific use cases. So as part of my role, I'll sometimes run impact assessments for somewhat higher risk use cases that we're exploring, and we'll discuss what could be some of the risks and what are the mitigations we can hold against it. And more often than not, we'll end up talking about that feedback loop and building in that monitoring and maintenance plan, because it's so important that you Obviously, you don't roll out something you're not comfortable with in the first place. You go for phased rollouts and so forth, but you need to think about the longer term feedback loop, because that's your route to getting building in safety and getting the best solution out of it in the long run.
Yeah, just to mention on the feedback loop, it's related to another concept that I'm interested in, or research question, which is, where in the decision-making process should the user get exposure to the AI recommendation? And for example, in medicine or healthcare, if you're using AI to help you interpret X-rays, I think the order of the information is important. So should the user interpret the X-ray for themselves first without any context, without any other symptoms or related to the patient? Then after they interpret the X-ray themselves without any assistance, then perhaps they could see the explainable AI bit without the AI recommendation. So you can present what features the AI think are important to this case. You can, if it was a deep learning, you would maybe present the saliency map showing the attention of the AI, and then they can the user can reconsider their interpretation, and then after that, and only after that, should perhaps the AI recommendation be presented. That way, you've de-biased the decision-making process, and you've kind of delayed presenting the AI recommendation until the end, and which is very important if you want to make sure that you de-bias and mitigate automation bias, which I mentioned earlier.
Yeah, and I love how you're emphasizing the human as kind of, I wouldn't say the enemy, but one of the bigger challenges in the whole chain as well, right? So I'm also a psychologist by training, and you become very conscious of all the flaws that we bring as humans into these kinds of things. They're often the flaws that we're worried about in AI in the first place, like the bias we're worried about in AI comes from us in the first instance, right? So fully with you that it has to be, that's why I also said it's about just recognizing the limitations and strengths of the system, but then building a whole system, including that failable human in the loop, to create a trustworthy system in the end. And it involves recognizing those human challenges like confirmation bias, like getting tired and starting to over-rely, or when it's gone right 99 times, what makes you still criticize it the 100th time, right? So yeah, it is a full system you want to think about to make something that's going to be trustworthy in the end for the people that will be impacted by it.
Yeah, fascinating stuff. It's really interesting to think that not only what our AI is delivering, but when and how has such an impact on how we take that forward. The next thing that I wanted to ask you guys about was building up trust, but it sounds like from the conversation that we shouldn't really be building trust up and up and up, but more so building it to realistic levels that are well calibrated. Obviously, part of the element of trust is the performance of the system, but equally part of why we trust is the narratives that we see and how we communicate. So bear with me, I'm going to throw a few things at you again because you can carry the conversation and I can just head off stage here. You're making my job so easy. Firstly, I'll ask, how do you think the narrative that is presented in the media is affecting the public sentiment towards AI? And then I'd love to hear any practical strategies that you have to produce more fair and robust models, and how does the way that we communicate those strategies and the fact that they have been implemented impact on the confidence that we're building with our users?
Yeah, I think the story of AI has been really, really interesting. It's again, being in technology all my life, it's very hard to think of another example where AI or where AI technology has sort of leaked out into the wider world as quickly. You know, I think technology has always been there. We've always constantly having conversations around technology and the impact of it on the good side and the bad side. But I do think AI in particular has always had a place in media and has always been very firmly rooted. It's got a long history in sci-fi, and we've all seen the movies, so we almost come pre-programmed with views on AI. You know, speaking to my mum, my kid's grandmother, is always a good measure of how intrusive a technology is when she's asking you about AI. So I think it's and that's happened incredibly fast, incredibly fast. So again, it comes back to, it's hugely encouraging that we're even having these conversations. People are becoming polarized very quickly on this. I do think it can be a force for good. I do think this, and we talk a lot about the genie being out of the bottle. The technology may be out there and the genie may be out of the bottle, but we still have all of this capacity to control that particular genie. This is not, we haven't went from version 3 to Terminator. There's a great deal of time in between that, even at the pace that we're moving. So I do think that there's a real opportunity here to build that trust and to help regulate this as a technology. All of the technologies that we use every single day are regulated in some shape or form. And certainly when I started looking at AI, my initial thought as a technologist was not to regulate that. Let's just crack on, develop the technology and get our hands dirty and it'll be great. But in reality, that's just never been the case. In any of these technologies, there is a sense of regulation, has always followed in step and has always driven it. So there is an opportunity here to build a framework of regulation around it. And certainly in the last, even from when we first spoke to, we're sitting on this stage, the US has come out strong around regulation, the EU has. So that does help, I think, build a great deal of trust, and it is an opportunity to shape how this technology grows and develops.
To make it quick, I think to tap into the second part of your question around practical things we do, we have a framework that that helps us sort of focus in our development on the ethical pieces. It's essentially different questions we want to ask at different stages of the agile life cycle, tapping into things like fairness, transparency, accountability, and so forth. And transparency is part of that. So we'll when appropriate, build out some form of transparency document like a model card or an explainability statement. I think just one quick thing that I think is interesting, you're asking about creating trust with people around you having used these kinds of controls. I think there's sometimes a bit of a false assumption that a transparency document or communication is going to achieve that trust. I know there's some research showing that that doesn't necessarily happen, and that it's either a more neutral relationship or maybe it can even backfire in some cases. And I personally see more, I think they're still useful and they're an audit log and they're important to create, but I don't know if they necessarily achieve trust. I think that I have more faith in things like maybe nutrition labels or indeed certification as being the way forward, where you're not requiring people to read a lengthy document they may not really understand, and maybe just get more conscious of the things they weren't aware of in the first case, which might then lead to less trust, but actually help them sort of, as you would judge, the hygiene label on the window of the restaurant, see, okay, some controls are in place here and I'm safe to go in there.
Regarding media, and if we're talking about Terminator and HAL, which was sociopathic AI, because of course AI can only ever have pseudo emotions, I think, at least I think. A chatbot doesn't have real emotions, it doesn't really get embarrassed or so I start to think about what AI isn't. It's not conscious, I don't think. It's not sentient. We're not at the AGI phase, and we might talk about that a lot in the media, but we still work on weak AI, narrow AI, and but just changing the topic, I would just mention that AI is one of the topics that I think we all need to have some education and awareness about. And back to healthcare, we had just released very recently an AI course for healthcare professionals, because we think it's important that if you're going to use AI in a domain, you should know how AI is developed generally, you should know how it's evaluated, and you should know the capabilities of that AI or the lack of capabilities. And so we've launched that on e-learning for health, which is aligned with NHS England. And also we published a paper on a robust ML checklist to basically assist healthcare professionals in critically appraising scientific papers on AI so that we can increase that engagement with assessing the quality of AI products from the user's perspective, so that we can set that expectations, because I do think it's really important that we calibrate the expectations at the very, very start to prevent over-trusting technology.
Awesome, thank you so much.
I think the best idea is the scores and the doors for AI.
Scores and the doors, yeah, completely.
4 out of
completely agree
5
with that idea
for this
from Suzanne. It makes me think back to the sort of doctor's example from the start. You know, you're not going to sit down with a patient and get them the entirety of your medical degree background, but communicate in a way that's easy to understand. We're running out of time, so I'll throw this last question to Raymond, given your background in education. Can you give me any quick thoughts on how we tackle the need for AI literacy, with generative AI being in the hands of pretty much the entirety of the general public?
That's a really tough question. I think we all engage with AI, whether our user knows it or not. You know, there's movie recommendations, and now I think they even have a percentage to try to calibrate the quality of that recommendation, and so it's like I've kind of covered that a little bit in the last answer, because we have considered that. We are using AI in a number of healthcare domains. One is in digital mental health, where a recent project called ChatPal, where we developed a mental well-being chatbot, and we trialed that in Finland, Sweden, Republic of Ireland, Northern Ireland, and NHS Scotland in the Western Isles. And but we took, you know, we didn't use very much AI for the chatbot, because we realized that, you know, generating content in that domain, you know, we wanted to avoid giving harmful advice. And there are papers on this about, you know, for example, asking smart speakers healthcare-related questions and evaluating the kind of answers you can get. And you have to be careful in giving advice. And so we had our dialogue scripted by mental health experts as part of that project. So that was all prescripted, and it was all psychoeducational content. But we took some responsible AI design decisions, such as we didn't encourage anthropomorphization. We didn't actually give it a name. And the chatbot did also, you know, make sure the user understood that it was a chatbot and not a human. So we did disclose that right up at the greeting. And I realize I haven't answered your question, but...
it was quite a challenging one.
Yeah. It's because the previous answer, I think I answered a little bit of it, so...
Yeah, it just goes to show that the domain is so trusted, such a complicated concept, and we could talk all day. But I think we are out of time, so if you can all join me in thanking my panelists.
Thank you, panel, and thank you, Holly. Your feedback's in the post. I was in Edinburgh a few months ago, and I was fascinated by the autonomous bus that traversed the Forth Road Bridge daily. And it's service AB1, if you're interested. And I felt that we should include some discussion of autonomous vehicles in AICon. And I'm delighted that the panel that we've brought together to do this, and I will tell you about the panel shortly. However, first, I'm delighted to introduce Jim Fleming. Jim is co-founder and director of marketing at Fusion Processing, one of the most experienced providers of vehicles running at autonomous level A. And I'm sure Jim will tell us what that means.
Hi everyone, thanks for giving me some time this afternoon. So welcome to the automotive industry. So when most people think about autonomous vehicles, they tend to imagine passenger cars working in their city. But there is a synergy between commercial vehicles and autonomous technology. And if we focus on that, then there's an opportunity to gain societal benefits, perhaps much quicker than most people realize. So just one slide only on definitions. So the SAE, the Society of Automotive Engineers, defines 6 levels of vehicle autonomy. So levels 0, 1, and 2 are defined as driver support features. So things like automatic lane change, adaptive cruise control, and so forth. And in each one of those conditions, you, the human, are still driving the vehicle, even if you're not touching the wheel or not touching the pedals. Level 3, 4, and 5 are defined as automated driving features. So the vehicle is driving itself. For level 3, you need to take over if the system asks. For level 4, you don't need to do anything because there are backup systems. These systems have redundancy. For level 5, the vehicle can do that in any place, in any condition. For level 4, it can only do it in a defined area or a defined route under certain conditions. And we call that definition the ODD, the operational driving domain. You might think it's a bit cheeky to show our little company, Fusion Processing, next to Waymo and Cruise, but we're all level 4 systems. It's just that Waymo and Cruise, they have an ODD that encompasses large parts of a number of US cities. Our ODD are just a few UK bus routes, so we'll stay humble. There's any number of ways to segment the market for autonomous vehicles. What we've done is segment it by how difficult it would be to autonomize them. So we've done it by speed and also by the type of route. And we've identified 3 vehicle segments, buses, trucks, and tow tugs, that share very useful common characteristics for us. So they're all on repeat routes. They have big fleet operators who are focused on safety, efficiency, timekeeping, and there's a great synergy between autonomous vehicles and automated depots. I'll come back to that at one point. So our company strategy is to develop an automated drive system that can be scaled for these 3 target segments. We've got good buy-in and good support from some of the big fleet operators who are using our system for their first real-world trials. So for buses, we're working with the UK's 2 biggest bus operators. For trucks, one of the UK's big supermarkets. And for tugs, the most exciting company is the one we can't mention, but it's a global food processor, and they have our tugs working right now in one of their plants. So Calf Forth is the one we're working with Stagecoach. Call it Calf Forth because it goes over the road Forth. It's an interurban service, 14 miles each way. It uses the UK's most common type of single-deck, full-size bus. You can see the individuals there are people, Stagecoach employees, we've trained to operate the system. We train them in the classroom, on the test track, and on the route. Stagecoach call these people autonomous bus professionals. It's a new employment type of category. They wear different uniforms. So Stagecoach made a little 1-minute video during the demo. So I can show you that now. So I've borrowed a Stagecoach slide This one was done when it was 19 weeks in service. This is actually week 26. So we've been running 6 months, an autonomous passenger service, 7 days a week. Right now, 90% of that 28-mile route is autonomous. We should move that to 95% next month, and then we hope to 100% early next year. It's interesting they mentioned smoothness. All of the current Stagecoach fleet have got a module on board that measures longitudinal and lateral accelerations, and they use that to generate what they call the Green Road Score, which is a measure of how smooth the human is driving the vehicle, and that is aggregated for each bus depot, and that feeds into the bonus system for the drivers. So when we started, our Green Road Score was considerably worse, and now after 70,000 miles, we're effectively at the same level of smoothness as the human drivers. And obviously, we hope to go further. So that was Stagecoach first group. It's a totally different route. It's round a business park at 20 mile an hour, then 40 mile an hour linked to a station. It's 2 different types of vehicles, 2 electric vehicles. And I took an example just off the web. There was a journalist who went to visit it. One of the difficult maneuvers buses have to do is going on a right turn round a roundabout. So here's an example of one of the buses doing that. And again, this is just a first group employee we've trained. And then further on, there's a member of the public just saunters in front of the vehicle, and he thanks the bus driver for stopping, but the bus driver didn't do anything. It should be coming up. Yeah, just coming up on the left, you'll see a guy just walking now. He doesn't slow down that much, and he thanks the bus driver for doing nothing. Okay, in terms of moving on to commercialization, this new vehicle was actually launched just a few weeks ago from Alexander Dennis, and this is the first vehicle we think will be a production autonomous bus. So it's got our 2nd generation system in it. It's the first time a vehicle will be built with our system included from the beginning. It has the capability for remote driver operation. So like the Cruise or the Waymo vehicles, no employee on board. Now, I should stress both First Group and Stagecoach do not have any intentions to take an employee off the vehicle, but there are some scenarios where it would add a lot to do that, and I'll go on to explain that in a minute. Okay, in terms of commercialization timing, there's a couple of things need to be in place. One, obviously, is legislation, and there was good news this week. It was included in the King's speech. And the other is we need to have built up enough confidence in our system in terms of the miles we've done. And if you're driving 7 days a week with a small fleet of buses, you do grind up the miles very quickly. So this is our plan. So next year, autonomous tow tugs in off-highway locations. It says airports. Really, it was cut off. It should say airports, logistics centres, factories. Then a year later in 2025, autonomous buses, not on the road, but on campuses, on employee bases, so in big factories and so forth. A year later, on the road with buses, and a year after that, on the road with trucks. So I mentioned societal benefits. I mean, they're quite significant. So there's any number of stats around road traffic accidents, but most of them agree around 90% of them involve human error. So we take that away. Tire emissions are quite interesting because even when we move to electric vehicles, the tires still emit nanoparticles, but we know that if we drive gently, we reduce that by about 70%. Autonomous buses could be a significantly low-cost alternative to trams and light rail. So most cities dream of trams and light rail, dig up the infrastructure, put steel tracks in the road, navigate like they did in Victorian days with steel wheels in the tracks. And that costs a lot of money, a lot of time. So autonomous buses offer an alternative to that. Logistics is very interesting. So our vision is that heavy trucks will drive during the night from hub to hub, saving fuel, perhaps with no cab, so very aerodynamically optimized. And then in the morning, once they're parked up, office-type workers can come in and drive those vehicles the last few miles to the store, let's say. And that opens up truck driving to all sorts of people who can just come into an office. Okay, then operator benefits. There is a shortage of drivers, so we can help them with there. When we drive gently, not only do we save fuel, but we save tyre and brake costs. I mentioned automated depots. Most bus depots have 100 to 150 buses all crammed in during the night, and they all have to be shuffled around to be washed and fueled and put in a particular place. So obviously all of that is a wonderful opportunity to automate all of that movement. And then of course, vehicles are very expensive, so you can utilize them more. Just quickly on technology. So all of these systems are based on these three subsystems. You're using an array of sensors to sense what is happening outside the vehicle. You're then deciding what to do, and you're communicating to the maneuver systems in the vehicle. So the blue box is our system, and the black box is the OEM, the vehicle manufacturer. So you get this type of setup where we have redundant steering, brake, and powertrain maneuver systems. And then round the vehicle, we have our sensors, our radar, our LiDAR, our cameras. We have comms modules, so we're communicating with traffic lights, we're communicating with the temporary speed signs you see on gantries, and with our fleet management system. And we have redundant control modules, so we will have 2 control modules, and then we have a third module that checks that those 2 have indeed reached the same conclusion. And we have an interaction system with the safety driver. My last slide is just another way of looking at this, which is the blue box is us on the left, and we have these various sensors and so forth. And then we communicate with the vehicle systems on the right. So of course, the question is, what about AI? So AI is part of the toolkit. We're very safety aware, so we like rule-based logic because we know exactly what's happening and we can feel very much in control. But there is a role for AI, for pattern recognition and solving some very difficult problems. The big debate, obviously, within industry right now is that balance between AI and rule-based. What's the right balance between that? And that's something we're discussing all the time as well. So I hope I convinced you there'll be some societal benefits, perhaps sooner than you imagined. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. That was even better than I expected. Super. Firstly, I have a health warning. Please do not touch the lemon meringue pies that may be on your table. They are deadly. The lemon is just soup. So if you see anybody with gloopy yellow stains, it'll be the lemon meringue pie. I found 2 in the bathroom. Okay, so step away from the pies. Secondly, I wasn't wearing my glasses when I introduced Jim, and I misread 4 as A, and Jim very graciously did not correct me, so apologies for that. Okay, now we've got a slightly wider conversation on autonomous vehicles and AI, and we'd like to bring to the stage Jim, of course, but also Alan Hicks, who is CTO of Mana Drone Delivery. Laura O'Neill, who is digital transformation at Belfast Harbour, and Belfast Harbour is doing some really interesting things, again with autonomous vehicles, or at least in the process of it. And then finally, I'm delighted to have Neil Barlow, who is Head of Vehicle Policy and Engineering at DVSA, to moderate the discussion. Neil is a long-time client of Kainos, and I'm delighted that he's in Belfast again. Thank you, folks.
Okay. In the interest of transparency, I guess you can tell how well rehearsed this was from the shuffling around between seats. So yeah, also in the interest of transparency, I guess my objective in chairing this is to probably throw a few things in and then gradually kind of make my way off the right of the stage. So we'll see how that objective goes. So what I plan on doing then is, I was just going to give a brief introduction as to perhaps where I'm coming from, to maybe just start the discussion up a little bit. And then I will allow Alan and Laura to introduce themselves. We've already heard from Jim. And then hopefully we can throw a few questions in. Just as a slight aside before we get into that, and to slightly tease Tom, I was interested in one of the previous sessions around the uses of technology. Tom talked about using ChatGPT to produce his questions to save 10 minutes, and then spent probably slightly more than 10 minutes writing them down by hand. So I do quite wonder what the benefit technology has brought in that situation. But hey-ho. Okay, so where I work for an organization called DVSA. For those not familiar with it, and perhaps we're over in Northern Ireland, we're the kind of equivalent of DVA in Great Britain, so we deal with road safety. We have a very important additional S in our set of initials, but broadly speaking do the same thing. So we worry about drivers, we worry about vehicles, and we worry about safety. I guess working from government, actually picking up on one of the last speakers, I think they used the term of whether AI had real emotion. Well, I work for government, so we don't. But okay, so just by way of introduction to the subject, we're talking about autonomy, autonomous vehicles, not just autonomous road vehicles, actually. So we're slightly broadening the scope of what we're doing. And it's a really fascinating subject. As I said, a lot of what we deal with is to do with safety, so it's a really serious subject. Across Europe, in every country, in every bit of land in Europe, there are lots of people who end up dying each year through road accidents, the vast majority of which are caused by people. Very few of them are caused by things on vehicles going wrong. The vast majority of them are caused by vehicles, by the people, sorry. So, you know, autonomy sounds like a thing that has huge prospect of making roads safer. And that's without the additional benefits that Jim mentioned earlier, without benefits around congestion, the environment, all sorts of other benefits. So autonomy sounds like a thing that could bring huge benefit. But of course, it's got to be good. It's got to be something that people trust. It's got to be something that people can tolerate. And people are weirdly tolerant of the huge burden that unsafe roads brings, I suppose. People weirdly accept these things going wrong, people getting injured, people dying. But I don't think people will be as tolerant of machines. So it's probably something we'll explore as we talk along. Anyway, that is enough of me wittering on. So can I move to my left with Alan and then Laura just doing a brief intro to where you're from, your organisation, and I think you've got a quick video to show as well, haven't you, Alan? I think it's magic. It just magic. No, it doesn't seem very magic.
My one's not very magic. That's better. Hi, sorry. Hello, everybody. My name's Alan. I'm the CTO at Mana Drone Delivery. We're a last mile drone delivery company where we currently have some live operations in Ireland at the moment, and we just launched in the US about 2 weeks ago. So what we do is, I'm not sure where the video is, which would help me, but on cue. Explains everything. So that's actually, that video is 2 years old. So we've been doing that now for 2 years in a town in Dublin, in Balbriggan, to 35,000 people. So it's here, it's a reality, which is really nice.
Thank you. My name's Laura O'Neill, and I am the Digital Transformation Manager for Belfast Harbour. We're sitting on Belfast Harbour land here today, and Belfast Harbour is currently the 10th largest port in the UK, but it's the largest by land acreage, with over 2,000 acres of land in the harbour estate. Within that, we have the airport, we have 180 cruise ships, we have ferries, we have a number of large logistics tenants, and then we have the port business as well. As well as that, we have about 5 million visitors and tourists to Belfast Harbour Estate annually. What comes with that is we have 160 employees within Belfast Harbour Estate, and we have the current challenge of how do we work efficiently. So within our vision at the moment in Belfast Harbour, we have ambitions to be a green port and a smart port. So what I've been leading up is the smart port agenda for Belfast Harbour Estate. We have, over the last 4 years, invested in a 5G private network. We are currently increasing and improving the public network connectivity on the Queen's Road that we're situated on here today. And we're also looking at CCTV and AI in terms of how we can improve our offering to our tenants, but also to the traffic problems that we have within the Queen's Road. Whenever you will know, if you work in this area, that if there's an event on the SSE or on the slipways, that traffic becomes a complete standstill. But with that, we also have the challenges around how do we move people around the harbour estate. Our Northern Ireland transport provider struggles with their current budget provision, and the last mile connectivity is a problem not only for us in the harbour estate, but across Northern Ireland. Autonomous vehicles provides us that opportunity to look in the harbour estate. Because we are private land, we can move and do things that the rest of the UK cannot do easily. So the government is working with Belfast Harbour Commissioners around a validation environment within the harbour estate. Now, what we're looking at is air, land and sea, and I'm sure you've seen Artemis Technologies that are currently working within the harbour estate as well. So we're going to be working with 2 companies, predominantly Oxa Technology, who are a spin-off from Oxford University, who are the autonomous drive system, and Eversum, who are the vehicle manufacturer, also together with Hariba Myra, BT, and ourselves to look at how we can provide an autonomous 1.3 mile route on the harbour estate to move people from Titanic Rail Station to Catalyst in particular. I suppose the main challenges for us is if we can solve this conundrum in the harbour estate, we can also look at how this could be used in other places within Northern Ireland, but also within the harbour estate from the airport or the cruise terminals to transport people. So we are looking forward to working with those companies over the next 2 years. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I thought I'm not going to ask Jim to introduce himself again, because I'm assuming most people sort of stayed through his session. Perhaps I can start with you, Jim, though, on the first question. And you kind of touched upon it in your presentation, actually, towards the end around AI. And I guess I'm keen that we get a bit towards that link between autonomy and AI. And perhaps just start with a question on that vein before we maybe come to some of the sort of broader use of autonomy questions. So perhaps just for my benefit, can you explain a bit that relationship and necessity of AI?
I'm smiling
and
because the
autonomy?
briefing I got from my boss was say nothing. It is hard because this is the sexiest area in terms of investment and learning and so forth. But I would say we're always looking for redundancy. I mentioned that a few times. And you could envisage reaching a conclusion using rule-based logic and also reaching a conclusion using machine learning. So 2 totally different ways to look at a problem. And if they both came up with the same answer, you know, break it 3 meters per second for the next 2 seconds, then we've put another layer of redundancy into the system. So that's one area where I think we're doing some work on.
Yeah, I think, Jim, when I saw your presentation, I was like, well, I'm taking all of those slides for the next time I'm doing mine, because the technology stacks are actually quite similar between the autonomous bus and the autonomous drone. And I think we'd use it in exactly the same way as an additional safety net. And I presume you're very similar, where everything we do autonomy on the craft has to be deterministic, because otherwise you can't stand over it and you can't assure a regulator what's going to happen in a certain particular use case. But I think you can use, I suppose, AI in more supervisory capacity, or certainly we use it a lot in a test capacity to invent scenarios that our rules-based system has to adhere to.
Just thinking about that a little bit more, and I guess, you know, I tend to come from that reasonably kind of conservative viewpoint of the regulator, and I guess the danger of that is that we can stifle innovation. We can come up with reasons why we're naturally cautious. We naturally want to see perfection and have certainty of things. So does AI in those sorts of contexts get difficult to regulate in what's already a heavily regulated industry, isn't it?
Well, anytime we add an additional feature onto our vehicle, the problem is you're adding a potential failure mode. So you go through the whole, how do we make that redundant? So for example, we have a system that can look at the human safety driver and check that they're alert. But we need 2 ways to do that, and then we need a way to check that the 2 ways have agreed. But in terms of regulations, you probably don't know, but your guys, we spent essentially 9 months to convince your team we were okay, because the way we have to work is the vehicle has to meet all the regular European Union tests for braking and steering, but then on top of that, you've now got this automated driving system. So the questions you're asking now, the way it seems to be is we expect to be audited essentially by the VCA, reporting into your guys on our internal processes. Now at the moment we are audited by a US West Coast consultancy in terms of our processes, but going forward that's going to be, I think, moved over into the VCA and the DVSA.
Was there anything any of the other panelists have got to add about that whole point of regulation, be it to do with the AI element or just autonomy in general? Is it seen as something that enables innovation in industry or something that perhaps sometimes stifles?
I suppose in a way, regulation around drones in particular, having the Civil Aviation Authority, and within the Harbour State we are obviously in controlled airspace with the airport here as well. So in a way that does stifle innovation within the Harbour Estate, in that every time we want a drone operation we need to check in with a control tower, etc. So therefore we can't have what we would call autonomous drone operations because of the regulation currently within the UK. I know the European legislation is moving at a faster pace than we in the UK are, but again that stifles our innovation ability.
Yeah, and I think maybe to touch on the aviation piece, I mean, like aviation has a great name for safety, and everybody feels safe when they get into airplanes, and I think that's built up because the regulators are really, really good and really, really strong and diligent, and nobody would like that regulation to go away. But at the same time, I mean, what we can see is we can see movements in EASA, which is the European regulator who we do a lot of work with, embracing AI and starting to write white papers and discussing it. Now, are they going to be authorizing AI systems this year? No, but at least they're talking about it, and at least they're willing to engage, and they're looking at it from a point of view of supervisory systems and maybe non-core systems. So it's a step in the right direction, but I think ultimately, you know, certainly for our business, it's very important that aviation stays really, really safe, and we don't want to do anything to jeopardize that. Now, that's not saying that AI will or won't, but you know, again, it all comes down to us for this deterministic behavior. But AI, that doesn't mean you can't use AI every day to make your product better or as a tool to build your product. And that's one of the things I heard on a few chats today is people referring to AI as a tool, and it's exactly how I think about it. And I think there's a lot of maybe hype and scaremongering that the Terminators come in and all of this kind of thing, and I think people get the wrong impression, but I think if you think about it as a tool, it's a lot more inviting. A bit off the point, but...
Off the point is good. It's a speciality of mine normally, actually. I feel like you've stolen my thunder of going off the point. But I guess on that point, and I think you have touched upon it actually, is It's about that context of AI, isn't it? And I probably naively think of it as AI means a vehicle, whether it's in the sky, on the road, wherever it might be, learning from its experience and becoming better at that. And that, to me, naturally sounds like a really good thing. That's how people get better at doing stuff. People are kind of quite good at it, although they often forget some other things.
People are terrible at it.
Okay.
People
I think I'm
awful.
good at it.
No, people are awful at learning. And the great thing, when a human makes a mistake, you can train that human, and that human may not make the mistake again. But if you fix the bug, or if you enhance the machine or the algorithm, the system doesn't make that mistake again. It's a much, much harder job to train humans.
So that's positive, isn't it? That's the positive use of using it, isn't it? Is that it can be better than I am at learning, because I think I'm good at learning, which must therefore be the most dangerous kind of driver. Might explain the speeding. Anyway, so in that context, though, how does one regulate to ensure that that learning is good learning, that it is learning the right behaviours, the behaviours that aren't lazy, driving, flying, whatever it might be? It feels easier said than done.
The UK government appear to be going in the direction of we will be audited. And there are tools that allow people to audit us in a regulated way. So there's lots of ISO standards. So our IP can remain to a certain extent safe, but government auditors can go through and check people have the right qualifications, they're doing the right thing, they can look at our document management system. The Edinburgh Bus Project, for example, the formal documentation is about, I think it's now over 150 formal test documents. So things like that is where we're going, I think.
Yeah, I think on our side, I mean, what auditors and regulators want to see is in our case, flight hours, and I presume it's driving hours in your case. And you know, it's all about data and having used the systems in the real world with real scenarios, and then having the data to back all of that up and classified correctly. So if there is an issue, you can.
I was going to say, from our perspective, it's having the safety case and having that proven safety case before it comes to the harbour state. We want to see significant safety case and significant scenarios carried out. So that'll be carried out by OXA and Hariba Myra in the UK. Coventry, Hariba Myra have a test track, and it will build the same environment as we have here in Belfast, and it will test the vehicle in a lot of different simulations. And some of those simulations will be AI simulated by some of the providers, but Hariba Myra will actually take the vehicle and put it on the road and test the different scenarios in person.
Yeah, I'm glad we got on to talk about safety case, because when we move from doing one-off trials to vehicles operating normally in autonomous mode, then that safety case encompasses perhaps some of the infrastructure, if we're connecting with traffic lights, for example, and also the roadway. So the roadway needs to be kept in a certain condition. So our system's very good at dealing with very poor quality white lines, for example, but it still has an issue if during the summer the foliage grows too much and encroaches in. So what we're finding is, let's say we would be responsible for the safety case, but now we need the civil infrastructure people to join us and say, okay, we now understand we can't just open up cabinets at the side of the road and switch off some units for half an hour while someone fixes something, because you're part of the safety case with us. And in the automotive sector, I think people get that because we have this product liability cascade, but it's a new way of thinking for the infrastructure people, that when we go to autonomous vehicles, the route that we're running the vehicles on is some part of the safety case.
It's really interesting, actually, that whole stuff about building that safety case and how simulation, and in fact then the use of AI in that simulation, can form part of the safety case. Because I kind of think back to earlier days of working at places like Myra doing real physical testing, and it's incredibly time consuming, and also thinking back, not hugely realistic. You do your best to make it realistic, but it's an artificial situation. So if you can simulate, then you know, the power of AI can help that along. So it's really interesting.
I was going to say, we have mixed views on simulation right now because the simulators are based on gaming engines. So very, very quickly, you can get to a superb representation of what appears to be the vehicle in the right infrastructure driving along. But to go from there to have a vehicle that reacts with all the non-linear systems in that vehicle in a certain way in different weather conditions is like 1 million hours of work. So it's not the answer to everything, but we have, after putting in our own 1 million hours, worked out that yes, simulators have a role, but perhaps not the giant role we imagined, because you very quickly get to this really nice picture and you think, oh, we're almost there. But unfortunately, it's all non-linear.
Yeah, just on the simulation, like we're maybe a little bit different. We think about it a little bit differently. Like we think of the cost of simulation hours as really, really cheap, nearly free. And obviously there's efforts to get that going, but once you've put the effort in, you then just spin it up and run as many as you want. The challenge we have with simulation is they're not certified tests, and it's explaining that to a regulator to say, will you take this 2 million hours we've done, and does that equate to 10 hours on the real, in the real sky or on the road? And they're interesting conversations we're having with regulators at the moment around the world.
Okay, cool. I'm conscious of time, actually. We've got a break coming up in 5 minutes' time, which I notice on the agenda features beer. So I'm sensing that everyone will probably disappear at a particular point. I've been very disappointed that the drone hasn't delivered the beer, actually. I'm still waiting.
Airport.
Yeah. Boger feature.
It's a good example of regulation, I guess. We're not allowed to fly the drone. There we are. I guess maybe just a sort of closing question, and something I touched upon right at the start was that it's maybe moving slightly away from the AI point around public acceptability of automation. I don't suspect the general public particularly know whether that bus has got AI in it or not. All they see is that the guy hasn't got his hands on the steering wheel. And do people have maybe just some closing thoughts on public acceptability and what we have to do to keep the public on side?
Yeah, I think there's two business models. Business model one, there's an employee in the vehicle, and that's easy. To a certain extent, the bus operation in Edinburgh is kind of low-key. People just use it to go where they're going. But if you take the employee off the vehicle, and I said First Group and Stagecoach are not planning that, but it's interesting if we look at rural situations where we know that rural bus services are really difficult to make viable. And we have a model that said if one remote person was monitoring just 3 buses, then the operation cost falls by 40%, so perhaps it's affordable. But you then say, well, it's not a technology problem, it's how do consumers feel safe on that vehicle without the authority figure of the bus driver who is making them feel safe. So we have track tests planned, Q1 2025, and at the moment our vision is you as a consumer would walk onto this bus and you would see essentially a large screen television, and there would be a live human in the operations area who can talk to you and you talk to that person. So there is a human connection. Now, will that be enough to make people feel safe on a dark night in the middle of nowhere where there's some odd dude gets on the bus? We've asked people, and for people who are in well-connected areas, the answer is, I'm not sure. But people who don't have a bus service, that's where we're interested.
And just very quickly, sorry, Laura, it is interesting actually, isn't it, that safety is more than just how the vehicle drives. It's how people feel on a piece of transport. Yeah. This isn't going to be a personless vehicle that people get on, because they really probably wouldn't feel safe in the middle of nowhere on the dark night. Sorry, Laura.
I was going to say there's other challenges there as well around if you don't have a safety operator on board, buses are only allowed to carry certain volumes of people. So you have challenges in terms of how do you keep say the bus is allowed to carry 20 people. How do you keep the 21st person from entering that bus? So you still have a number of challenges to overcome in terms of the safety operator conversation in terms of removing them from the bus. So I think for the foreseeable, there will be that safety operator on board.
Yeah, I mean, I think we always say it about our business, like the technology isn't the risk. It's for us, it's regulation, but then it's also people's emotional feelings about things. And I think we talked about it we did, believe it or not, have a pre-call for this. And we talked about it like machines or an AI and all this. It's held to a much, much higher standard than humans. And I think humans, Neil, you said at the start, they cause more accidents in the world. But if machines caused a fifth of those accidents, there would be uproar. And I think as a society, we're probably not fair enough. We probably have a bias against machines, which will hopefully ease over time.
Okay, cool. I am conscious of time, and we're seconds over now. So I think we'll call the discussion to an end. It may continue over some beer in the break. We shall see. But look, thank you very much to the panel. I do appreciate you taking the time to have this discussion, and hopefully we made this look highly unrehearsed. It's pretty effective at that, if nothing else. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Neil, and thank you, everybody. As Neil has said a number of times, there is beer and snacks in the Olympic room, so feel free to make your way there. Everybody will be returning here for about 4:10. Thank you all. I really need to stop doing that, sorry. Everybody ready for the final countdown? I am shocked and gratified that there's so many people still here. Hopefully the beer has focused your attention as opposed to any alternatives. We've just got 2 final sessions, and I'm kind of giving up all pretense of not being Kainos here. I had the pleasure of setting up the Kainos office in Gdansk, probably coming on 20 years now, and it's been a delight to work with our colleagues from Poland. We've been developing good relationship with the Polish universities, and I am absolutely delighted to welcome one of our colleagues from Poland today. So I would like to invite Dr. Jan Sudzik, co-founder of Outline AI and researcher at Gdansk University of Technology, to talk about the transformative potential of AI in architectural design and greenery planning. Over to you, Jan.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Tom, for having me here, and I hope that you will enjoy this presentation as I enjoyed the beer break. I never had an opportunity to talk after the beer break, so excuse me if it will be a little bit disturbing at first. I am here on behalf of Outline AI and Gdansk University and of Technology, and I want to delve into something different that you hear today, because today there was a lot of talk about medicine, about images processing, about different LMAs and so on, but we didn't talk about geometrics. And what we specialize in, what we do in our field of expertise is we try to find a way to apply AI methods into architecture. And this is difficult on 2 main reasons. The first reason is the data. It does not exist. If it exists, it's so mixed that it is impossible to tag, to use, to reuse, or do whatever with it because of no standards. And secondly, is that we are not only to describe it, we are not only to create visual images of it, but they have to go within certain criteria that are based on the law. And the law, as you know, is strict and does not let any circumstances in this way. So when we think of architecture office, I had always this beautiful memory of old school office. For example, this one from Le Corbusier, and it is from 1970s. So it seems like ages ago, but it's not that far. And as the profession started with big drawings and people sitting around the table, when there was digital revolution, everybody thought that there would be no work for nobody. So there was this fear that we also heard today about during the talks. At the end of the day, there are more architects than ever working in the profession, doing what they are doing at their best. And when we started a few years ago exploring different methods of automation and architecture and trying to talk about it, people always thought that this would be the architectural office in about 10 years. And as far as my expertise goes, I can tell you that it won't look like this. So there will be still people overseeing the processes, developing, doing a lot of work, but there will be less work that is repetitive, harmful to the entire industry, and does not bring additional value, but focuses on the daily work. And I think this is the main chance, and this is the main opportunity, because we can focus as architects, urban planners, designers, on personalization and flexibility of the design. We can focus on precision and accuracy. We do not need to focus on repetitive tasks that happen. It also gives us this kind of new pace of work, because we can deliver first ideas, first attempts of the design quickly, smoothly, and very accurately. And this gives us a huge opportunity in terms of development that was 20 years ago reserved only to huge offices that had a lot of workers who could work on the same topic constantly. Now, small offices has a chance. And I want to talk a little bit about the chances in the industry that go with the AI revolution. However, of course, there will be still some threats, like ethical issues, like transparency of the results, who takes responsibility of the part, where the main idea came from. Is it original or is it just fake? I just recently had the work of my students that showed me the work created with Midjourney that was so likely to my design. I knew that it was my design, so I said, oh, it's great. But still, it is very difficult without a proper expertise to actually judge now art, history, whatever will happen. There is also a risk of bias, so things may seem, for all of you, like actual architectural drawing, but they may be totally rubbish. So there has to be this second phase when somebody will look at it and use it properly. And this improper use is also a huge challenge, because people without expertise in the field will try to do that, because it will be easily achievable, but it can have a huge impact on the daily lives of us all. Because as far as we can avoid arts, we cannot avoid architecture. We cannot avoid urban planning, because we live in that. But how we could relate to that? I think that there are three ways. There is the full rejection that, as we discussed today through so many panels, it won't happen. We are not expecting this to happen. We can think of creating laws and boundaries, but what if we do it in Europe? What if we do it in UK and the entire Asia does nothing about it? 60% of the world will be free to do whatever. They will take over, probably, because of the pace, because of the time. We could also have this freedom of use. And this is the question that I'm not at the capacity to respond, but we had great panelists today who talked about it and are searching for solutions that may lead us to a better future implementing AI in the daily tasks. What we do is to focus on two agendas. One agenda is Outline AI. So this is the company that I had the pleasure to start, and I am working as the CEO of this. And we are focusing nowadays on hotels and parking design automation. So these are our two main fields of expertise that we work on. We also cooperate on business on a variety of different solutions. And I also have the pleasure of working at the Faculty of Architecture, Gdańsk University of Technology, where we try to do something good for the world. So we try to find solutions that will have an impact on the daily qualities of life, that would limit the heat islands, that, as you all know, probably are a big concern in Europe nowadays, all over the world, that would help automate the processes that are not that good in terms of creating revenue, but can actually have an impact on the quality of what we achieve. So I will talk a little bit about it. But first, the outline. We started as a free. There was our chief, Alan, who is not here, and he had an idea. He came to me. At the time, I had a student, Pavel, who is here with me today. And we say, okay, let's give it a try. At first, we thought that it would be impossible, but we gave ourselves some time. At the end, it ended up that we started to grow, and we are growing constantly. And due to new foundings that we achieved, I hope we will grow even further in the time. So now there are quite plenty of us, starting with just 2 guys sitting at the living rooms during COVID and doing things that may change the architectural industry. We've grown into 2 main agendas. The one is the feasibility studies. So for those of you who are out of field of architecture, urban planning, those are the studies that show you what can you build on the lot and how much money you can make out of it. So it's basically what's running this business on the daily operations. And the other one is the tailored consultancy. So we try to help our customers make their processes more efficient, more reliable, and less disturbing for the daily business. And while we go for it, we try to bring additional value to our customers, and we always try to somehow move it forward. So when we work on the scenarios, we usually do more than 45,000 design on the exact lot. We, of course, do not look at all of them. We just handpick some of them to discuss it later with the clients. We are in 92% cases better than architects, so we can provide better results. Not better in quality, of course, because this is not what is there to be judged at the moment of first assessment, but better in the numbers. So they show what you could do, and then the decision is up to the architects, investors, where they will go forward with this. And what we do, we deliver it very fast, within 24, 48 hours. We are now having in the process 4 US patents that we hope to have finished by the end of next year, probably. As some of you know, getting a patent in US, it's a hard time, and it's a long, long process, but we're getting there. We got 3 times funding from European Union. First, we have a very small project for about 90,000 euro. Then we grew, we got a little bit bigger, and just 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago actually now, we got a bigger funding that is opening for us new perspective and new development that we're trying to go through. This, of course, wouldn't be possible without the support of national government and the institutions that provide us with all those benefits. It started with this project. This is a project in Poznań. This is one of the Polish most beautiful cities, and our investor had a difficult lot there. That was triangular, and they wanted to test how they would go with the results, so we searched for a solution that would lead to developing a parking problem. So we created a solution that would do that. Firstly, with a very simple algorithm, then it developed more and more. At the end, we've managed to overcome the solution that was done by architect by just a few rooms. But it wasn't at the time what we expected for it. We wanted more, and we've seen a lot of potential in it. So we decided to go forward with it, and then the project started developing with a whole new different phase. We started with green fields, so the lots when there is nothing, just the surrounding buildings. We've managed to create a system that would analyze it for a hotel building, so taking into account all the zoning, all the laws that are in Poland regarding the buildings. Then we let our algorithm test it. So the algorithm tests it in 3D. The change in height was very small, so you cannot see it probably in the video. It finds the best solution that is there for this lot, and then we go forward. But what is the strength of this approach is that we do not need to limit to one direct solution, but we can test different alternatives. We can test as many alternatives as we want. And this gives us a huge freedom in developing quality and quantity to our investors and clients, of course. Then working with it shown us that there's potential besides hotels, so we try to work on PRSs, BTRs, and this led to a series of whole new different problems like lighting, like sun hours, and so on. So we delivered also solutions for that that were quite beyond. But then we thought most of the cities are already built. What we do, we should reuse those buildings once again, because building new objects is so bad in terms of environment. If we try to find a solution to reuse the building, it would be good. So we try to develop a solution for existing buildings. And this led to 2 approaches. The first approach is based on the building that we try to reinvent. So there is a kind of a master plan of this building. We work on this plan. We can save windows, communications areas, construction, and we search for the best possible solution with the new boundaries that we set, for example, room sizes and so on. This gives us some solutions regarding the building. But then we noticed that at some point, there are also lots where you could redevelop this building, not only inside, but perhaps extend it. And we thought, okay, let's go for it. So we used the expertise that we had for a previous project and tried to reinvent it to create a solution that would firstly search for the best possible scenario for coverage and at the same time adjust the entire layout of the rooms. So it would deliver you a perfect tailored solution for your needs. Of course, this is not the building that you would build one-to-one as an architect, but it gives you all the intel that you need to know at the beginning. You don't need to search for it. You already know it with numbers, with facades, areas, with lengths of communication, and so on. So there is a lot in the start. And why we do that, we also consider law for now about 13 countries, so we can check whether the buildings are safe according to all the regulation. We can reuse the staircases that are in the building. We can add new ones, so everything is fully automated. In the process, we can also decide which parts of the building we want to save, and then we deliver to a client series of formats like this with just the basic information. Sometimes, if they need more, we also deliver a lot of data. If they need, we can expand the data, we can give it in any format that's needed, 3D, whatever is needed from on the side of our clients. Then we thought that if we deliver this for hotels, and we've noticed a huge problem in Poland with parkings. And this problem is all around the world. So there are some places when you cannot park next to the stadiums during the game days. Probably in UK, you know this problem quite well. Close to the airport. So we search for solutions to optimize the parking lots within the existing area. What's different here is that to rebuild the building, you need a huge funding. To change the parking, you need the paint, 2 guys and a day. So this brought us to the idea to search for the best possible solution within the pre-existing lot. And this offers us 2 ways to go. It provides us different solutions, but it can also increase the amount of greenery in the area. Because if we have the parking for 400 spots, taking 2,000 square meters, we limit it, and we can have some more greens. This may be good for the environment, for the surrounding, for the entire outlook of your business venture. Because people won't see it as just a big parking with nothing around it. So this is one of the things that we do. We also provide solutions that guide us through the process and show it in terms of the visual materials. We do some custom solutions. So, for example, view analysis, privacy analysis, they are very important for people in the Middle East when they need to have extreme privacy. So we check the building orientation for the privacy, whether they get enough of the privacy, how can they avoid those screened windows that are terrible, of course, for daily living. So we do a lot of analysis like this to show how the buildings should be oriented to create a better value and the better circumstances for living within the needs that happen. But they can also go on the way around, so they can provide you with better views for the specific objects that are important. Imagine designing in Paris and always searching for a view for Eiffel Tower, whether this is the small one in your back garden or the actual big one. Yeah? Still, you can adjust to that, search for it, and have the direct data that would show you how good is that. While doing a side project on the Gdańsk University of Technology, I also used the potential of Outline to create a very basic system for greenery selection. It started as really a kind of a side idea, but it started to grow. We decided to create a system that based on basic parameters, so pH of the soil, temperature, moisture, sun exposure, would pick the plants for you. So you don't have to be an expert on plants to actually pick the plants that would grow well. And this is a problem that probably most of you had. You bought the plant, it died. Yeah, probably you forgot to water it, but if you watered it and still it died, maybe it was wrongly selected. So if you could have this kind of assistant that would guide you and tell you what to plant where, it would help both the looks of it, but also the entire process of taking those decisions. And this process can have a bigger impact on the cities, because what we monitored within the installations that we did, if you provide a lot of greeneries in the places, you can keep the temperature lower in the summer by 2 Celsius degrees. 2 degrees Celsius in the small installations, that's a lot. Imagine it's not 40, it's 38 with a different humidity. And the feeling is different because also you provide shadows. So this is something that can help us build better cities and test the surroundings for better living qualities. We did it first with students in form of a very small installation that looked quite lovely in the end. And then we went for a bigger one that we fully automated with an entire monitoring system. And we weren't sure if it would be a good idea, but the whole summer this year shown us that around the campus, the sports center, this was the place where you could see most of the people. Everybody who worked around, they gathered there. This was the place of selection when they noticed that they can get this nice fog, relaxing. It happened from time to time. They waited for it. So it became also a part of the place that facilitated connections between people. And besides having this impact on the temperature there, it also gathered workers around. Our new challenges that are ahead of us are logistics. So we want to dive into creating systems for optimizing logistics parks. Those are the parts of the city that we tend not to see. They're around, we go around with them by car, we see them from the planes, but they are rapidly growing in our environment, and they are highly not optimized. Most of them are designed as one of the first 5-4 solutions because they need to happen fast. And those first decisions that you make while you're creating all those permits, all environmental decisions, they happen within 2 weeks. So there is a lot of potential to change it, to make those places better, to make them smaller, more efficient, with less concrete, with more greenery. And this is something that we are trying to start. In 2 weeks, we will begin this project. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope you enjoyed this. Please feel free to join our LinkedIn profile. If you've got any questions, I would be very happy to respond. No questions, so I think it's good. Sorry? There was the dog? The dog came to the meeting when we did filming. And this was the part that was supposed to be cut off. But we say, come on, it's the best part. So we love it. It's a lovely dog, though. Thank you.
Yep, and now we are at the last session. This is the session that actually wouldn't die, even though in fairness I may have tried to kill it once or twice. But Ashley made a very strong case for keeping it, and so we're here. So Ashley is going to chair a conversation with Kevin Curran, Professor of Cybersecurity at Ulster University, Paul Coulter, CISO at Kainos, and Stephen Gooday, Fraud Analytics Lead Data and Analytics at NatWest. You're all very welcome to come to the stage. Over to you, Ashley.
I don't know if it was the wisest decision to put this session on cybersecurity and AI at 4:30 in the afternoon after beers, but we'll try not to be all doom and gloom. So it's interesting, the last year within AI, as you've heard time and time again today, has been of massive change in the level of public awareness, the level of threat, the amount of activity in the AI space, and there's a lot of fear. Hopefully, with these three fantastic experts on stage, you can walk away with from this today with a level of positivity and what you can do, what the art of the possible is. Lots of the surveys in recent times have said that organizations, most CEOs, are not feeling very comfortable about their cybersecurity protection. They are nervous about the amount of threat, and they don't know exactly what to do about it. So I'm hoping our panel can help answer that question. And I'll maybe start with you, Stephen. If you would give us your perspective from NatWest on what would you recommend that organizations consider in this AI world to to try to address the cybersecurity threats, and what should they be prioritising?
Yeah, of course. So I'm Stephen Gooday. It's a pleasure to be here today. I think I might be one of the only financial services experts or team or members in the audience, which is great. Normally I go to financial services conferences, so it's a big change. So great to see everybody. For my sins, I lead the NatWest fraud defense systems. So all of the decisions that we make on whether we approve payments, millions of transactions a day, I oversee the design and development of the models that sit underneath that and make that decision between the two. So about 7 years of scars on building various different models and doing that well and doing that not well. So I guess, yeah, it's scary. Right? AI. Move your hand on the mic. Sorry. Just there? Okay. Yeah, AI is scary and it's moving quite fast, right? I think I've had the pleasure of working in a department in fraud, which is actually quite progressive. It has to be progressive. It has to stay ahead of all of the bad actors and threat actors that try to take advantage of our customers and the bank today. My advice to other organizations would be to, depends on where they are with the journey, but start making the right investments in your data platforms, your technology, start to think about how your data platforms connect to the rest of your organization's technologies and architectures and business processes. Be brave and experiment and to try some things, but know what problem you're solving. I've seen many POCs end up in failure or in not reaching an outcome because we didn't keep focus on what the outcome is we were looking to achieve. So yeah, I think get started, try some things, learn, be prepared to throw away and go again would be my advice.
It's maybe a good time to turn that question to you, Kevin, to your point, Stephen, on this is about learn, understand your use cases, know your environment. You spend most of your time trying to teach and educate people on cybersecurity. What would you be educating the CEOs on to prioritize?
Of course, yeah. I have the fortune of just being able to teach it from the ground up. Cybersecurity, I don't have to defend. And my job doesn't depend on us not getting hacked as such. But of course, Gen AI brings so many positives as well, which in behavioral intelligence really, being able to spot the trends. And SANS have an incident response framework with a number of steps again. And step 2 after preparedness is incident response. And of course, Gen AI can really speed up the incident response again, being able to distinguish between false positives and negatives and help the analysts again, do their job much. So there are so many areas where Gen AI is actually useful within cybersecurity again, because if you ever fire up something like Wireshark, a free package which shows you the packets flying over your network, you wouldn't believe how many packets fly from every type of device and phone and smart doorbell and smart kettle in your house again, hundreds of thousands per minute, even in a local enterprise or a local home network. So again, what you need is some type of extraordinary intelligence again, which Gen AI can give us again. But of course, we're seeing I guess we'll touch on that soon, all the attacks which Gen AI also makes more powerful as well. But again, even this week it saved me money. My Navion boiler had low water pressure and I'd forgotten how to fix it. I just took a photograph, asked ChatGPT, and it told me exactly the 2 taps at the front and the silver wire, it says usually, and don't let the pressure go above 1.5 again. So saving me money in the short term, but again, it's not all negative, of course.
Yeah. Here's hoping it's accurate, Justin, not hallucinating, or you could blow the boiler. Paul, so you look at cybersecurity across KNOS and work with a lot of customers across insurance sector, healthcare, public sector. What do you see them, our board, their boards, concerned about, and how do you reassure?
Well, so I've promised I will not make this doom and gloom, but so the same concerns and the same challenges that we face internally from the use of AI is definitely something that we're seeing being questioned by our customers. From an AI perspective, it's something we've been using from a defensive perspective for a number of years now. A lot of the security tools that we implement and have implemented and brought into place at KNOS have already been using machine learning to look at behavioral analytics to prevent against these types of advanced attacks. It's really those basics and having them in place is what we've been recommending and advising and guiding our customers in. A bit like what Stephen said, identifying what your crown jewels data is, how do you protect those systems? How do you make that data available to AI models and do it in a responsible and a secure way? So from our perspective, it's a very positive message around artificial intelligence and cybersecurity, and how we provide that back to our customers is really advising them and helping them to put those baseline security controls in place to be able to leverage those tools in an effective and a responsible way.
Is that changing then the skills that are needed and the teams that are needed and the scale of teams then that are needed?
So absolutely. I mean, if we look at a general analyst role today in cybersecurity, it's certainly changed over the past number of years. It used to be a very manual activity where people would have to go in, continually look through events from multiple different data sources and try and correlate them in a manual way to see if an event had happened. It was also based primarily on signature-based detection before, where it was, I've seen this before, this is a repeat, this isn't good, and you need to go and investigate it. Whereas now our tooling has become much more mature at looking at behaviors of malicious activity and making analysts' lives much easier in terms of, as Kevin said, quickly getting to the response part of the incident response procedure. The detection, the analysis is primarily done at that point in time, and all of that information is available to an analyst. So from a skill set perspective, it's actually enhanced what our analysts do. It's reducing that burnout in our cybersecurity teams from that, what we call alert fatigue, that was very common a number of years ago, where people were just continually getting hammered with false alerts. And it's made their jobs much more rewarding in terms of being able to make impactful decisions based on what we see from our cybersecurity tooling.
What are you saying by way of technology adoption? Are there particular tools, technologies, approaches that you're deliberate about putting to the fore and you see as the problem solvers in the AI space?
Up until this point, machine learning's been heavily brought into things like Sentinel Log Manager from Microsoft. Their Fusion Engine uses machine learning under the covers to correlate event information. There's other vendors out there, Splunk, which is doing something very similar and using machine learning. So now what I'm really excited about is getting those tools well embedded in the business, getting them well adopted across different teams and platforms to be able to, in future then, make use of the new and emerging LLM type technologies, which again is going to make the skill sets different for analysts and actually make it better for people that want to transition into cybersecurity, because they're able to come into that environment, they're able to speak to LLMs in a language that they understand without spending 6 months to a year getting to grips with a tool and a particular query language to be able to make them do their job effectively. So we're really excited about what's coming in terms of tooling. I think we've got the baseline tools in place today that are really already leveraging machine learning, and I think we're looking at the next iteration of that when LLMs from things like Security Copilot land within the coming months. So I'm really excited about what's coming.
Is that a similar tool stack to what you see, Stephen, or are there?
Shockingly similar. Yeah, much similar. I mean, things like LLMs significantly reduce the amount of time it takes for us to build a model, right? A huge amount of feature engineering historically has been undertaken. It's pretty much gone overnight with a really well-constructed LLM. So, yeah, no, it's a lot of similar themes, false negatives, false positives, the amount of intelligence you bring to the decisions that you're making, yeah, very similar. I was thinking about the tools and technologies question. I don't necessarily think it's a tools and technologies play at the moment. It's a people and capability play, right? It's having the right skills in the right place, the right to actually look outside, look at the techniques that are working in other industries. We're doing something very similar to Jan on the architecture design in the fraud context. It's remarkably similar. Yeah, I think it's skills and people capability.
Now, are they data science skills, building your own models in an organization like NatWest, you need to get down and dirty into how those models work to do that prevention mode, or can you rely more on understanding the more commoditized services, and that's good enough in most scenarios?
Always a combination. Yeah, always a combination. I think, and in the domain that I work in fraud, that's important. We leave options open to what works and what's not going to work. So we take quite an expansive view on it. We combine teams that work together with the right domain expertise, data science capabilities, machine learning engineering, solutions architects, so a team of people that bring an AI solution to the table.
Now, are you seeing that change in the university, Kevin, where you're seeing that you have to help people see these new tools and technologies? Are you seeing that space?
Absolutely. I mean, I just gave my last essay last week because I'd set the coursework before the launch of ChatGPT, but I'm sure I'll never have an essay again because it's pointless now. I can't detect.
So what do you do instead? How do you
Oh well,
replace
you have to assess in other ways really, or else allowed. But because really you're just marking OpenAI's model really. But again, 2 days ago, ChatGPT 4 Turbo was released, and now the contextual tokens have gone from 16K to 128,000 again. And of course, you can create your own contextual language models now, which is incredibly easy. You use their platform, the OpenAI platform, really, and you're uploading. The danger is there that, again, even third-party offerings where people literally let the large language, the ChatGPT language model go loose on older documents, including payroll, everything else. That gets leaked through some other avenue again. Literally, you're given the keys to the kingdom to your internal documents again. Or people, if they even get access to the generative AI language model which you've created on your company's data, they can start asking questions, getting all the contextual information out again. So, again, that's why, you know, at every C-suite meeting and every board meeting now, you really have to bring up the agenda of ChatGPT or large language models, really, generative AI, really, with those people again in power, because it's becoming so powerful in such a quick time. Again, you just got to educate your users again, just like we've had to do with phishing emails, everything. But we really have to educate employees about Gen AI and, again, going outside our silos as well. So it's just, again, it's just increasing information again. And of course, people become immune to it again after a while. But we know that after a few weeks or months of phishing email training again, which is still the #1 vector for companies to become exposed, again, which is low-hanging fruit always. Okay.
Are you seeing, so with the AI Safety Summit last week, and quite a lot of talk about the regulation and legislative side of things, and there's quite a lot of regulation and legislation in the cybersecurity space to ensure they've got protections in the right place. Are you seeing that changing? Do you see the need for that to change specifically in the cybersecurity space to guide and support organizations?
They can come along, but I mean, not every country will adhere to it again, have signed up again, and there'll be rogue companies again. It's kind of futile. Again, we just have to have, obviously, fines again and models again. The worries are, again, it does make things, if you're an evil person, it makes things incredibly easier for you. If you want to create a bomb, or a dirty bomb, if you want to do something which is horrendous, again, Gen AI can literally give the instructions, really. So of course we have to, there's cries or there's moves to be able to fine companies for any harm caused by the output from an LLM. Well, yeah, but good luck with that. I mean, people can say, well, actually, I broke up with my, you know, whatever. You could blame it for everything again. But of course, regulation does try, in cyber again, does try to scramble to catch up. Our society scrambles to catch up with technology, really. But it often comes too late. But we have to do something again. But unfortunately, there'll always be companies again which will not adhere to it again, that will scramble to get ahead, and countries as well.
Do you have a take on the cybersecurity standards like NIST, OWASP, and organizations like that, and the direction they're taking, and the support that they're giving organizations? Do they need to do more? Or do they need to change for AI-specific projects?
Yeah, they're general enough to be able to encompass it, because in some ways, really what Gen AI has done is just a speed increase, really. A lot of the attacks we're seeing, you know, as Paul and Stephen are seeing on the networks, are still the same type of threats we've seen before. It's just that now maybe in the future they'll become faster and more pronounced and maybe a bit more skillful. But people already know how to use viruses and morph the viruses again, to make them polymorphic again, so they're not as easy to be spotted again with their signatures as well. But just Gen AI will just maybe speed that up by, you know, even if a 10x factor again. But we're still seeing the same type of threats, really. Again, even with everything else. The most unusual ones will be the fake videos again, and the voice again. But we've had voice cloning for many years again. It's just that there's like 11 labs now again, does quite a good job for, you know, you can sign up to these sites again and you can clone people's voices a lot more easier than before. But again, we've had that for a while.
Yeah. Paul, do you have any thoughts on that?
No, I think Kevin's absolutely right in what he's saying. With things like OWASP and NIST, what we're finding is that it is that same control set that is used from a defense perspective, although we are now starting to understand some of the variations between the threats that generative AI is going to bring. I think we're still very early days in it, but if you look at things like input manipulation. So with ChatGPT, you may have heard of Dan, the do anything now type exploit, where you manipulate your input to it to get it to bypass all of its guardrails and ethics that's been built into the platform. That just reminds me of how people started to bring out SQL injection about 20 years ago to exploit databases and get it to expose data that it shouldn't have exposed initially, right? It took us a long time to get a handle on that, and I think we're still catching up. People like NIST and the OWASP groups are definitely starting to drive good understanding of security in LLM models and starting to bring in the right context around the right use of these tools internally. From a defense perspective, it's actually more about how do we take things like OWASP and NIST and how do we apply them at a company like Kainos internally and apply them on how we use, exactly to Kevin's point, how do we use our data sets and the information that we have in a responsible way, understanding the risks to the data that we have in order to allow us to innovate with those solutions internally. So although I think they're really good guidelines and they're a really good steer and they're starting to progress and catching up with some of the other things we're seeing, I think it's exactly right. I think it's good baseline controls and applying them in an LLM context, and I think that's what NIST and OWASP are really trying to drive forward, and I think they're successfully doing it at this point, although there's a long way to go with it.
Stephen?
I don't think anything to add from my perspective.
Sorry?
I don't think anything to add. I mean, financial services is a heavily regulated industry. We're used to dealing with regulation. We've never really had a problem experimenting with new ways to protect our customers from fraud and financial crime. It's not an area that we have struggled with. So not really anything to add over and above.
Well, actually, Jen and I can do one thing. It can actually help you in cybersecurity by writing. A lot of cybersecurity is actually dead boring. You're looking at log files. You're looking at a dashboard. It's not exciting as in the movies. And you're half the time writing compliance reports. That's what you do. And Gen AI can help with the compliance reports, actually.
Yeah. This is where we're going to come on to, actually, the impact on skills. So we've had a huge challenge in the scale of cybersecurity skills and the demand for it globally. Does this change that? So with this tooling and the acceleration it can give, the impact?
It absolutely does. I think it improves the current, as Kevin said, alert fatigue around operational teams is something that's been well known within cybersecurity. That's why we see so much churn, so much burnout in cybersecurity teams, because it is that mundane, repetitive work. And it's not like the movies, it's not always exciting. So what we've seen with LLMs coming in now is that mundane work, that report writing, that compliance piece, pulling together the stuff that engineers and deeply technical people don't want to be spending their time doing, is being now moved away into LLMs and letting them do that. It also, from my perspective, is a really exciting proposition, because what it means is people from academia in Kevin's area, people from other areas of our business can come into cybersecurity and fill the gaps that we have in cybersecurity now without having years upon years of how to write complex query languages against event management systems, which is what our analysts spend their first 6 months to a year learning. They're able now to come in and use language, use the concepts that they've learned at university in the first step of their career to come in and be effective on day one in a cybersecurity team. And that just elevates people's opinion of their job, what they're doing from day to day, and adds a ton of value to what they bring to us as a security team. And that's the bit I'm really excited about with tools like Security Copilot that are coming down the road.
Are you seeing your profile change?
Yeah, I made a joke about me being the only one from financial services here, apart from John and Gabby. Similar in my team, actually in the bank. Yeah, we've got many different individuals and people from lots of different industries, radar, design, tons of people that are coming in and giving us different ways to think about how we build solutions as well. So yeah, it's entirely true.
Thank you. I'm conscious we're out of time. Thank you so much, all three of you, for your insights and opinions. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Aisling and panel. As usual, Aisling, your judgment was spot on. Great way to end the day. And it is the end of the day. I don't know about you, but I've had more fun today than I've had in a very long time. I am slightly sad, as you probably realize. So I've got nothing much more to do other than just to repeat my thanks. Really like to thank our host and key sponsor, Kainos. Always very generous, always appreciated. And also our other sponsors, Matrix, Digital Catapult Northern Ireland, Invest Northern Ireland, Options IT, Ulster Bank and Belfast City Council. Also, it was great to work with the curators on today's event. Whether you went to the technology track or the society track or both, the content was just spot on. So really want to thank Aislinn McBride, Tom Fowler, Michaela Black, and Nell Watson again. And I can't name them all individually, but all our speakers, all our panelists, without whom we would have had no event. So again, thank you very much, everybody, particularly those who traveled a long way to be here. And finally, well, almost finally, like to thank Ashling Events, particularly Conla McCann and her team. Every year they outdo themselves. I mean, I'm impossible to work with, if not for, but Conla always makes this type of event really work, makes it feel really easy. We just could not do it without her and her team. So please, round of applause for Ashling Events. And then finally, yourselves, thank you very much for coming, and thank you very much for staying to the hopefully not too bitter end. Thank you all. Bye-bye.